Chapter 1 Hey, Marry Me. Dragon Country, Yucheng. Elixir Trading Market. What did you say? Did I hear it wrong? Qin Tianming looked at the girl with bright eyes and white teeth in front of him with disbelief. She has delicate facial features, fair and delicate skin, and an ethereal temperament, as if she walked out of a painting. She is very tall and is wearing a pair of over-the-knee black stockings that perfectly wrap her slender thighs, paired with her JK mini skirt and brown shirt uniform. She also has long, smooth, black hair that falls to her shoulders. No matter how you look at her, she is dressed like an intellectual queen, and exudes gentleness from head to toe. Qin Tianming thought of a person on Blue Star before he traveled through time. Senior Mai, is that you? But such a gentle and lovely girl suddenly appeared in front of him and said shockingly, "Hey, let's get married." Qin Tianming was shocked. Not only was he shocked, but everyone else around him was even more shocked as they looked over. Seeing that the girl is so beautiful and smart, she is definitely not a fool, but why? Qin Tianming was full of doubts at this time. He had a lot of complaints he wanted to say but didn't know how to say them. The girl smiled softly and said, "By the way, you don't know me yet, let me introduce myself first." "You still know that I don't even know you, Aunt. My name is Si Huayan, and I'm a freshman at Magic City Martial Arts University. I'm a three-mirror warrior." The people around were even more surprised when they heard this. The Magic City Martial Arts University is the top martial arts academy in the country. No wonder this little girl is a third-level martial artist at such a young age. For a moment, everyone around looked at Qin Tianming with envy. How could this boy deserve the favor of such a beautiful and powerful girl? The key point was that he didn't seem to be a warrior yet? There are too many points. Qin Tianming can only choose the one he wants to know the most. Why? Why so many? Come over here, let's go over there and take a photo first. Without any explanation, he was dragged to the nearby spiritual medicine shop. Then he took out a pink Huawei mobile phone and prepared to take pictures. "Hey, why are you so far away? Come closer, we are husband and wife." Then she pulled his arm without saying anything, and leaned her head on his shoulder with a faint smile. Qin Tianming's nose was filled with Si Huayan's body fragrance, and his eyes couldn't help but glance over. Fuck, that's a terrible angle. Looking at the snow-white arc in the clothes, he felt a faint heat in his nose. He felt that his brain had stopped working and was mechanically cooperating with Si Huayan's actions. After taking the photos, Si Huayan looked at the photos on his phone with satisfaction, looked at him and said, "Give me your phone." Qin Tianming was foolish when he heard that and handed her his pineapple phone. She looked at Qin Tianming, who was already stunned, and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Qin Tianming," Qin Tianming said subconsciously. She only saw her operating Qin Tianming's phone and then handing it back. "Okay, I've saved my phone number and name. Today is the weekend and the Civil Affairs Bureau is closed. I'll call you on Monday. You must answer, okay? Omega? I'm sorry, classmate, I think." Qin Tianming felt that the content in the novel might happen to other people, but not to him. He might just use it as a shield or something. After all, that's how it was written in Lan Xing's novels. Just when I was about to refuse, I suddenly heard it. God-level simulation deduction system is binding. Detected that the host is facing a life choice, there are two options available. 1. Choose to agree to Si Huayan, the system will be fully bound, and you will embark on the road to counterattack in life from now on. 2. Righteously reject her, the system unbinds, and the host explodes on the spot. The host has 10 seconds to choose 5, 4, 3. Is there anything to hesitate about? This is a system. Do you know how I have been living for the past 18 years? I would definitely choose to agree, and I would also get a delicious wife as a gift. At this moment, he just wanted to say, "From now on, please call me Brother Gua." Si Huayan listened to what he was saying halfway, frowned, snorted coldly, and said in a delicate and naive manner, "Man, I think you have misunderstood something. This is my notice, you have no right to choose." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Tianming. "No problem, Miss Si Huayan, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. I will bring the household registration booklet tomorrow, and then we will go to get a marriage certificate," Qin Tianming said seriously. Si Huayan. So you didn't look like you were going to refuse just now? This could easily be misunderstood, okay? Si Huayan. What are you still doing over there? Come here quickly. Not far away, several people were shouting. Si Huaiyan glanced at them, then turned to Qin Tianming and said softly, I will send you the rules of being my husband via Feishan later. You must remember to agree to my friend request and read it carefully, otherwise. She raised her fist and said, be careful or I'll beat you to death. Delta. Then he turned and left. Qin Tianming. How can such cold words be said in such a weak tone? People around saw this scene and started talking about it with envy or jealousy. TSK, young people nowadays are so good at having fun. So flash marriages are all the rage now? No wonder I don't have a wife, but isn't this too fast? Brother upstairs, wake up. Is it possible that this is not the reason why you don't have a wife? Damn, why haven't I encountered such a good thing? I don't look lazy, do I? Before you brag about yourself, can you please take a piss and look at yourself? Qin Tianming no longer has the time to pay attention to them. Ding, the host has made the first major choice in his life, and the system has been successfully bound. After hearing these words, Qin Tianming felt that life became wonderful again. When he first came here, he thought that he could rely on his experience on Blue Star and work hard to successfully reach the pinnacle of life. Unexpectedly, this is a world of advanced martial arts, and only by becoming a warrior can one have enough wealth and status. If you don't become a warrior, you can only be at the bottom of this world and become a working beast of burden. Originally, Qin Tianming was destined to be a slave. When he took the aptitude test not long ago, his initial psychic energy value was only 3 points, but to take the martial arts exam, he needed at least 10 points. In other words, he is not even qualified now. There is still a month left before the registration for the martial arts exam ends. However, during this time, it is impossible for a person from an ordinary family like him to break through the spiritual energy value to 10 points. I came to the spiritual medicine market today and wanted to bring my family as 200,000 yuan savings to buy 2 low-level spiritual pills and try my luck. The intermediate ones cost 300,000 yuan each. The ancients were right about the saying, the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts. The 200,000 yuan in his hand was saved by his parents after working hard for most of their lives. If he could not become a warrior, it would mean that his family was destined to be poor for the rest of their lives. Fortunately, God treated him well. He said, other time travelers have the same system, so why doesn't he have it? It's worth it for him to burn incense to God every day. System, are you there? Ding, the host's aptitude is detected to be extremely poor, and the spiritual energy is too low. Do you want to start the simulation and change your fate? Yes. Looking at the two options before him, Qin Tianming chose yes, without hesitation. Ding, the host has selected simulation deduction. Each simulation deduction requires 1,000 simulation points. The current simulation value is 999 points. Insufficient simulation value, please recharge. Qin Tianming. Unexpectedly, even with the system, he still couldn't change the fact that he was poor. Did you produce the mad system by fighting with knives? It's always a little bit short. Qin Tianming saw this and thought to himself, system, how do I get the analog value? Ding, there are 2 ways to obtain analog values. 1. The host interacts with his wife to gain interaction points. 10 interaction points can be exchanged for 1 simulation point. 2nd, shock others to gain their shock value. 20 shock values can be exchanged for 1 simulation value. It's confirmed. The system was created by slashing and slashing. Qin Tianming was complaining madly in his heart. Just as I was thinking about how to get this analog value, my phone vibrated. Qin Tianming turned on his cell phone and the Feishan icon was flashing on it. The grumpy wife requests to add you as a friend. By the way, Si Huaiyan told him before he left that I added him as a friend, but what's with this name? He thought so in his mind, but his hands were moving quickly. After all, he really couldn't beat her now. You have accepted the friend request of the grumpy wife and can now start chatting. A pink cartoon bunny avatar appeared in the chat box. Angry wife, husband, what are you doing now? Shy JPG. He's so handsome, see why, I'm at the medicine store, ready to buy some spiritual energy pills. Angry wife, Angry JPG. Grumpy wife, be careful or I'll beat you to death. Qin Tianming's desire to survive reached its peak at this time, and he typed quickly. You have withdrawn this information. He's so handsome, wife, I want to buy some spiritual energy pills to increase my spiritual power, please JPG. On the other side, Si Huaiyan couldn't help but smile happily when she saw the news, which aroused suspicion among the people around her. After all, they had never seen Si Huayan smile so happily. Seeing this, Si Huayan quickly put away his smile and tapped quickly on the phone screen with his slender white fingers. Irritable wife, spiritual energy pills? Don't buy those junk, low-level pills. They're not good for your health. Do you have enough money? If not, I can transfer some to you. As he said that, he opened his Feitian wallet and transferred some money to him. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 500,000. Qin Tianming counted carefully again and exclaimed, "That's right, 5 zeros. Wow, 500,000? That's enough to buy a high-level spiritual energy pill." He looked at the words "I have enough money" on the phone screen and silently deleted it. After all, you can't get along with anyone except money. Payment received. So handsome, thanks to my wife for feeding me, woof woof JPG. Angry wife, husband, wait for me to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Equals carrot carrot equals. After seeing him take the money, Si Huayan sent this message, put the phone back in his pocket with satisfaction, and continued to complete the mission with his teammates. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully interacted with your wife and made her happy. You have gained 50 interaction points, which have been automatically converted into 5 simulation points. Do you want to start the simulation by consuming 1000 simulation points? Yes. No. At this moment, Qin Tianming had just come back to his senses from the 500,000 yuan transfer when he heard the system's announcement. Is this interaction value? So I decisively clicked the Yes button. Chapter 2, starting the simulation. Ding, the host chose yes. Start simulation. On the first day, after using the 500,000 yuan your wife gave you, you purchased a high-level spiritual energy pill and successfully increased your spiritual energy to 11. The next day, you and your wife went to the Civil Affairs Bureau and became an official couple. On the third day, news of the marriage of the campus beauty from Magic City Martial Arts University spread across the country. On the fifth day, your wife's suitor refused to believe you and successfully found you through a human flesh search. When he learned that you had not yet taken the martial arts exam, he said it was like a flower stuck in cow dung. On the seventh day, your wife's suitors bribed some people with money to cause trouble for you. You became annoyed with them, so you posted a video on TikTok to make the official announcement, with the caption "You are all good people." That day, you were promoted to a single shot. On the eighth day, you brought Suayan home. Your wife successfully won the favor of your parents, and your family status dropped again. On the ninth day, the black-robed man from the spiritual god cult, who was captured by students from the Magic City Martial Arts University, came near your home. You discovered him, but because Si Huayan was not with you, you died. Simulation ends, you get 2 achievements. Achievement 1, you are good people, white. Effect, when someone sets his sights on your wife, you will mock him by saying that he is a good person optional. Achievement 2, family younger position, white. Effect, you are always in the younger brother position when you are at home optional. Available, the spiritual realm is upgraded to the first realm. As the simulation ended, he felt a warm current passing through his dantian. After a while, Abyss's body was wrapped in this warm current, and he felt a tingling sensation. After a while, the system transmission of power ended. He felt the power belonging to Yijing coming from his body and felt that he could beat 10 of his former selves. That's why they say warriors are superior to others. But, what the hell is this achievement? The corners of his mouth twitched. Who would be so wise as to wear these 2 items? Looking at the simulation in front of him, the result was beyond his expectations. I didn't expect that I didn't die in the process of fighting for the human race, but died at the hands of this black-robed man from the Lingshan sect. He couldn't help but think to himself. But I have the system now, so I don't know who will win at that time. Besides, I have my wife with me. At worst, I can call my wife over. That little man in black robe can be easily controlled by me. Qin Tianming couldn't help but laugh. When the other people around heard this, they all looked at him as if he was mentally retarded. Qin Tianming was so shameless that he stood up nonchalantly. With the system at hand, who would still care about that crappy spiritual energy pill? Go home. With 700,000 yuan in his pocket, Qin Tianming went home happily. Half an hour later, Qin Tianming returned to an old residential complex, walked to the door of his home, took out the key, opened the door and went in. The house was quiet, and his parents had gone out to work. He returned to his room, lay on the bed, calmed down and began to think that according to his current level, he could already go to a good martial arts university, and was only slightly inferior to those monsters in the key classes in the school. The average spiritual energy value of students in key classes is above 10 points, and almost all of them can go to martial arts university. In an ordinary class, it is considered a blessing to have 2 or 3 such students in a year. When I tested it yesterday, the highest psychic energy value was only 9 points, which was a little short. At this moment, the cell phone vibrated and the head teacher was at all members. At everyone, let me congratulate Li Gang from our class for being the first to reach 10 points in spiritual energy, thus qualifying for the martial arts exam. I also hope everyone will work hard. Fuck, squad leader is awesome. Squad leader, 666. The squad leader has actually broken through level 10. With only a month left, he'll be able to break through and become a warrior. Squad leader, please send a red envelope to celebrate. After a while, there were already 99 plus unread messages on Qin Tianming's phone. Li Gang, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. I just broke through to 10 spiritual energy, and I'm still some distance away from being a warrior. Homeroom teacher, you are a gifted boy. You have reached 10 spiritual energy points so quickly. I think you will be able to get into the martial arts university. It seems that the teacher's bonus this year will be settled. Looking at the messages sent by the head teacher and Li Gang, Qin Tianming could imagine how happy they must be. I don't know how much shock value I can gain when I reveal a glimpse of my cultivation. He looked at his phone and muttered to himself. After all, I am really poor now, and I only have 4 simulation points left on my body. At this moment, the head teacher sent out another message, which was specially marked in red. At all members. According to the Municipal Education Bureau, members of the evil cult Lingshan have spread to the vicinity of Yucheng. Students, please do not go out without permission these days, especially after dark. Go out in groups during the day. Fear JPG. WC, Mr. Class, don't scare me, my psychic power is only 5.6, I'll be dead if I meet you. In our class, I think only the class monitor can stand up to the evil cult members. We are all little karamis. The homeroom teacher said, don't worry, the Education Bureau has already arranged for someone from Magic City Martial Arts University to handle this matter. Then he posted a photo. There were 6 people in the photo, and the one standing in the middle was obviously Si Huayan. As soon as Qin Tianming saw the words Magic City Martial Arts University, he thought of Si Huayan. He didn't expect it was really her, but this also explained why he met her in Yucheng. The woman in the middle is so beautiful. This is the campus beauty of Magic City University, Sanjing, beautiful and powerful. Sigma? How did you know about the upstairs? My dream is to get into the Magic City Martial Arts University. I often read news about this university on TikTok. Of course I know she's the campus beauty. School beauty? No wonder she's so beautiful. If I could be her boyfriend, I'd be willing to live 10 years less. Whoever pees yellow, give him a sip, otherwise he is still dreaming. The topic in the class group suddenly changed direction and turned towards Si Huayan. Qin Tianming felt helpless when he saw the news that was flooding his classmates' screens. She was indeed very beautiful, but she was also very timid. Who in their right mind would say they want to get married right away? However, he felt secretly happy when he saw his classmates discussing his wife. At this time, Li Gang came out again and sent a message. Li Gang, don't think about it, she already has a boyfriend, and he seems to be from our Yucheng. Damn, who is this? Is there such a fierce person in Yucheng? Li Gang, you can go to the local channel on Douyin and you will know. It's going viral now, and he doesn't look like he's even in college yet. Holy crap, a high school student? Holy crap, which family is this peerless genius from? When Qin Tianming saw this message, he couldn't sit still anymore and quickly checked it on a certain local audio platform. The first video I saw was of Si Huayan holding a man's arm and taking a photo in front of a store, but the man's face was blurred. Phew, luckily the man who filmed the video still had some conscience and knew to mosaic the video. If this vest was exposed now, I don't know how much shock value he would lose. Qin Tianming breathed a sigh of relief. Then he didn't care about these things anymore, thinking that he only had single-digit simulation points, he didn't feel safe at all, and his strength was actually limited by poverty. I have to find a way to earn simulation points. At this time, he heard a click and knew that his parents had returned. You always come back at this time. Qin Tianming opened the door and walked out. Mom, you're back. Come and take a rest. I'll get you a glass of water. Jean's father, stinky boy, pour some water for your mother, where's your father? Lao dang, the water dispenser is right next to you. Jean's father. After the family of three had finished their meal, Jean's father asked, Stinky boy, have you used the spiritual energy pill you bought? How was the effect? When Jean's mother heard this, she looked at him expectantly. After all, it's no exaggeration to say that the treatment of warriors and ordinary people is worlds apart. Jean Tianming chuckled and patted his chest. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I've already broken through to the first level of martial artist. I'm sure I'll be able to get into a martial arts university. Jean's father and mother were both stunned. They didn't expect that he had already broken through to the first level of warrior. After all, he was just an ordinary person with a spiritual energy value of only 3 before. What followed was extreme excitement. I didn't expect that my Qin family would also produce a warrior today. May our ancestors bless us. It's really our ancestors' blessing. From now on, my Qin family can be considered glorious. Mother Qin also muttered to herself, thanks to the ancestors for blessing me. I must pick a good day to burn the grave of my ancestors and pay my respects to them. Oh, yes, I must go and pay my respects to our ancestors. Thanks to them for their blessings. As for how Qin Tianming reached the first level so quickly, what does it have to do with them? The important thing is that he is their son, and that is enough. Ding, congratulations to the host for shocking his parents. 4,000 shock points have been converted into simulation points. Just as they were talking happily, a cell phone ringing broke the lively atmosphere. The vast horizon is my love. It was Qin Tianming's Feishan ringtone. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was his wife calling. He quickly took his phone and ran to his bedroom and closed the door. The couple in the room looked at each other in bewilderment. It is said that no one knows a son better than his father. Qin's father, something's wrong. This kid never answered the phone with his back to us before. Qin's mother, look at him like this, he looks a bit like when we first started dating. Having said this, the couple looked at each other and said in unison. Could it be? Qin Tianming returned to the room, closed the door, and answered the phone. He saw a breathtaking face reflected on the phone screen. Qin Tianming was busy awakening the system before and didn't get a good look at his wife. Now he took a closer look. I was immediately shocked by her beauty. I felt like I couldn't see enough of her. The more I looked at her, the more I wanted to see her. Si Huayan on the other end of the phone frowned slightly and snorted, What took you so long to answer? What were you doing? Tell the truth quickly. Qin Tianming had no choice but to describe what had just happened. So what? We're getting married tomorrow, so we'll meet sooner or later. If we see each other, then we see each other. Qin Tianming was embarrassed. I feel like we are moving too fast. I can't adapt yet. What's so hard to adapt to? I can adapt to it, so why can't you? Just stand firm. Just as the couple were chattering about something, the door at the back was quietly opened and 2 heads popped out one after the other. The old couple saw Si Huayan on the mobile phone screen on the table and became excited. Ding, the host's parents were shocked to find a girlfriend, and received 6,000 shock points, which have now been converted into simulation points. Has 504 simulation points. When Si Huayan saw the 2 heads behind the door, he knew it was his parents, and hurriedly shouted, Uncle, hello, I am Tianming's girlfriend, Qin Tianming, please give the phone to your parents oh. After hearing this, Qin's father walked in and slapped Qin Tianming on the back of the head, Little brat, what are you hiding for? You found a partner but you didn't even show it to your parents. Then he took the phone, smiled and said, Oh, this girl is so pretty. I hope my bad boy didn't bully you. As he spoke, he walked towards Qin's mother, and soon the 3 of them started to fight fiercely. Si Huayan called the 2 old people uncle and aunt one after another, making them laugh heartily. Mother Qin, my daughter, if it were me, don't call them uncle or auntie. It's too distant. Just call them mom and dad. Si Huayan immediately called out sweetly, Dad. Mom, dot. Oh, okay, don't worry. If that brat bullies you, just tell us and we will help you deal with him. Qin's mother agreed immediately and returned the phone to Qin Tianming. When Qin Tianming heard this, he immediately muttered, Dad, Mom, how dare I bully her? It's good enough that she doesn't bully me. After hearing this, Qin Ma said disrespectfully, That's how it should be, so you don't bully Si Hui. After Qin Tianming took the phone, it seemed that something happened on Si Huayan's side. Dad, Mom, I'll come to see you another day. I have something to do here, so I'll hang up first. Qin Tianming, don't forget our appointment tomorrow. I'll wait for you at the school gate in the afternoon. Then he left in a hurry. Ding, the host's wife interacted with the host and his family. She was very satisfied. 3,000 interaction points are awarded. Current simulation score, 804 points. Qin Tianming was very excited when he saw the points on the system panel. He was only 200 points away from another simulation. Just thinking about it made him excited. System, call up the panel. Host, Qin Tianming. Realm, 1 realm. Skill, none. Simulation points, 804. Achievements, family younger brother, you are a good person. He looked at the panel and fell into a deep sleep with anticipation for a better life tomorrow. Chapter 3. The whole class was shocked. Early in the morning, Qin Tianming took his household registration book to school. When he arrived at Yuqing No. 1 Middle School, he heard voices coming from the classroom before he even entered the classroom. Squad leader, I was saying the day before yesterday that you would definitely be qualified to take the martial arts exam. I didn't expect you to do it so soon. My spiritual energy is only 6 points now. I've decided to buy spiritual energy pills after school and give it a try in this last hour. Isn't that nonsense? With the squad leader's qualifications, isn't it normal for him to be able to apply for the martial arts exam? I just don't know which university the squad leader is aiming for. A spiritual energy value of 10 points only qualifies you for the martial arts exam. If you want to be admitted to a better martial arts university, like the last batch of students admitted by Yuqing University, the minimum spiritual energy value is 11 points. If you want to apply to a top university like the Magic City Martial Arts University, you must be a mid-level martial artist. However, top universities are something that students in key classes need to consider, while the goal of students in ordinary classes is universities like Yuqing University. My current spiritual energy value has reached 10 points. I still have a month to go, and it is not impossible to reach the first level. So my goal is Nanzhou University. As expected of the class monitor, Nanzhou University is also ranked high in the country. Amidst the compliments, Qin Tianming slowly returned to his seat. Hey, son, look, isn't Li Gang qualified to take the martial arts exam? He's showing off here every day. I'm almost fed up with him. Your dad can also take the martial arts exam now, but he's not as arrogant as him. The person who spoke was a little fat boy named Lin Jie, who was also his best friend in the class. He was fat and had big ears, but his facial features were normal, but just like before, he didn't have much presence. Speaking of which, son, how are you doing now? Do you want a spiritual chi pill? I have an extra mid-grade spiritual chi pill here. It is my duty as a father to help you. Qin Tianming, get lost. Your father is already a first-level warrior now. You should sell your spiritual energy pill to those who need it. But fatty, where did you get the spiritual energy pill? It's not cheap. Lin Jie, son, you may not believe this, but I only found out yesterday that I'm a second-generation martial artist. My mother is the second daughter of the head of the Han family in Modu, and my father is the youngest son of the second head of the Lin family in Kyoto. They were unhappy with their parents' arranged marriages, so they ended up together by chance. Then they ran away from the marriage and cut off contact with their families. The martial arts exam was just around the corner, and my psychic energy hadn't yet reached the registration requirements. They contacted my family for the first time. When my grandfather and maternal grandfather found out, they rushed over from the Magic City in Kyoto that very day to help raise my psychic energy. It turns out that Wu Erdai is right next to me. Qin Tianming was speechless. Son, so you are the damned second generation of Wu. Fatty, let's go to the library together. I'm at the first level and need to pick out some basic exercises to practice. Nowadays, the school no longer provides classes for students because the cultural subjects have been tested and the only thing left is the martial arts test. The school will occasionally take time to pass on its experience to martial artists. If he didn't have the awakening system, he wouldn't have to come to school anymore. Although he was ranked first in the school in terms of education, his initial psychic energy value was too low, and it would be unlikely to reach 10 points in a month. There weren't many people in the class today, so he went straight to the library. Wait, my son, I'll go with you. When Lin Jie saw him leave, he hurriedly followed him. When they reached the door, Li Gang saw that he did not compliment him like others did, and he spoke in a sarcastic tone to Qin Tianming's back. So what if he got first place in the school in the academic subjects? With such low initial spiritual power, he can't possibly become a warrior. He is destined to be an ordinary person. He will be from a different world from us. If it were me, I would be too embarrassed to come to school. When Qin Tianming heard these sarcastic words, he paused and turned to look at him. Are you stupid? It's none of your business whether I come or not. When Li Gang heard this, his face turned red. Everyone in the class at this school complimented him, but he didn't expect to be scolded by him. He said angrily, "Isn't it? A loser with such low psychic energy, so what if he does well in academic subjects? He's still just an ordinary person. To be honest, I've disliked you for a long time. From now on, you and I are from two different worlds." Seeing how furious he was, Qin Tianming nodded in agreement. "You're right. From now on, we are indeed people from two different worlds." After saying this, Qin Tianming moved and came to Li Gang in an instant. He slapped him in the face, and before he could react, he slapped him again with his backhand. "You're calling your mom here, your mouth is so foul, didn't you go to the toilet at home to eat shit this morning? Didn't your parents teach you how to be a human being, or did they not teach you when you were born?" Qin Tianming slowly withdrew his hand, and the people around him were stunned. The host shocked Zhang San, Li Si and others, and gained 5,000 shock points. The host shocked Li Gang and gained 8,000 shock points. 8,000 points? It seems that Li Gang is not as useless as I thought. He is just an ATM. Qin Tianming thought to himself. At this time, Li Gang just realized that he was beaten, and by someone he looked down upon. His eyes were bloodshot. "You dare to hit me? I'll fucking kill you." Li Gang raised his arm, activated the spiritual energy in his body, and prepared to punch Qin Tianming in the chest. Unexpectedly, before he could throw a punch, he was caught by Qin Tianming. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. How is that possible? How could your strength be stronger than mine? I have 10 points of psychic power. At this moment, Qin Tianming looked at the clown in front of him and said calmly, "Son, today your father will reluctantly teach you a lesson. It means there are always people better than you. If you don't have the corresponding strength, shut up." Then he used his arms to lift Li Gang up and threw him to the ground, which frightened the people around him. Ding, shock the students around you, gain 5,000 shock points. Fuck. The squad leader was hung up and beaten. Doesn't he have 10 psychic energy? Are you stupid? The squad leader has 10 psychic energy. The fact that he was hung up and beaten shows that Qin Tianming is much stronger than him. He is probably already a warrior. He's a very capable person, but Li Gang deserves it. He wants to provoke everyone he sees, as if he thinks he's invincible. Li Gang was no longer in the mood to listen to what the people around him were saying. He lay on the floor, muttering, "How is this possible? How could you be in the first realm? Isn't your initial spiritual energy value very low?" He looked obviously incredulous. Qin Tianming walked past him and said, "Be more careful with your mouth next time and don't spew shit all day long." He took the equally shocked Lin Jie to the library. "Fuck, brother Qin, you were so handsome just now. I haven't been able to stand Li Gang for a long time. He acts like an idiot all the time." Lin Jie kept talking beside him and gestured a few times with his hands. "Originally, I didn't want to hit him, but he insisted on pretending to be cool in front of me and was so sarcastic. A gentleman's revenge is never too late." Qin Tianming also answered happily. The two came to the library. There were more than 20 basic martial arts books in the school library. There were not many people there at the time, so the two borrowed them quickly. Qin Tianming borrowed 3 books. Use of basic exercises. Psionic basic bodybuilding method. Psychic fist. Holding these 3 books, Qin Tianming sat with Lin Jie in a deserted place. He opened the system panel and the simulated points suddenly reached 1704 points. Ding, psychic skills detected. Do you want to spend 1,000 simulation points to deduce? Yes. No. Qin Tianming saw the system's deduction function and asked curiously. System, what is the purpose of this deduction? Ding, as a good system for the host's wholehearted development, the deduction function can help the host practice the skills, without the host having to practice personally, and the deduced proficiency is at a perfect level, without any flaws. Qin Tianming exclaimed in his heart, wow, it's worthy of being a system. As the host of the system, you only need to consider how to interact with your wife and how to show off in front of others to gain simulation value. Others have more to consider. System, start deduction. Chapter 4. The school beauty's boyfriend is from our school. The system is being deduced. Deduction of skills, low-level psychic fist. On the 10th day of understanding the psychic fist, you have gained some insights and successfully upgraded the psychic fist to the entry level. On the 30th day of comprehending the psychic fist, you have broken through the bottleneck of the technique and have reached the proficient level of psychic fist. After 2 months of comprehending the psychic fist, you are limited by your understanding and still cannot grasp the key points. In the 8th month, you finally get a sense of something by chance, breaking through the bottleneck, and your psychic fist reaches the grand perfection realm. After 3 years of realizing the psychic fist, you still haven't made any further progress. Perhaps you need to spend more time to realize the breakthrough. Ding, simulation points have been consumed. You need more simulation points to continue deduction. As the deduction ended, the experience of the psychic fist was instilled into his mind, as if he had practiced this technique thousands of times and was extremely familiar with it. He could mobilize his own psychic energy at any time and fully perform the psychic fist. He took a long breath and slowly calmed his breathing. Is this psychic fist really that difficult to practice? I've been practicing for 4 years and still can't master it perfectly. Or is it that I'm just too untalented? Even low-level techniques take a long time to master. Forget it, the early bird catches the worm. As long as I have my own simulation points, I can master any level of martial arts. Qin Tianming secretly clenched his hands, then whispered to Lin Jie beside him. Fatty, what do you think of the technique? It feels quite simple. Once I become a first-level warrior, I should be able to master it quickly. After all, it's only the lowest level of martial arts. As the two were talking, there was a noise coming from downstairs. Lin Jie curiously looked through the window, then suddenly turned around and shouted to Qin Tianming excitedly. Oh my god, brother Qin, come and look, it's the Magic City campus beauty that I posted in the class group before. Why is she here at the gate of our school? I heard rumors online that her boyfriend is from Yucheng, and he's a high school student. Oh my god, brother Qin, could it be someone from our school? Just as the little fat boy was shouting something excitedly, Qin Tianming's cell phone started vibrating. He took it out and saw that it was a message from his wife. Angry wife, husband equals carrot carrot equals where are you? I'm at the gate of your school, come out quickly and I'll pick you up. He's so handsome, you're standing at the school gate so openly. Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? I'm worried about the bad influence. Irritable wife, stop talking nonsense? You're my husband, don't I know you? You must be secretly happy right now, come out quickly, don't make me wait too long. Qin Tianming was slightly surprised when he saw her latest message. Oh my god. What's going on? How does she know me so well? She knows what I'm thinking in just 2 days. I'm sure she'll be able to manipulate me from now on. He couldn't help but think a little pessimistically, and then said to Lin Jie, who was still lying at the window. Fatty, come with me downstairs, my wife is here to pick me up. Lin Jie. Brother Qin, where did you get a wife? Didn't you even have a girlfriend before? When did you secretly get rid of your single status without telling me? Qin Tianming, my wife is downstairs now, at the school gate. Lin Jie, at the school gate? No, there aren't any. Besides the beauty from Magic City University, there are only men there. There are no other women at all. You're not talking about the same thing I mentioned, are you? That's right, it's what you said. Hurry up and don't make my wife wait anxiously. I don't want to kneel on the washboard when I get home. Qin Tianming said anxiously. Pfft, brother Qin, forget about you lying to me, I don't blame you, but don't fool yourself. Oh, I'm not kidding you, just follow me downstairs. After saying that, he grabbed the fat man's hand and walked downstairs. At this time, Si Huayan, who was standing at the school gate, was looking around, looking at the figure with anticipation in his eyes. Why haven't they come yet? These people are so annoying. They're surrounding me and blocking my view. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure walking towards her, dragging a fat man with him. Hey, brother Qin, you are really my brother. You are embarrassing yourself now and you still bring me with you. I am also willing to sacrifice my life for you. When you die, remember to stand in front of me. I am not as thick-skinned as you. As Lin Jia was being pulled away by Qin Tianming, he kept complaining and complaining. Qin Tianming knew his best friend's character very well. Brother Qin, look, she seems to be walking towards us. WC Brother Qin, you can't be telling the truth, right? Brother Qin, you've been hiding it from me so hard. Lin Jia tactfully walked aside and watched the school beauty run over and throw herself into Qin Tianming's arms. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to hear the sound of heartbreak all over the floor. Si Huaiyan was in Qin Tianming's arms. She first sniffed his collar, then buried her head in his chest. After enjoying it for a while, she asked him in a soft voice. What took you so long? Who's that fat guy next to you? Did you miss me all day? See? He kept chattering in Qin Tianming's ear. At this time, Qin Tianming was listening to the system's broadcast in his mind. The host shocks the surrounding crowd and gains 10,000 shock points. Host is shocked. The host hugs and interacts with his wife, making her feel at ease, and gains 1 W interaction points. Ding, ding, ding. The system prompts sound constantly in my mind. Simulation points remaining 10,000. Qin Tianming knew that this would shock many people, but he didn't expect to get so many shock points. At this moment, he looked at the remaining simulation points, and there was only one sentence in his mind: I'm rich. Then he hugged Si Huaiyan even tighter. It turned out that his wife was really his treasure. Listening to the chattering in my ears, I felt a sense of peace and warmth in my heart for no reason. I have been promoted to a higher realm. I was just studying in the library. The fat guy next to me is my best friend in school. I was just studying with him in the library. As for whether I missed you or not. I saw him lower his head and look at Si Huaiyan's cheek seriously, then spoke in a very serious tone. I've been thinking about it since I separated from you yesterday. After hearing this, Si Huaiyan's face suddenly turned red, then she broke away from his arms and pulled him towards her car. Fatty, I'm leaving first. You can take a taxi back by yourself. Lin Jia looked at them in astonishment as they got into the car and left, and he himself became increasingly disheveled in the wind. For a moment he didn't know whether to bless him or slander him. After all, I am afraid that my brother is having a hard life, and I am also afraid that he is driving a Land Rover. Now he no longer drives a Land Rover, but a top-of-the-line luxury car. After Si Huaiyan drove away with Qin Tianming, the school gate was in an uproar. What did I see? The school beauty actually threw herself at someone from our school. When did our school have such a genius? Wow, my goddess is gone, I have to find a new goddess again, woo woo woo. The one upstairs, this seems to be the 103rd goddess you like, right? Fuck, if this guy does a live stream teaching how to pick up girls, I'll definitely go and learn from him. +1. +1. In the car, Si Huaiyan's face had returned to normal. Qin Tianming looked at her carefully at this time and found that she was wearing a white dress today. She was full of youthful vitality, just like a girl next door, and was pleasing to the eye. Seeing him immersed in his own beauty, Si Huaiyan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then asked softly. Did you bring your household registration? It just so happens that there's some time available at the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. Qin Tianming came back to his senses when he heard her question. Yes, it's on me. Then he began to carefully observe the car he was sitting in. The interior was pink, clean and tidy, and it was a light luxury type. He could hardly hear the sound of the engine in the car. Qin Tianming asked Si Huaiyan. Honey, how much did you pay for this car? The sound insulation seems to be very good. I can't hear any noise outside. It's not much money, just over 10 million yuan. Si Huaiyan said this in a calm tone, as if more than 10 million was just a little pocket money. Over 10 million. Qin Tianming took a deep breath at this moment. This was something he had never dared to think about before. It turned out that he had underestimated the world of the rich before. Seeing him like this, Si Huaiyan couldn't help but find it a little funny and wanted to take a picture of his expression and save it in his phone. Alright, you look so useless, it's just over 10 million, you'll know when you become a high-level warrior, this amount of money is nothing. Sit tight, the Civil Affairs Bureau is almost here. Don't let me down when the time comes, husband. Si Huaiyan spoke softly to Qin Tianming while driving. Chapter 5: Getting married just before going to college. In front of the Yuqing Civil Affairs Bureau. The staff sat bored in front of the stage. TSK, these days everyone is here to get a divorce, no one is here to get married. That's right. The couple who just left seem to have gotten their marriage license last week, and they're already getting a divorce before a week has even passed. The two staff members were chatting with each other, and their words were all criticisms of modern marriage. They checked the time, and just as they were about to get off work, a car stopped at the gate. A beautiful girl in a white dress came down from the upper seat, followed by a boy dressed obviously like a student from the passenger seat. The girl simply took the boy's hand and walked towards the workbench. We need to get a marriage certificate. Shin Tianming, give me your household registration booklet, the girl said to the other boy. The two staff members looked at each other, and one of them looked at the boy dressed as a student with suspicion. Are you an adult? According to the law, you can't get married if you're underage. After hearing this, Shin Tianming nodded hurriedly. I'm an adult. I just recently became an adult. You can look at the information in the household registration book. The staff member took a look at the household registration books of the two people. Si Huiyan, female, from Shanghai, 19 years old. Shin Tianming, male, from Chongqing, 18 years old. Without a doubt, this is the youngest marriage certificate they have processed during their working time. After a while, Si Huiyan took the two marriage certificates in his hand, took a few photos with his mobile phone, and then posted them on WeChat Moments. There were 2 likes immediately under his circle of friends. Lao Deng, your photo is well edited. Don't edit it next time to avoid misunderstandings. Mother, daughter, what's going on? Do you want to fall in love? Let me introduce you to some. Si Huiyan replied under the comment, the photo is not, it's just like what you see, I am married? There was a moment of silence. It was obvious that the two elders were deeply shocked by the news. Then Si Huiyan's message started shaking wildly. He opened Fission and the messages popped up one by one. Lao Deng, 60s voice. Lao Deng, 60s voice. Lao Deng, 60s voice. At a glance, there were more than a dozen voice messages. Si Huiyan casually clicked on a few messages, then whispered to Shin Tianming, my parents want to see you soon. Go back and prepare. After you finish the martial arts exam, I'll take you to my house. Shin Tianming watched her operations from the side and nodded blankly, obviously still not recovering from the shock of having already gotten married and obtained a marriage certificate. How about going back to my house and meeting my parents first, he suggested. After all, now that they were married, they should at least let their parents see the real person. Okay, that's what I was planning, but I didn't expect you to bring it up first. Why don't you accompany me to the mall to buy some things first? In the IKEA store, Shin Tianming was carrying large and small bags and following behind Si Huiyan. There were also staff members behind him who were also carrying large and small bags. This, that, and this, pack them all up for me. The staff behind her quickly stepped forward and packed up all the things she pointed to. This was a big client, and the commission from each division was almost enough for their monthly salary. Okay, that's all. Pack it all up and send it to the address I gave you. After that, Shin Tianming gave them everything in his hands and let Si Huiyan take him to the car. Looking at the hustle and bustle of traffic outside the car window, Shin Tianming had all kinds of thoughts running through his mind. The day before yesterday, he was a poor loser who couldn't even awaken as a warrior. Now, he is sitting in a luxury car, has a beautiful and sensible wife, and has awakened the system. His future is promising. The difference between the two is as vast as heaven and earth. Looking at the scenery outside the window, he felt like he was looking at his past self. Thinking of this, my mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts, and I felt that my recent experiences were like a dream. Si Huiyan, who was driving beside him, keenly noticed his change and couldn't help but ask softly. What's wrong, husband? Is there something on your mind? Shin Tianming was not surprised that Si Huiyan had noticed his thoughts. After all, since they met, she seemed to know him very well. He didn't know why, and ultimately just attributed it to women's innate talent. Nothing, I just feel like the past 2 days have been too dreamy. Not only have I become a first-realm warrior, but I've also found a beautiful, caring, and sensible wife. Just 2 days ago, I was just a poor kid with nothing. Come to think of it, wife, we didn't even know each other before, why do you want me to marry you the moment we met? Si Huiyan was slightly startled when he heard this, then he said softly, now is not the time to tell you, I will tell you when the time comes, okay? Husband? Those who want to know what happened can read chapters 51 and 52. Seeing Si Huiyan showing such a little woman's expression, Shin Tianming called her a witch in his heart. He couldn't stand it at all and couldn't bear the impact of such an expression. Okay, of course I trust my wife unconditionally.
Qin Tianming said this with great confidence, but his eyes involuntarily glanced at her thighs, then he quickly retracted his gaze, lowered his head slightly, and muttered in his heart.
Amitba, such white and delicate evil.
Of course, this little action could not escape the detection of Si Huayan, who had reached the third level of cultivation. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, pushed the hair beside her ear behind her ear, and slightly opened her red lips.
Husband, you have already entered the first realm. It's time to practice a technique.
I have a technique here that I practiced when I was in the first realm.
You can take it and practice it.
Then she handed Qin Tianming a book.
After he got it, he saw the words Fire Spirit Heart Method on the cover. Use System Exploration. Fire Spirit Heart Technique. Advanced Exercises.
Purify your own fire attributed spiritual energy.
When using spiritual energy, you will have flame energy. The higher the degree of purification, the stronger the flame energy.
Alright, you probably don't know yet, but everyone's spiritual energy has 5 spiritual attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth.
Each attribute has a different proportion, and the spiritual attribute with the largest proportion is the one that is most suitable for one's cultivation.
Low-level techniques simply use psychic energy roughly, while high-level techniques use it according to the properties of psychic energy.
With the same amount of psychic energy, its power will be several levels stronger than that of low-level techniques. For example, my spiritual energy is 74% water attributed.
So, practicing water attributed techniques is the most suitable.
Some special people may awaken other attributes, such as space, darkness, light, etc. However, those who awaken these attributes are rare. Most people have the 5 elements.
Qin Tianming asked the system to investigate himself, and found that the fire attribute accounted for 76%, which made him the most suitable person for cultivating the fire attribute. He listened carefully to what his wife said, but perhaps because he trusted his wife too much, he did not notice the loophole in her words. Since she was most suitable for water-attributed exercises, why did she start practicing the fire-attributed exercises that suited her best?
Wife, you are so good to me. I don't know how to repay you.
Si Huayan opened her seductive red lips and chuckled as she said, "How else do you want to repay me?
Haven't you already pledged your love to me? Husband." Qin Tianming's heart trembled when he heard this.
The newlywed couple chatted and laughed with each other as they drove to an old residential area. Qin Tianming took out the key, pushed open the door, and walked in with Si Huayan. They saw their parents looking at them in astonishment. "Ding, your parents are very shocked by the wife you suddenly brought home. You gained 10,000 shock points."
As soon as Si Huayan walked in, he greeted them with a smile. "Dad, Mom, hello. I bought you some gifts. The store staff will bring them over later." Chapter 6 Breakthrough Again.
Only when they heard Si Huayan calling them Mom and Dad did they react.
"Oh. Isn't this my daughter Si Hui? Come and sit down. Qin Tianming is such a bad boy.
He didn't even tell us that you were coming to our house, so we didn't prepare anything."
Mother Qin hurriedly pulled Si Huayan to the sofa. "Honey, let's go out and buy some vegetables later.
I'll show you your specialties today." Seeing this scene, Si Huayan laughed.
"Mom, I've been seeing on Madu that only men cook in Yucheng. Now it seems to be true.
I'm going to try Dad's cooking skills when the time comes."
"Si Hui, that's for sure.
You're with my boy, so you can leave all the cooking to him. He's been taught to cook well by my husband and me since he was a child." "Then Mom, I'm in for a treat."
Si Huayan smiled even more happily, and glanced at Qin Tianming beside him, as if to say, "Did you hear that? Your mother said that cooking will be left to you from now on." Qin Tianming didn't dare to say anything when he saw this.
He just put on a smile and patted his chest. "Of course, leave it to me.
I guarantee that my wife will be satisfied.
My daughter, please stay at home first.
We will go out and buy some vegetables."
After saying this, the old couple hurried downstairs with smiles on their faces.
With a bang, the room instantly became quiet.
Si Huayan sat on the sofa, with tenderness in her eyes, and opened her arms to him and said coquettishly, "Hubby, I want a hug, Sigma, Sigma." In an instant, he felt that the hardest steel had turned into something as soft as silk.
I cried out in my heart, "Which man can withstand this?"
Holding her in my arms, I felt that her whole body was fragrant and soft, her warm body leaning against my chest, and I could feel the warm breath blowing on my neck. His nostrils were filled with the charming fragrance of her hair.
He was completely absorbed in the warm atmosphere and enjoyed this rare tranquility.
Suddenly I understood the true meaning of the old saying, a wife, children, and a warm bed. He felt the girl in his arms slowly begin to exert force, hugging him tightly and burying her head in his neck. It was as if he was about to leave her, but he was desperately trying to keep himself.
Qin Tianming didn't know why this happened.
He only knew that he increased the strength in his hands, wanting to give her more embrace and a sense of security, because she was the wife who would accompany him through life.
After I complete my mission in a few days, I will return to the Magic City.
A soft voice was heard. Qin Tianming looked at her and nodded softly.
Remember to come find me after you finish your martial arts exam. I'll take you to meet my parents. Qin Tianming still nodded. Be careful these past few days. A cult member has infiltrated this area. Our mission is to catch this person. When we were trying to catch the last one, he got away. If you encounter any problems, remember to call me. Also, remember to apply to Modu Budo University. I'll be waiting for you at school.
Just like a wife who was worried about her husband, Si Huaiyan kept chattering about important news and unimportant things. Qin Tianming hugged her and said seriously, I will definitely be admitted to the Magic City Martial Arts University, for myself and for you. Looking at her delicate face, her slightly rosy cheeks, the strands of hair on her forehead, and her tender eyes, I couldn't help but be a little infatuated. One hand held her back, and the other hand instinctively wanted to grope slowly down along her back, but just when it was about to succeed, it was stopped by the other hand.
What are you doing? Come on, it's not time yet.
He calmed himself down, took a few deep breaths, and then slowly calmed the eagerness in his heart.
Changing the subject, he asked, what realm is that cult member you caught? He actually managed to escape from you.
He's in the late second realm, about to enter the third realm. The technique he practices is a bit special, and he's very proficient at escaping. If he uses all his strength, his speed is no slower than someone in the middle third realm.
No wonder he was able to run away. Don't worry, honey. I will definitely call you if anything happens.
Qin Tianming thought for a moment and then assured her.
Well, my teammates have some information about him. We should be able to capture him in a few days. Qin Tianming complained in his heart, your teammates' information may not be accurate.
After all, in the simulation, he will kill me in 7 days.
But of course he couldn't say these words to Si Huaiyan. Interact with my wife in the dormitory. My wife is very satisfied with my performance. I get 10,000 interaction points.
At this time, there was a knock on the door. It was his parents who came back from buying groceries. After opening the door and taking the dishes from their parents, they went to the kitchen. Qin Tianming and his father were responsible for cooking, while Si Huaiyan and his mother were responsible for washing and preparing the vegetables.
The whole family is having fun together, it's a heartwarming scene. After the dishes were prepared, the four of them ate. During the meal, Qin's father and mother kept picking up dishes for Si Huaiyan until her bowl was full. Si Huaiyan then gave the extra dishes to Qin Tianming before they stopped. Qin's father and mother looked at Si Huaiyan and liked her more and more.
They said that Qin Tianming was really lucky to find such a beautiful and generous girl. After dinner, several people sent Si Huaiyan downstairs, and Qin Tianming returned to his room and closed the door. He took a deep breath and recited silently in his heart.
System, how many simulation points do I have left? Ding, the host has 12,000 simulation points remaining.
Detected that the host's simulation points exceeded 10,000. Whether to start intermediate simulation consumes 10,000 simulation points.
Yes. No.
Qin Tianming looked at the intermediate simulation that consumed 10,000 simulation points, and suddenly felt that he was still the poor guy before.
System, what's the difference between this intermediate simulation and the primary simulation?
The primary simulation can only be simulated for a maximum of 1 month. In an intermediate simulation, if the host does not die, the simulation can last for 1 year. Seeing this, Qin Tianming decisively chose the primary simulation to test the waters first. What a joke, I died after only 10 days.
If it was an intermediate simulation, I would have lost a lot of money. Consume 1,000 simulation points and start simulation.
Day 1, you begin practicing the Fire Spirit Heart technique. On the 3rd day, you made no progress in your cultivation and were unable to enter the realm of cultivation. On the 5th day, while cooking in the kitchen, you look at the flames and think of your own cultivation method.
You feel something in your heart.
Congratulations, you have successfully entered the Fire Spirit Heart method. On the 6th day, you successfully broke through to the middle stage of the first realm with the help of advanced mental skills. On the 7th day, you knew the black-robed man was going to attack, so you notified your wife in advance and successfully captured the black-robed man. On the 10th day, under your wife's guidance, your mind method successfully reached the beginner level, and then your wife returned to the magic city to hand in the task. On the 12th day, you were inexplicably provoked by others, and you took care of them. On the 13th day, you were provoked again for no apparent reason.
This time, you easily defeated them as well. On the 15th day, another group of people came to trouble you. This time, it was obviously more difficult for you to deal with them. On the 20th day, someone has been bothering you for several days in a row. You become suspicious and capture a group of people. You used the great memory recovery technique to successfully find out the reason. It turns out that a young man named Lu has sent them to trouble you. On the 22nd day, after much inquiry, you finally learned that this young man surnamed Lu was Lu Chuan, your wife's die-hard suitor. Because he couldn't accept the fact that your wife was marrying you, he sent people to cause trouble for you, hoping to make you give up. On the 24th day, you learned that the Lu family was a top family in the Magic City. Lu Chuan was just an insignificant figure in the Lu family. He was currently in the middle stage of the second mirror cultivation stage. He had no real power and could not represent his family. He was just a small karami among your wife's many suitors. On the 27th day, you successfully broke through to the late stage of the first realm with the help of the yellow spirit pill you purchased for 700,000. Day 30, the day before the martial arts exam, you and Fatty are going to take the exam together. Nothing happens that day. Simulation end. Achievement, taunt, blue. Effect, you will always be inexplicably hostile to others, and the enemy will mock you mindlessly optional. Cultivation level obtained, late stage of the first realm.
As the simulation ended, the system began to infuse cultivation into the body, and the spiritual energy in the body continued to increase, stopping after expanding to 3 times its original size.
Looking at myself in the mirror, I found that my face had become whiter than before, and my body had become stronger. It seems that while the system is infusing you with energy, it is also changing your appearance. Nodded with satisfaction. I am still very handsome after all. Less than 1% of the readers. But my wife's suitors are a bit troublesome, like annoying flies. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. If the enemy comes, I will fight him with my soldiers, and if the water comes, I will block it with earth. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for me will be dealt with. This is the confidence that comes from my talent, hard work, and a little help from the system. Chapter 7 News Fermentation, Crisis Coming.
The minimum admission standard for the last Magic City Martial Arts University seemed to be the middle stage of the first realm.
Now I am in the late stage of the first realm, so I should be stable. However, I guess that people in the late stage of the first realm can only enter ordinary classes. I still need to continue to improve my skills, otherwise when I get to college, everyone will come to challenge me. If you use the primary simulation, there is only 1 month.
As time goes by, it becomes more difficult to improve your cultivation.
You may not be able to break through to the second level in this 1 month. It's better to master the skills first. System, deduction of skills. Ding, please choose elementary or intermediate deduction. Qin Tian Ming. System, what's the difference between the primary and intermediate deductions?
Primary deduction hosts can only perform deductions with their original talents, and the deduction time does not exceed 5 years. Intermediate deduction host can choose 2 entries provided by the system for deduction, and the deduction time shall not exceed 10 years.
Oh my god, is there any need to say this? He decisively chose the intermediate level.
He is well aware of his own talent. It took him 3 years to master the low-level skills.
System, select intermediate deduction. Please select the term you want to deduce. Perception is acceptable blue. Effect, your comprehension is pretty good, and you have your own opinions on some of the better exercises. Super talent, red. Effect, you have great talent. You can master many techniques after just 1 look at them. You can also comprehend advanced techniques in a short time. Strive to become stronger green. Effect, compared to others, you tend to work harder and always persevere in learning and practicing the exercises. No need to say, just choose the red entry to enter. Begin deduction. On the first day, you took out your skills and began to learn the Fire Spirit Heart method. You found that this method was very suitable for you. You have entered the door.
On the second day, while studying the technique, you discovered the many wonderful uses of the fire spirit technique and successfully entered the primary stage. On the fifth day, during a battle, you gained a profound understanding of the fire spirit's inner skills.
You successfully and skillfully applied them, defeating the enemy.
You have now reached mastery of the skills. A month later, you've made no new progress in your cultivation method and have reached a bottleneck.
However, you believe that given your talent, this is just a minor setback.
2 months later, when you were looking through other fire-attributed techniques, you discovered that they shared similarities. You successfully grasped the essence of the fire spiritual heart technique, and your technique was truly accomplished. For a year, you have been constantly practicing the fire spirit heart technique. You have become very proficient in this technique and have gained a lot of insights. However, you have been unable to make further progress and have been unable to break through the bottleneck. In the second year, you have mastered all the various techniques. As for the fire spirit heart technique, you have combined the strengths of hundreds of schools and achieved a breakthrough in it as you wished. Congratulations, your fire spirit heart technique has been perfected. Even the founder of this technique is not as familiar with it as you are. The goal of this simulation has been achieved and the simulation is over. You have gained the perfect understanding of the fire spirit heart method. In an instant, all kinds of insights flooded his mind. He felt that he could separate the fire-attributed spiritual energy in his body and make it into various forms of flames with ease. You know every detail of the exercises like the back of your hand. After gaining his insights, Qin Tianming came to the open space in the community and took advantage of the night when no one was around to test his skills. When you see a tree with a waste around it, choose it as your target. He was seen aiming at the big tree in front of him, and his energy was concentrated in his dantian.
Psychic fist.
Spiritual energy surged through his body, gathered in the palm of his fist, then condensed into a solid entity and suddenly burst out. The psychic energy struck the trunk of the tree, leaving a dent about 10 centimeters deep.
Even though it's just a low-level technique, its power shouldn't be underestimated. If it hits an ordinary person, they'll either die or be crippled. Try the fire spirit technique again.
He began to circulate his own spiritual energy, separating out the fire-attributed spiritual energy and gathering it in his dantian, gradually covering his entire body. From a distance, he was now wrapped in flames, making him look like the Lord of Fire descending to the world. He gathered a few strands of flame at his fingertips. The red and yellow flames danced on his fingertips. He placed the flames on the outer layer of the tree trunk. After a few seconds, a small area of the trunk turned into charcoal. Then he gathered all the flames in his body to one place outside his body and transformed it into the shape of a tiger, about 1 man tall and half a man wide. As he waved his hands, the flames rushed towards the tree trunk. The tree trunk snapped with a sound, and a little flame remained at the broken end. This power is more than 10 times greater than using the full force of the psychic fist. If I combine the psychic fist and the fire spirit technique, the power will probably be even higher. He thought. He did what he said. Now he has practiced the fire spirit heart technique to perfection, and the spirit energy fist has also reached the great success level. It is undoubtedly relatively simple to combine the two techniques. He dissipated all the flames around his body and concentrated them near the palm of his fist. He condensed the huge flame into the size of a fist, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. As he released the fire-attributed spiritual energy he had gathered, a flame shot up into the sky. In an instant, the darkness near the square was partially dispelled, and the area around him was as bright as day. The tree stump in front of him was directly engulfed by the flames, leaving only a pile of ash.
The remaining fire dragons flew away with undiminished power, and finally crashed into a rockery and disappeared completely.
He walked towards the rockery and saw some black ash remaining on it, with the surface already peeling off.
This power is simply increasing exponentially.
After seeing such extraordinary power, he returned home satisfied and fell asleep peacefully. The next day, I was woken up by a noise early in the morning.
Emergency notice: someone used explosives to destroy trees near the square last night. Report this incident and receive a 5,000 yuan reward. Emergency notice.
After hearing the content of the notice, Qin Tianming couldn't help but smile awkwardly, feeling a little guilty. After getting up, he finished his meal early and went out to buy some handy weapons. After all, he was a warrior now, so it would be unreasonable for him to be without weapons. Just as he was rushing to the arms market, a piece of news on the internet began to ferment.
Shocking. The boyfriend of the campus beauty from Magic City Buddy University is actually a high school student?
The boyfriend of the beauty from Wuhan University in Shanghai is actually him. The pursuer of the Wuhan University campus beauty in Shanghai made a public statement. The school beauty comes forward and confesses. She is sure that he is her boyfriend. At this time, in the Magic City, the Liu family.
Brother Liu. Oh no. Si Huayan, the girl you've been pursuing, has found a boyfriend. A henchman from the Liu family ran over, shouting as he ran.
A young man came up to him, about 20 years old, wearing an elegant suit and an imperial green jadeite of unknown value on his hand.
He had a restrained aura and a handsome face.
At this moment, he looked at the henchman who was running over in a hurry, his face full of displeasure, and said softly, "Why are you in such a hurry?"
You are my henchman of Mr. Liu, what will others think of me if they see you? After hearing this, the henchman immediately smiled and said, Yes. Yes. I understand. Okay, what's the matter? Mr. Liu, the Miss Suwayan you've been pursuing has announced that she has a boyfriend, and it seems he's a high school student.
When Liu Tian heard this, he was shocked.
Why the hell didn't you tell me earlier?
He asked, and then he kicked him. After being kicked, the henchman stood up again and said with a look of grievance,
Mr. Liu, I told you that when I came here. Still trying to quibble. Liu Tian was so angry that he started to curse again. Tell me specifically, what exactly happened?
The thug calmed down a little after hearing what Liu Tian said, and then he stood up and spoke. Mr. Liu, Miss Suwayan found a boyfriend while she was out on a mission.
She was photographed and posted on a certain audio platform.
Then the story spread even further, and now it's in the top 10 trending topics on Douyin. After Miss Suwayan noticed the growing popularity of the news, she publicly acknowledged it on Douyin herself. Then someone searched for him and found out that he was still a high school student preparing for the martial arts exam. After Liu Tian heard this, his expression began to gradually distort.
Where did this brat come from?
How dare you snatch a woman from me, and you haven't even gone to college yet?
I can't do it myself right now, otherwise people will gossip about me, and those in my family will laugh at me. I remember there's a guy called Lu Chuan down there.
Tell him to deal with this guy and tell him he did a good job. I'll give him a Tianling pill as a reward. After hearing the order, the thug ran out to pass on the message. Liu Tian sat back in his chair, calmed down, and muttered to himself, where on earth did this brat come from? I don't believe that Si Huayan would find a boyfriend without any special qualities.
Let Lu Chuan go and test the waters first.
Qin Tianming, one of the protagonists of this incident, was still in the weapons market, choosing equipment that he was satisfied with.
Chapter 8 Where are you from?
After selecting and choosing along the way, Qin Tianming came to a weapon store called Tianbing Pavilion and was instantly attracted by a spear on the counter. The gun is silver-white in appearance, and has various patterns on the gun body to help draw spiritual energy to the tip of the gun.
The gun is 2 meters long and looks very powerful.
But he knew at a glance that this was the store's treasure. This kind of treasure is definitely not something that a small warrior of the first realm like him can afford. So he turned his attention to another weapon next to the spear. It was the Bai Ling gun, the youth version of Jidao Ling gun plus. The price is 199,999.9 yuan. Sure enough, this weapon is more suitable for me. When the salesperson in the store saw a customer coming in, he hurried forward with a smile on his face.
Sir, which weapon from the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion have you taken a fancy to? We offer unconditional returns on our Tianbing Pavilion weapons within 7 days if there are any quality issues. Buy now and you can get a 9.5% discount. If you join our Tianbing Pavilion membership, you can enjoy a 15% discount and also enjoy the benefits of personal weapon crafting. If you spend more than 200,000 yuan in the store, you will also receive a 1-year warranty service. He was heart-beaten when he heard it. Wow, at first glance it really sounds like a lot of benefits. He pointed at the weapon and asked, how much is the Extreme Spiritual Spear plus Youth Edition White Spiritual Spear after the discount? The salesperson took out a calculator and started calculating on the spot. Our Tianbing Pavilion is having a sale right now. The Bailing Spear was originally priced at 199,999.9, but after rounding off the price, it's only 190,000 yuan now, and you can take it home. Hearing this, he took out his card without any further ado. Swipe the card. This is the reason why he is worth 700,000 yuan. Although the 500,000 yuan was given by his wife, isn't what belongs to his wife his own? Omega? On the way back, I was holding my youth version of the spear, feeling very happy.
The more I looked at the gun, the more handsome it looked. After all, it was my own weapon. After dancing casually a few times, the spear made a series of wind-breaking sounds. Pour spiritual energy into the spear, and the energy spreads along the spear body to the tip. A light red light appeared at the tip of the gun, and the gun body also emitted bursts of warmth. After performing a few gun tricks, he put the spear on his back and headed back. When I arrived at the gate of my community, I saw a group of people gathered there, talking about something. In the crowd, several young men questioned Shin's father. "Tell me, where did you put the things you stole from the factory? What do you mean by stealing things from the factory?" "I didn't take anything at all. I went straight home after get off work." "You still dare to quibble? The things were at your workstation, and they were all there before you left." "But they disappeared after you left. If it wasn't you who took them, who did? I'm warning you, if you don't take it out, don't blame me for being rude." As they spoke, the young men stepped forward and prepared to take action. "The thing must be on him, let's search it right away." Everyone around knew it, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that these people were just looking for trouble. But they are all ordinary people. These young people who are looking for trouble have psychic fluctuations, and they are obviously not people they can afford to offend. All I could do was quietly call the police, hoping they could solve the problem. Shin Tianming, who had just arrived nearby, saw this scene and his eyes suddenly turned red. The violent aura in his heart could not be concealed and emanated from him. He came to Shin's father, reached out and grabbed the man's hand, his eyes slightly fixed, and whispered, "Who are you? Who sent you?" The man was also stunned. He didn't expect that someone would jump out to stop him. It seemed that the person was a warrior. Then he grinned and said, "Boy, it's not good to meddle in other people's business. Do you know who we are?" Shin Tianming was in no mood to listen to their insignificant talk. If anyone dared to attack his family, they would have to be prepared to pay the price. Whispered, "I'm not in the mood to hear you talk about which power it is. I just want to know who sent you here to cause trouble. I'll count to 3, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." After hearing this, those people couldn't help but laugh. "You actually know that someone sent us here to cause trouble. But even if you knew, what can you do? The people behind us are beyond your imagination. Boy, what is your relationship with this family?" Shin's father, who was standing by, gently held his hand, signaling him not to be impulsive. After all, there were many people around. Shin Tianming nodded slightly to him, indicating that everything was fine. Then he turned and looked at these people. "I gave you a chance. Come find me if you dare. You won't tell me who ordered this, right? I'll beat you up until you tell me." Shin Tianming took out the spear from behind him and swept it across the person in front of him with lightning speed. The man never expected that he would suddenly attack and was caught off guard. He was hit by the spear and flew several meters away. When the rest of the people saw the scene, they all became furious. "Damn it, he dared to hit our boss. Brothers, let him see how powerful we are." Shin Tianming watched the scene calmly and secretly activated his psychic fist and fire spirit technique to focus on the white spirit spear. When they rush over, attack instantly. Bai Ling's gun emitted fiery red spiritual energy fluctuations, and the tip of the gun burst out with astonishing energy. He unleashed a fiery red semicircle, and all the men who were hit were knocked away, without any strength to resist. Wherever the spear passes, it moves forward. You take money to do something, but you don't even consider whether you have the ability to do it. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you come and cause trouble for me? Shin Tianming pointed his gun at the leader, and the tip of the gun flashed with a fiery red flame. Who sent you? Don't test my patience. The leader's pupils shrank slightly. When he saw the fiery red flames, he knew he had encountered a tough opponent. He himself was only in the middle stage of the first realm and was practicing only low-level techniques. Spiritual powers with attribute energy fluctuations are at least mid to high-level skills. Thinking of this, he decisively betrayed his employer, thinking bitterly in his heart, what high school student family? Their cultivation level is at most the early stage of the first realm. Damn, they have been hurt miserably. It was a man in a suit. He found us in a bar and told us to deal with a man named Shin Tianming. He also gave us information and told us to cause trouble for his family. After we're done, let's go to the tavern next door and he'll give us 150,000. Shin Tianming was so angry that he laughed after hearing this. He just attacked and broke one arm of all the men except the leader.
Anyway, they are not good things.
Then he said to the leader, I am Qin Tianming.
You useless bastards want to trouble me? Don't you know what kind of people you are? You stay and take me to find that person.
Everyone else, leave 10,000 each and get out of here. Seeing this, the man struggled to get up and walked away with Qin Tianming. Qin Tianming turned around and said to his father, Dad, you and Mom go back first.
I'll take care of it.
Qin's father wanted to say something when he heard this, but in the end he just nodded and said, Be careful.
Chapter 9. Who are you?
On the way to the tavern to find the person behind the scenes. The small leader who was leading the way in front thought bitterly in his heart that this kid's cultivation level was only at the late stage of the first realm at most.
But the person who was looking for me was at the second level of cultivation. I should take this kid with me and let the old man deal with it myself.
Qin Tianming, who was walking behind, was thinking about his own cultivation in the late stage of the first realm. In order to be on the safe side, he prepared to simulate his last simulation point.
System, start simulation. Deduct 1000 simulation points and start the primary simulation.
You followed the small boss to find the mastermind. After a fight with a higher level opponent, you were surprised to find that the mastermind was merely hired, and there was someone hired above him.
There is no doubt that they are outsourcing to outsourcing.
You will follow the clues and finally point to Luchuan in Shanghai. Obviously, it was someone hired by Luchuan to cause trouble.
Since you will be taking the martial arts exam soon, you choose.
1. Go directly to the Magic City and deal with Luchuan.
2. Complete the martial arts exam first.
This was the first time he encountered a multiple choice question given by the system, and he just thought about it briefly.
Decisively chose 1. If you discover a problem but don't solve it, will you wait for it to continue creating problems? You chose 1.
As the saying goes, revenge is never too late. After some preparation and with the financial assistance of your wife, you successfully entered the second realm. You came to the Magic City and met Luchuan as you wished.
Luchuan is very surprised by your arrival. He then challenges you and says that if you lose, you must leave Siwan. You defeated him and called him an idiot.
2 weeks later, you took the martial arts exam and successfully achieved first place in the city. A month later, you went to study at the Magic City Martial Arts University, and your strength began to improve by leaps and bounds. 3 months later, you successfully broke through to the late stage of the second realm. 1 year later, you successfully break through the third realm. 2 years later, due to lack of talent, your strength began to stagnate. In the third year, you are still at the initial stage of the third realm. Simulation is over, maybe you need more simulation points to start advanced simulation.
You gain the third realm of cultivation. You get the achievement, Vengeance, Blue.
Effect, you never hold back when faced with provocation and are always cautious. As the simulation ended, his aura also changed, and the small leader who was leading the way in front was shocked. He felt a chill on his back, as if a tiger, ready to devour its prey, was staring at him. The aura was extremely violent, and then disappeared in an instant, as if nothing had happened.
The small leader remained silent, thinking to himself, this beast actually hit his cultivation. I couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the person behind the scenes.
I came to a somewhat shabby pub and smelled a bad odor as soon as I entered, like the smell of hormones.
Is the work done? Asked a middle-aged man sitting by the window.
Before the little leader could reply, a young voice was heard.
You're the one who sent them out to cause trouble for me?
The middle-aged man was startled and looked towards the place where the sound came from. Suddenly, I saw a young figure.
I felt a little relieved. Oh? So you're Qin Tianming? It's really easy to get what you want.
I was thinking of using your family to force you to show up, but I didn't expect you to show up on your own. The middle-aged man slowly stood up, and his whole body burst out with aura, showing that he was in the middle stage of the second realm. Qin Tianming saw his cultivation level, twisted his lips and said sarcastically,
What a loser! He's only at the second level of cultivation.
He's already dead at such an old age. The middle-aged man became furious when he heard this.
You brat, you really don't know your place. Even if he's at the second level, he's not someone you can afford to provoke, a brat who hasn't even taken the martial arts exam yet. Immediately use spiritual power.
Activate the intermediate skill Spirit Secret. He attacked Qin Tianming, intending to capture him and claim the reward.
Seeing this, Qin Tianming did not dodge.
He immediately activated the combined attack technique and punched the middle-aged man. Seeing this, the man couldn't help but look sarcastic.
He is really an ignorant kid.
He is not even a martial artist, yet he dares to fight me.
It seems that this mission can be completed successfully.
At the moment when the two fists collided, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank slightly. Feeling the force coming from the opposite side, he felt as if his fist was about to be shattered. But it was too late to retract his fist. He could only watch helplessly as another fist filled with fiery red flames came towards him. Following a violent shaking, all the surrounding seats were destroyed by the impact. The middle-aged man's body arched into a shrimp shape and flew backwards. He flew more than 10 meters away and collapsed to the ground. The little leader on the side was stunned and dared not speak.
Gain 8,000 points of shock value from people around you. Qin Tianming walked up slowly and put his foot on his back. A cold voice came.
You should never, ever, set your sights on my family. You're looking for trouble with me, are you worthy?
Don't you see what kind of person you are?
The middle-aged man was lying on the ground at this time, his face full of disbelief. The fluctuation just now was definitely a fluctuation of the third realm. He thought the world must be crazy. A high school student who hasn't even taken the martial arts exam has reached the third level. You have to know that even those wealthy families are only at the second level of cultivation at this age. Only the top monsters can reach the third realm. The young man had investigated himself and found out that he was just an ordinary person.
What right did he have? When did this world become incomprehensible to me? It's so magical.
At this point, he already felt regret for taking on this task. It's a pity that Qin Tianming 1T give him this opportunity.
Tell me, who sent you?
Qin Tianming said in a cold tone. If you don't tell me, I don't mind letting you experience a life worse than death. At this moment, the middle-aged man felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar.
I shouldn't have messed with this high school student. With such talent, he will definitely shine brightly in the future. I can take you to see him, but you have to promise to let me go. After hearing this, Qin Tianming found it funny. How could he be qualified to negotiate with him? I'm not interested in you, I'm only interested in the person behind you.
Of course, whether to let him go or not is another matter. Anyway, I haven't promised to let him go. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, thinking that he must have agreed, and then said. He and I agreed to meet in an abandoned factory.
Call him then and I can take you to meet him.
Qin Tianming nodded slowly, took his feet away, and prepared to let him take him over. As he left, he looked at the little leader who was still standing there. Break your own arm, then get out of here, and leave 20,000 yuan for mental damages.
I believe you know what to do next, right?
Hearing Qin Tianming's words, he felt as if he had been pardoned.
He immediately did as he was told without any complaints. I know, I'm leaving now.
What a joke, a warrior in the third realm, still so young, you can tell with your ass that his future achievements are limitless. I must have eaten too much to provoke such a person. After seeing the man leave, Qin Tianming withdrew his gaze and stared at the middle-aged man with cold eyes. Let's go, I want to see who is so bold as to want to use surgery on me.
Chapter 10, Outsourcing. Outside an abandoned factory in Yucheng. This is it.
They told me to bring the man here after I succeeded, saying they wanted to give you a good beating.
Qin Tianming was very upset at this time. It's really Luo Shen's father who doesn't speak. Shenji's father is speechless.
I feel like this is almost forming an industrial line. Outsourcing is looking for outsourcing. If you call now, just say you're inside the factory. After making the call, he tied the man up and threw him into an invisible corner.
After a while, a small car drove over. 3 people came down from above.
Qin Tianming observed them briefly and found that they were all at the second level of cultivation. After the 3 men entered the factory, they saw a figure standing not far away. They immediately perked up because the figure was obviously not the one they had assigned the task to. Who are you, boy? How dare you stop us from doing our work?
If you ask me, don't you guys even take note of the person you're tasked with before you do anything?
After hearing this, the 3 of them immediately understood that the real culprit had come to find them. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. They were just high school students and couldn't cause any waves. Obviously, the 3 of them didn't think carefully about why he appeared here.
Boy, you're smart enough to come to our door.
This way, we can report to Master Lu and you can avoid any physical pain.
Do you know what you've gotten yourself into? Qin Tianming raised the corner of his mouth slightly and spoke in a very disdainful tone. Oh? I don't know what I've done wrong.
Kid, the best thing for a person is to know himself.
Some people are not something you can touch.
Come with us and explain it to Mr. Lu yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them rushed towards Qin Tianming. Qin Tianming used his own spiritual power at the same time. Suddenly, a violent aura emanated. These thugs are like a pair of toads strolling around a night market, each one is more agile than the other. Qin Tianming did not retreat but advanced, choosing a direction and heading towards the man.
Obviously preparing to take one first.
The man was shocked when he saw his powerful outburst.
Obviously, he didn't expect that his aura would be stronger than his own.
The distance of more than 10 meters was covered in the blink of an eye as the two of them ran in both directions. The man had no time to react at this moment, and could only gather all his spiritual energy into his palms. The moment his fist touched Qin Tianming's, he felt an overwhelming momentum coming at him, and his whole body was suppressed by this momentum. He couldn't even withstand a single move, and flew backwards, his life or death unknown. When the other two saw this, they were horrified. What the hell is this god? He had already reached the third realm of cultivation before taking the exam. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other and had already decided to retreat. They understood that the gap between the third realm and the second realm was not small.
The third realm is also known as the realm of transcendence.
This means that warriors who have reached the third realm are no longer ordinary people. It's just a few bucks, it's not worth risking your life for others. I saw them both raising their hands high and kneeling on the ground, doing it in one go. Please spare my life, hero. I had no choice but to do this. It was the Lu family who made us do this.
An unknown henchman is horrified by your cultivation level and gains 5,000 shock points. Qin Tianming was speechless when he saw how cowardly the two were.
He ignored the man who was beaten to a point where his life or death was unknown, and walked towards the two men.
Give me the contact information of the person who called you here. The two men took out their mobile phones and sold out their master with a few operations.
Looking at these people, Qin Tianming was still thinking about how to deal with them. It is impossible to kill him.
Fighting between warriors is normal. As long as no one is killed, they generally don't care. But if someone dies, someone will come to your door for a talk within a day.
Seeing this, the two people in front of him knew what he was thinking and immediately stepped forward to speak. Sir, we have some money and spirit beast materials, which we will consider as an apology to you. Two small bags immediately appeared in the hands of the two men.
You even have space bags?
It seems like you guys are making quite a bit of money in this business.
Qin Tianming looked at the two of them with a gloomy gaze.
Hey, it's just a small amount of money, I give it all to you as a gift. He took the space bag and took a look. Inside were various elixirs, weapon materials, and the flesh and blood of spiritual beasts.
The total value is about 700,000. Well, that's a bit of sincerity. Alright, take that guy on the ground and get out of here.
The two men were as if pardoned, and carried the man on the ground towards the car.
By the way, you guys aren't thinking of revenge, are you?
A cold voice reached their ears.
One of them said immediately.
No, it's too late for us to hide away.
That's good. Believe me, you won't want to see me again. After hearing this, Qin Tianming walked to a corner. The two men drove away quickly. The man sitting in the passenger seat said, "Brother, are we just going to give in like this?"
The older brother glanced at him.
What? You still want to retaliate? Don't even mention that we can't beat him now. Let's talk about the future.
He's already a third-level warrior before he even goes to college.
Breaking through to the 7th level is certain.
It's not impossible for him to reach the 8th or even 9th level in the future. You're still thinking about revenge for a future big shot like this.
You think you have too many lives, right?
Upon hearing this, the man immediately gave up the idea and stopped talking.
At this time in the abandoned factory, Qin Tianming dragged out the middle-aged man who was thrown in the corner.
The middle-aged man saw the previous scene clearly.
Brother, I don't have any money either. I'll give you money. Qin Tianming gave him a strange look, and he immediately took out his cell phone.
Brother, I still have money in my Fishin balance.
I'll scan it for you. Qin Tianming really got hurt today. He finally opened his eyes.
Are all of you so self-aware? Only one sound was heard. Fishin account received 300,000 yuan.
He didn't say anything more and let the middle-aged man leave. You are a smart person. You know what to say and what not to say, right?
After hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately said, "Brother, I will definitely not tell anyone about what happened today." Qin Tianming didn't care whether he said it or not, as long as his own strength was strong enough.
No matter what monsters come, kill them all. This is the confidence that comes from having the system behind you.
After returning, he took out his cell phone and looked at the phone number on it.
After thinking about it, I called the number. The phone rang a few times and was quickly connected. Is it done?
"Where's your mother?"
Idiot. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Obviously he was at a loss. Weren't you looking for me? Why aren't you talking? You are Qin Tianming?
I can't believe you managed to escape from the third-level warrior I sent. After Qin Tianming heard this, his face was full of surprise.
The third realm, isn't at the second realm? Is there another expert? Is this another case of outsourcing?
At this moment, the gangster who was hanging out in a nightclub in Shanghai sneezed.
Strange, it's not cold yet. By the way, those 3 people I asked should have finished the job for me, right? Qin Tianming mocked directly and rudely. Those people you sent are no good either. What kind of people are they? Wait there for me.
I'll come and deal with you after your father finishes the martial arts exam. Then there was another round of greetings to the ancestors, which left the other party speechless. After saying that, he hung up the phone and blocked the one-stop service.
Lu Chuan's face flushed red.
Just as he was about to call and curse back, his phone prompted that the number he dialed was not in service. He felt a tightness in his stomach and a pain in his chest from anger. He directly called his henchman, and as soon as the call was connected, he roared, "Zheng San. I'm going to play at #% with you. I'll give you 10 minutes. Get in front of me." After saying that, he hung up the phone, leaving Zheng San on the other end of the phone with a confused look on his face.
Chapter 11. The martial arts examination begins.
On the way back home, I suddenly had more than 1 million yuan in my hands, and my life suddenly became richer.
Is this why one cannot become rich without unexpected fortune? Turn on your phone.
Looking at the message that Si Huiyan had just sent out.
Irritable wife, I've returned to the Magic City. Grumpy wife, don't worry about the online news, I'll handle it. Let's prepare for the exam first. Angry wife, if someone gives you trouble, tell me. Grumpy wife, why aren't you replying? Are you dying?
Seeing this, he quickly sent a message in reply. So handsome that my head drops off. I just saw the message, and I replied as soon as I saw it.
So handsome, it's okay. If you have to help me solve all these troubles, I will really become a gigolo.
So handsome, just wait for your husband obediently in Shanghai.
Irritable housewife, oh? Okay. After reading it, Qin Tianming put away his phone.
It was time to start preparing for the martial arts exam.
Open the door. Dad, Mom, is the meal ready? Qin's father, Stinky boy, have you dealt with the matter? Don't worry, Dad.
They're very sorry about this and have even left some money to compensate us. Qin Tianming took out his mobile phone and transferred 500,000 yuan to his parents.
Don't work so hard all day. Just relax and have a good rest. Your son is quite successful now.
The two wanted to say something after seeing this, but after seeing his serious look, they didn't open their mouths. On weekdays, he would video chat with his wife when he had nothing to do, and get some simulation points, thinking about doing an advanced simulation later. After that phone call, Lu Chuan also immersed himself in it.
I guess it's useless to use some tricks on him now.
During this period, he used elementary deduction to deduce the gun using martial arts technique Dragon Roar Break that he bought in the martial arts market to the great perfection level.
The days passed one by one.
The day of the military examination arrived.
Dad, Mom, I'm going to take the exam.
Qin Tianming came to the vicinity of the school, waited for the fat boy to arrive, and then went to the martial arts examination venue together.
Fatty, it looks like you've also broken through to the middle stage of the first realm.
Hey, brother Qin, if it weren't for my grandparents taking me to practice, my spiritual power would only be around 10 points now.
How could it be possible to improve so quickly? That's good too.
This way, we two brothers can get into the same school and we can take care of each other.
The two arrived at the martial arts examination site.
At this time, the place was already crowded with people, most of whom were parents who came to send their children. At the examination room in front, there are invigilators there to maintain order.
The two walked to the door, handed their examination qualification certificates to the invigilator, and went in.
The two came to a venue and were immediately shocked by the huge square. There were crowds of people inside, about 10,000 people, all here to take the exam. The military examination is different every year, and no one knows what will be tested this year. However, the martial arts examination will record the scores of each candidate and then rank them.
The higher the ranking, the better the school you will be admitted to.
Those who rank lower or are not on the list can either join a civilian team to hunt spirit beasts, or join the army and start as a squad leader to defend against spirit beasts on the border. The two of them were watching intently. The big screen in the square suddenly lit up. A middle-aged invigilator in a white robe solemnly explained the content and rules of the exam in front of the big screen.
This martial arts exam will use a points system.
You will be sent to a temporary hunting ground where we will place spiritual beasts. The entire hunting ground is divided into 3 levels.
The spirit beasts in the first level are between level 0 and level 1. The second level spirit beast is at level 2. The triple level spirit beast is at the 3rd level, and the number of spirit beasts is limited. Ranking based on points earned. Kill a rank 0 spirit beast and earn 10 points. Kill a level 1 spirit beast and earn 100 points. Kill a level 2 spirit beast and earn 2,000 points. Kill a level 3 spirit beast and earn 10,000 points. Attention! Everyone has a life-saving device on their wrist. If your life is in danger, it will automatically activate. Once activated, the points you earn will be based on the number of spirit beasts you have killed before. So I hope everyone will do what they can.
Don't challenge powerful spirit beasts just to gain points, or you'll be teleported away before you can even demonstrate your strength, and not even get any points. Finally, the entire assessment will last half a day, and the entire process will be live streamed to prevent cheating. After that, he began to assign the examination rooms. Every 100 people will be assigned to a different examination room, which are connected to each other.
After the countdown ends, the assessment will officially begin. This is an opportunity to change your destiny. Everyone will put in their best efforts and strive to get the best results. Qin Tianming was assigned to the 3rd examination room, and the fat boy was assigned to the 5th examination room. As the countdown on the big screen ended, the assessment officially began.
The top 100 students in the exam will have their scores projected on a big screen, and other cameras will record the entire process and broadcast it live online.
This is an annual event. The internet was already bustling with activity. It started. I wonder who will be the first in Yuching this time. Need I say more?
It must be Ma Chi, the top student in number 1 middle school. He has already reached the middle stage of the 2nd realm.
Not necessarily. I think Li Ran from number 2 middle school also has a chance. He was already in the early stage of the 2nd realm a month ago. Now that so many days have passed, he might have already broken through to the middle stage. I wonder if anyone this time will be able to kill that 3rd level spirit beast. The brother above is joking, right?
The strongest cultivator in Yuching is only at the 2nd level, and that spirit beast is at the 3rd level.
Who can kill it?
The odds are open.
Can you kill a 3rd level spirit beast? The current odds are 1 to 1,000. Of course, Qin Tianming didn't know about the online discussions now.
However, looking at the level 0 and level 1 spirit beasts shown on the map, he had no idea at all. His goal is to be the best in the city, or even the country. To do this, he must kill spirit beasts of the 2nd or even 3rd realm.
After all, there are only 2 spirit beasts of the 3rd realm, and there are only 150 spirit beasts of the 2nd realm. Qin Tianming took a deep breath and walked towards the 2nd level examination room.
At this time, the rankings on the list were changing wildly.
The first place now had more than 200 points. Obviously, everyone had started to take action.
In the dormitory of Magic City Martial Arts University, Si Huaiyan was watching the live broadcast of the Yuching martial arts examination on the computer with anticipation. The other roommates were watching videos of the local Shanghai, and when they saw Si Huaiyan watching videos of Chongqing, they couldn't help but make a joke.
Huaiyan, do you want to see your boyfriend? What place do you think he will get? Si Huaiyan did not deny it after hearing this.
After all, the news that her boyfriend was in Yucheng had already spread throughout the school. She answered her roommate's question.
Needless to say, it's definitely number 1. The others looked at Si Huaiyan in surprise when they heard this.
They didn't know why she was so confident. After all, it was very difficult to be the first in the city. However, Si Huayan had one more thing he didn't say to them, he only said it in his heart.
He's number one in the country. After all, he's just that amazing. And the Lu family in Magic City. Lu Tian and Lu Chuan were also watching the live broadcast at this time.
Lu Tian narrowed his eyes and said viciously, "Boy, let me see what you are capable of to win Si Huayan's favor." Lu Chuan looked at him angrily, cursing as he watched, "You little bastard, I want to see if you have what it takes to be worthy of Boss Lu's attention. Don't let yourself be unable to even make it onto the leaderboard." At this time, Qin Tianming had already arrived at the second examination room. Looking at the white tiger with the cultivation level of the late second realm in front of him, he was ready to go.
Chapter 12 Fierce Battle.
The white tiger with hanging eyes in front of him was staring at him fiercely.
A faint spiritual energy fluctuation emanated from his body, and his muscles were tense. It swam in circles not far from Qin Tianming. He wanted to attack the moment Qin Tianming showed a flaw.
Qin Tianming looked at the rising momentum of the spirit beast in front of him and chose to attack directly. He first fired a wave of energy from a psychic fist at the white tiger's body. When the white tiger saw him attack directly, it quickly dodged and did not want to take the energy wave head-on, so it ran forward. Qin Tianming's other hand was already ready at this time, and he had predicted its movement. He directly used the combined attack technique he created and smashed it down on the white tiger's head. In an instant, the white tiger's head sank. The points on Qin Tianming's watch began to change, and he directly gained 2,000 points. At this moment, the points ranking list began to change in the blink of an eye, and a name that had never been seen before directly topped the list.
Someone has killed a second-level spirit beast.
It's only been 10 minutes since the start, and someone has already killed a level 2 spirit beast, and it's a name I've never heard of before. This should be the dark horse of this martial arts exam. On the live broadcast screen on the big screen, Qin Tianming's figure was directly projected into the first position. The audience only saw him wearing a gray and white shirt, black casual pants, and white flat shoes. His outfit was ordinary, but his handsome face and strong muscles were the only thing that caught his attention.
At this moment, he was walking towards the triple examination room with unwavering steps. The map showed that there were only 2 third-level spirit beasts there. This instantly caused an uproar among the audience and those watching the live broadcast.
Oh my god!
No way! Could this generation produce a monstrous genius capable of slaying a third-level spirit beast? That shouldn't be possible.
It's been a long time since such a peerless monster appeared.
I say, is it possible that he is only heading towards the second-level monster over there, and not for the third level? There are also people with pink eye who can't stand it and start to sneer. I think he's just overestimating himself. He thinks that since I can kill a second-level spirit beast, I can kill a third-level one. Little does he know the huge gap between the second and third levels. I'm putting this out there today. If he can kill a third-level spirit beast, I'm going to do a handstand and eat shit live on air. The guy above is trying to cheat you out of food and drinks again. I've taken screenshots. I'll definitely come watch your livestream. +1, +1, +1.
Meanwhile, at the Magic City Martial Arts University, Si Huayan was looking at him seriously, his determined eyes seeming to show that he never doubted that he would fail.
Hey! Huayan, this seems to be your boyfriend.
He killed a second-level spirit beast so quickly.
Si Huayan's roommate exclaimed.
Si Huayan was not surprised at all and continued to look at the person on the screen seriously.
Of course, Qin Tianming was unaware of the news from the outside world.
At this moment, he was in high spirits. Looking at the map, he walked straight towards the place where the third-level spirit beast was. He easily dealt with all the spiritual beasts he met on the road, without even consuming much of his spiritual energy. Only then did he realize how incredible the perfect proficiency the system gave him was. He has complete control over the use of his own spiritual energy, without any waste. At this point, his points were more than 4 times that of the second place.
It's a complete cliff like lead.
Ma Chi, the second place in the first examination room, had just finished fighting. Looking at his ranking on his wrist, he was in disbelief and his face was stunned.
Where the hell did this immortal come from?
His points are almost the same as the last 9 combined.
Could it be that his target is a level 2 spirit beast?
He looked at the spirit beasts around him that had been killed and walked directly to the deeper part, obviously wanting to kill the spirit beasts of the second level. At this moment, Qin Tianming is already in the triple examination room. After passing through a forest, the view in front of me suddenly became wider. What came into view was a large body with pale green flames floating around it, its head buried in the body of the sleeping birth on the ground. His hair was flying. Just by lying there was a faint sense of oppression, which was completely different from the spirit beasts of the second realm. What was before him was the giant poisonous flame wolf, one of the only two in the third realm.
Qin Tianming had seen this kind of spiritual beast in his textbook.
Cold-blooded, cunning, and can emit green flames that are poisonous. Different poisonous giant wolves have different toxin effects, and these spirit beasts generally live in groups.
The one in front of me is obviously a wolf leader.
Seeing this, Qin Tianming became a little more serious. After all, he had no resistance to toxins. If he was hit by one, he might be killed directly.
The poisonous giant wolf also keenly noticed someone coming.
He slowly raised his head, stood up, and looked at the person who dared to provoke him with his emerald eyes. The light green flame instantly retracted into the body, no longer leaking out.
It's like a little white rabbit facing a tiger.
The sharp contrast makes people have no doubt that the giant wolf in front of them will tear this person to pieces in an instant. The audience outside the venue and the people in the live broadcast room all widened their eyes when they saw this scene.
What a joke! This year's spirit beast is actually the giant poisonous flame wolf. The poisonous giant wolf is one of the most difficult to deal with among the three realms of spiritual beasts. I don't think this kid can make it through. It's a bit dangerous.
If this kid hasn't reached the middle stage of the third realm, there's no way he can succeed in the challenge.
It seems I don't need to do a live broadcast.
Qin Tianming could also feel the power of the spirit beast in front of him.
That kind of momentum was unmatched by other spirit beasts.
He immediately drew out the Bailing spear behind him, his muscles tensed, staring intently at every move of the poisonous giant wolf. The poisonous giant wolf also felt a slight threat from the person in front of it, and did not launch an attack immediately. When the two sides were in a stalemate, the poisonous giant wolf suddenly opened its mouth, and dark green spiritual energy gathered in its mouth, ready to erupt.
Qin Tianming's eyes moved, and he immediately pulled away from his original position. Seeing Qin Tianming dodge, the giant wolf's eyes revealed a hint of human mockery.
It closed its mouth instantly, twisted its body, and attacked with its claws in the direction Qin Tianming was fleeing.
Fake move. Qin Tianming was shocked at this moment.
He was in mid-air and it was difficult for him to adjust his position. He could only raise the Bailing spear in his hand to take the blow. He was knocked dozens of meters away by this powerful blow, but fortunately he was not seriously injured, just his breath was a little shaky. His heart sank. This giant wolf was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. It is better to take the initiative to attack than to defend. He moved forward, gathered his spiritual energy at the tip of his gun, and shot out like a dragon.
The giant wolf quickly dodged.
When Qin Tianming saw it dodge to the side, he immediately changed his moves and followed it with a dragon-like tail swing. Seeing this, the poisonous giant wolf also stretched out its front paws to block the attack, and then separated. Qin Tianming did not pursue, but retracted his spear and then used only spiritual skills.
A bright red dot formed at the tip of the gun. In the blink of an eye, the red light magnified, and a fire dragon emerged from the tip of the gun and headed towards the giant wolf. The giant wolf's pupils shrank and it opened its mouth.
Dark green energy waves collided with the fire dragon, and the two sides began to compete with each other. Both the audience and the invigilator in front of the screen were shocked beyond words at this moment.
The admissions teacher of Jingqing University stood up immediately when he saw this scene.
This is a technique that has reached the perfect level.
And it's an advanced technique too.
I have decided to enroll this candidate in Beijing University.
The admissions teacher at Magic City Martial Arts University also widened his eyes at this moment.
At this age, this level of martial arts is still at the perfect level of proficiency. For an ordinary person at this age, it would be great to be able to get started. It seems that this time Yucheng will produce a candidate who ranks first in the country.
Chapter 13, Behead.
The young man becomes famous. The two sides are still fighting fiercely in the examination room.
The fire dragon's momentum clearly overwhelmed the giant poisonous wolf's dark green poisonous flames.
Seeing that the poisonous flames were running out of power, the fire dragon came to the giant wolf in the blink of an eye and hit the giant wolf's body. The poisonous giant wolf was instantly knocked several meters away, and then fell to the ground, with a gray mist rising from the ground.
Qin Tianming did not relax at all and was ready to go.
According to the law of smoke damage I saw in movies and TV shows in my previous life, this giant wolf definitely didn't suffer any serious injuries. The gray fog gradually dissipated, and as expected, the giant wolf was seen standing in the same place, ready to pounce. Only the burnt hair on its head showed that it no longer had its former majesty. At this moment, the poisonous giant wolf's muscles were tense. It knew that the person in front of it was not easy to deal with, so it was ready to find his weakness before attacking. But Qin Tianming would not give it this opportunity. He rushed forward directly, and the Bai Lingning spear danced with great force in his hand. He came in front of it, lowered his head and bent down to avoid the wolf claws of the poisonous giant wolf, and shot out with his gun like a dragon, moving forward without hesitation. However, the poisonous giant wolf nimbly avoided the fatal blow. Faced with the difficulty of the spirit beast, Qin Tianming directly took out his most powerful skills. His whole body was covered in flames, making him look like the god of fire, and the air around him became warm. The space around him seemed slightly distorted due to the high temperature. This is a way of using psychic energy that he created with perfect control. The fire attribute spiritual energy is gathered at small points in various parts of the body and released instantly when driving, thus forming a huge thrust, giving itself huge kinetic energy. Flames suddenly erupted from under his feet, and he rushed directly towards the spirit beast, holding the Bai Ling spear in front of him like a line of fire. The two sides started fighting, and each collision produced dark green and red and yellow sparks. After a long time, everyone looked at him in disbelief. The body of the giant poisonous fire wolf fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, Qin Tianming's points soared suddenly, breaking through the 10,000 mark in an instant, creating a huge gap between him and other people's points.
Qin Tianming, 18,000 points. Hong Yan, 4,000 points. Li Ming, 1,500 points. Where's that guy who was eating shit on livestream? You're in luck, I just pooped a fresh load. Holy crap! I knew this guy could do it. I bet 10,000 yuan on him and he's instantly rich. What a monster has appeared this year. He can even kill the giant poisonous flame wolf. I'm 30 years old and still a second-level warrior. In the Lu family in Magic City. Lu Chuan, damn it. What's wrong with this kid? Did he eat pig feed? He's so fierce. How can I deal with him? This Tianling pill is really hard to get. Lu Tian looked at the live broadcast screen, squinting his eyes slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Boy, you're not bad, but that's all. You're just good. It's nothing compared to my Lu family. The situation outside is very tense. At Xi's home in Shanghai, Xi Huayan's parents watched the live broadcast of the figure slaying the third-level spirit beast and nodded slightly. Old man, this Qin Tianming is not bad. I think he is a good match for my Huayan. And according to the investigation, this guy is not only talented, but also loyal and righteous. He is a good match. Xi Huayan's mother said this. Humph, although this kid has good talent, this world doesn't just mean talent. Right now, he's just good. Besides, when he comes to Wozijia, I'm going to test him thoroughly. Xi Huayan's father said this with great jealousy. No one wants to know that his sweet daughter just went out for a while, and when he came back he had already obtained a marriage certificate. It was a good thing that he didn't beat up the bad boy who kidnapped his daughter on the spot. Ha, old man, this is my daughter's own choice. I still believe in her judgment. After all, she won't joke about the rest of her life. Upon hearing this, Xi Huayan's father also sighed slightly. Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. When this kid comes, don't stop me. I have to teach him a lesson, otherwise I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. At this time, Qin Tianming looked at his ranking, firmly occupying the first position, and saw the news about the fat man in the 9th ranking. This means that at least the fat boy has the right to go to the same school with me. Even if that is not possible, based on my performance, I should be able to take him to college with me. After killing the spirit beast, he sat cross-legged on the spot, quietly waiting for the end of the assessment. A few hours later, the martial arts exam came to an end and the final rankings were as follows. Qin Tianming, 18,000 points. Hong Yan, 6,000 points. Li Ming, 3,500 points. The fat boy's ranking rose 1 place to 7th place. After the martial arts exam, Qin Tianming stood up and walked out. The audience around him looked at him in surprise. The host's performance shocked the people around him, gaining 2,000 shock points. Get 1,000 shock points. Get. Qin Tianming listened to the continuous broadcast of the system in his mind, and there was only one sentence in his mind. I'm fucking rich. System to check the final points earned. Host gains 1.2 million shock points.
1.2 million shock value points are converted at a rate of 20 to 1, which equals a simulation value of 6 million. Including what I had left over from before, I could conduct at least 6 intermediate level simulations and deductions.
How much simulation value is needed for system, advanced simulation and deduction? Ding, advanced simulation and deduction require 50,000 simulation points. At this moment, Qin Tianming felt like a nouveau riche, and actually wanted to directly activate the advanced mode to try out the effect. He calmed his breathing. Don't worry, it's not the time yet.
Just then, several people dressed like college teachers came to him.
My dear friend, I am the admissions officer of Jingcheng University. Congratulations on winning first place in this martial arts exam. On behalf of Jingcheng University, I invite you to join our academy. Old Li, go away. Once you're done, leave. Don't block me. Hey, I'm the admissions officer at Magic City Martial Arts University. On behalf of Magic City Martial Arts University, I'm here to invite you to join us. Don't worry, the treatment will be great and I'm sure you'll be satisfied. I'm a teacher at NUS, and I'm here to invite you to join our school. The salary is comparable to other schools, and may even be better. Seeing so many admissions teachers go directly to Qin Tianming, it was impossible for other candidates not to be envious, but they were not as skilled as others, and this was what others deserved. Qin Tianming looked at the admissions teachers in front of him. Although he had already made his choice in his heart, it was impossible for him to reject them directly here. That would be too unemotional. Teachers, thank you very much for choosing me, but I still need to go back and discuss it with my parents. I will let you know in a few days. When the other teachers heard this, they knew that he would not agree today, so they nodded and walked towards the others. Chapter 14, Magic City, Wife, here I come. So handsome that your head will fall off, wife, I have finished the martial arts exam, and I got the first place. I will go to Shanghai in a few days. Angry wife, I saw it, it was really cool when he killed the 3-level spiritual beast. So handsome, many admissions teachers come to me, including those from Wuhan University in Shanghai. Angry wife, yeah? It's up to you to decide. When you get here, come to my house and get ready. After Qin Tianming saw the message and replied, he put away his phone. Look at the admission requirements given by the various universities in front of me. Jingcheng University provides a 1 million yuan scholarship each semester, 10 hours of use of a separate advanced training room per day, and a martial arts pill. Magic City Martial Arts University provides a scholarship of 800,000 yuan per semester, 10 hours of daily use of a separate advanced training room, single dormitories, and a martial arts pill. West China University offers a 700,000 yuan scholarship. Although I had been planning to go to Magic City Martial Arts University for a long time, I couldn't help but be stunned when I saw the conditions offered. After all, his parents had worked hard for half their lives to scrape together 100,000 yuan, but now the scholarship for half a year alone is hundreds of thousands, and there are also martial arts pills. Martial arts pills are rare pills on the market that can expand and enhance the user's blood and energy, and help purify spiritual attributes. Just looking at its effects, you can tell how rare it is. So it's decided. It's Wuhan University in Shanghai. Well, it's definitely not because my wife is there, but because I have always longed to go to Wuhan University in Shanghai. So I found the admissions teacher of Magic City Martial Arts University on my phone and called him. Teacher Lee, I've decided. I'm going to Moto Budo University. I knew you would choose us. What? You ask me how I know. The news has spread all over the Magic City. Don't worry, the dormitory must be the closest to your girlfriend's dormitory. Teacher, I think you may have some misunderstanding. Don't talk about those nonsense, just tell me whether you want it or not. Yes. Of course I do, hee hee. Hang up the call. Qin Tianming thought speechlessly. What the hell? The whole school knows about this. When did I become so famous? There will be 3 days of vacation after the martial arts exam, and you have to report to school after the vacation. There are 2 semesters in a year, and a total of 4 academic years, which is the same as in the previous life. After graduating from 4 years of school, you will be assigned your own job, whether to join the army or join a civilian war group to kill spiritual beasts. But these are all things that will happen after graduation. Now is the time to start your wonderful college life. After thinking about this, Qin Tianming looked at the panel. Simulation, start.
System, directly start advanced simulation. Deduct 50,000 simulation points and start advanced simulation. You can enter the simulation with 3 system provided entries. Talented, red, you are born smart and have your own unique insights into things. Potential of the Great Emperor, gold, your talent is unprecedented and no martial arts can defeat you. Son of luck, Gene, as the darling of the world, you can always turn danger into safety and gain benefits. You are even luckier than the Emperor of Europe. Danger perception, red, when faced with danger, you are always able to sense it in advance. Romance luck, blue, you are always surrounded by beautiful women and have no shortage of female luck. You could have made a living by relying on women, but you insisted on relying on your talent, and bad romance was also involved. Wealthy family, lawn, you were born into a very well-off family. Strong as an ox, green, you have been stronger than others since birth. Seeing through like fire, red, when faced with anything, you can always perceive its essence. Note, this is an advanced simulation. The simulation will start at birth, and the birth conditions are random. After the simulation is completed, you can choose 3 rewards. The simulation will end immediately if you die during the simulation. Please choose the entries carefully. I'm actually starting the simulation from scratch. It seems I have to choose carefully this time. The 2 golden entries are definitely required, there is no doubt about that. There is only 1 entry left to choose from. If you have the Son of Luck, you don't need to choose this danger perception. After all, you can turn danger into safety. Being naturally intelligent is also a pass, but if you have the potential to be an emperor, you don't need to choose this. There is no need to consider blue and green, so all that is left is a clear view of the sky. The system selects the talent of the great emperor, the son of destiny, and sees through everything as clearly as seeing through fire. Select successfully, start simulation. You were born in 2000 into the wealthy Li family in Beijing. As the son of the head of the family, you were destined to be extraordinary from birth. On the day you were born, auspicious signs descended from heaven, and golden light shone across the horizon. Faced with this extraordinary phenomenon, your father named you Li Tianyao, hoping that you would bring glory to the heavens. As you are a child of destiny and a potential emperor, you have always been different from others since childhood. When you were 1 month old, the clan tested your psychic attributes and were surprised to discover that you possessed a spatial attribute, as high as 30%. The clan elders immediately declared you the next clan leader. When you were 1 year old, you broke the mold and achieved the first level of cultivation. The family members who usually surrounded you found that they were unexpectedly lucky and could pick up advanced techniques whenever they went out. For the sake of the family's future, your family kept your existence a secret. When you were 2 years old, you had already mastered the family's inherited martial arts technique, Heavenly Immortal Sword Technique, to the highest level. Everyone was filled with expectations for you. When you were 3 years old, your realm had already reached the 3rd realm. Your family used all their strength to use precious medicine to polish your body and expand your spiritual power. At the age of 5, you have already mastered the family's inherited skills to perfection, and you have also mastered more than a dozen top-level skills. You have integrated these skills and created your own unique skill, Time and Space Rewind. At the age of 6, you have reached the 5th realm. The human race is destined to rise because of you. Your talent has been noticed by foreign races, and they have begun to assassinate you at all costs. At the age of 7, under the protection of the country and family, you cultivated to the 6th realm. During this year, countless people tried to assassinate you, but you killed most of them by crossing the border. 10 years old. Now you have entered the ranks of human masters, a powerful person of the 7th realm. When your peers were still Makabaka, you had already begun to go to the border to kill foreign tribes under the protection of the country. At the age of 12, your name is spread throughout the world because you have reached the 8th realm. Such a strong person will not be ignored no matter where he is. You have killed countless foreign tribes on the border. Everyone calls you the light of the human race. The family rose to become one of the 3 major families because of you, and you are also constantly practicing various skills and integrating them into one. At the age of 16, you successfully broke through the bottleneck of the 9th realm and entered the ranks of the world's top powerhouses, shocking the world. Your deeds were widely praised, unprecedented and unparalleled. As you reach the 9th realm, you lead the human race to continuously annex foreign territories and become a unique figure. However, the realm of this world has its limits. Even if you become a powerful person of the 9th realm so early, you will feel the bottleneck of this world. At the age of 20, you are still stuck at the peak of the 9th realm. Facing a foreign warrior who is also at the peak of the ninth realm, you can only fight one against two. From now on, you will collect various martial arts techniques from around the world, integrate them, and hope to break through the bottleneck. By the time you were 40, you had already led your family to become the most powerful family in the human race. The human race has become even more glorious because of you. And after all these years of enlightenment, you have felt the bottleneck loosening. At the age of 42, after years of understanding and cultivation, combined with your unparalleled talent and understanding, you successfully broke through the bottleneck and entered a realm that has never been seen in this world. You call this realm the immortal realm. At 43, you feel that the world is slowly excluding you, and the world is also slowly advancing because you have broken through the bottleneck. Before the world completes its advancement, you can no longer stay in this world, and you know you have to leave. At 44, after you have dealt with all the affairs of this world, you ascended to heaven, leaving behind countless legends. After 1,000 years, when this world has completed its ascension, you will be able to descend again, and your family will be called the Immortal Clan. This simulation is complete. Chapter 15 Setting Sail. As the system prompt sounded, Xin Tianming looked at the options in front of the system. It's obvious that this time is completely different from the previous ones. There are 3 of them to choose from. Quality of a great emperor. Heavenly immortal sword technique. Danger perception. Time and space backtrack. Seeing through fire. Looking at the 5 options in front of you, wanting each of them very much, but being able to choose only 3 of them, do you know how painful this feeling is? Xin Tianming fell into a painful struggle, and after careful consideration, he finally made a choice. First of all, the Golden Legend, Emperor's Talent, is a must. My own qualifications are not very good, and this entry can make up for the shortcomings of my talent. Time and Space Rewind, this technique is the culmination of his simulation work, and is no less powerful than the Golden Legend, and is also necessary. This left him with only one option. After a painful struggle, Xin Tianming chose the entry, Seeing Through Fire. Obviously, my talent makes up for it, but what if I get stuck on some things? This entry can help him avoid these troubles and always see the essence through the appearance of things. In his opinion, this entry is not inferior to the Golden Legend. Host selection completed, rewards being distributed. He felt his body begin to change, as if every cell was cheering, and at the same time, his perception of the spiritual energy between heaven and earth became more acute. For problems that I couldn't understand before, I can now understand them immediately, and at a deep level. Similarly, he felt an additional spiritual energy in his body. The properties of this spiritual energy are completely different from the properties of the 5 elements. It shuttles back and forth in one's body, and the distance between one's flesh cannot stop it at all. Xin Tianming knew that it was because he inherited the spatial attribute brought by time and space reversal, but he didn't know what proportion his spatial attribute accounted for now. But in his opinion, it would definitely not be too low. After all, he could clearly feel the properties of this space. Rewards distributed. The system prompt sounded, and Xin Tianming stood up and felt his current body. He found that he was in better shape and his face looked better. Although he was already very handsome, still not as handsome as you readers, who would object to becoming more handsome. I didn't expect that the emperor could change his body shape and facial shape. This advanced simulation really made me a lot of money. What? Beginner and intermediate simulations? What are those? Don't even touch them. I'm afraid of misunderstandings with advanced simulations. He took out the book on Psychic Fist that had been bothering him for a long time, read it through, and found various loopholes in it. He was even able to improve the technique on the spot, which was completely different from his previous self. It is indeed as clear as seeing through fire. Xin Tianming calmed himself down and slowly fell asleep with an excited heart and trembling hands. Time passed so quickly and the 3-day holiday was over. My best friend and son took the train with me to the Magic City Martial Arts University. That's right, Li Ming also got admitted to the Magic City Martial Arts University. After the two of them discussed it, Li Ming followed Xin Tianming to apply for the Martial Arts University. After all, this was their previous agreement when they came by train. The fat man's family also made a banner that read warm congratulations to my son for being admitted to the Magic City Martial Arts University to see him off. Everyone around was looking at them. Xin Tianming stood next to the fat man and felt that he was about to get a 3-bedroom apartment. He also saw passers-by around him taking out their mobile phones, taking pictures and posting them online. Douyin, record the beautiful life. As a result, Xin Tianming is now afraid to log into TikTok, for fear that he will see 99 plus private messages as soon as he logs in.
Today's high-speed trains are very fast, reaching speeds of 1,000 kilometers/h.
Since the revival of spiritual energy, technology has made use of the spiritual energy in the air, and it has now become a more reliable source of energy than oil. After taking the high-speed train for 2.5 hours, they successfully arrived at the station. As soon as I got off the high-speed rail station, I saw a banner on the side of the road.
Warmly welcome the new students of Magic City Martial Arts University. Welcome to Magic City University. Magic City National Defense University.
It seems that all the colleges and universities in Shanghai are here to welcome new students today. Among the welcoming staff of Magic City Martial Arts University, Qin Tianming saw a familiar figure, Si Huayan, his wife. At the same time, Si Huayan obviously saw him and smiled sweetly. This smile melted the hearts of those around her who were secretly watching her.
This girl from the university is so pretty. Mom, I feel like I'm in love. Was she smiling at me just now? Yes, she must have been smiling at me. There are even people who have fallen into the 3 major illusions of life. She just smiled at me. Does she like me? However, no matter what those people thought, she only knew that after so many days, she finally saw her lover again. In order to pick up Qin Tianming this time, she deliberately put on the clothes she thought were the best looking, just to leave a better impression on him.
Qin Tianming looked at his wife. She was wearing a white long dress and white stockings that covered her legs. Unlike the sexy look when they first met, she now looked pure, lovely, and beautiful. Her slightly raised chest and her delicate smiling face make people want to hold her in their arms and take good care of her. Her hair was not left loose, but was tied up into a high ponytail, which swayed gently when her head turned inadvertently. She satisfied every beautiful fantasy of first love, like a fairy, who made people feel that she could be admired from afar but not touched.
Qin Tianming was a little dazed for a moment and stood there in a daze.
In fact, it was not just Qin Tianming, but the people around her as well. They all stared at her blankly, smiling, unable to bear to break this beauty. Seeing his stunned look, Si Huayan couldn't help but smile happily, which was truly a smile that could conquer the world. She was seen running slowly towards Qin Tianming with her arms open. Qin Tianming subconsciously opened his arms, and the two of them hugged each other tightly in front of everyone at the high-speed rail station. Si Huayan hugged her very tightly, really very tightly, as if he wanted to melt all the longing he had felt in the past few days into this embrace. After Qin Tianming felt it, he responded with a tight hug. Beside his ear, Suayan pursed her red lips and said softly, "Hubby, I miss you so much."
Qin Tianming's mind was blank at this time, and he didn't know what to think. Who can withstand this? At this moment, the people around were instantly in an uproar, filled with confusion, jealousy, and envy. I wish the person being hugged is me. If it's not him, why shouldn't he? Oh, so he is the national champion of this martial arts exam. That's all right. At this time, someone had already taken a video and posted it on a certain audio platform. Si Huayan saw it, but she didn't say anything. In his opinion, if you like someone, you should show it openly. Since he is your husband, you should tell everyone instead of hiding him for the sake of so-called face or other reasons. This is not only a respect for him, but also a respect for this hard-earned relationship. Wife, I love you. Listening to the magnetic voice coming from his ears, Si Huayan smiled with satisfaction and hugged her tighter. Ding, the host interacted with his wife, and the sweetness in his wife's heart has exceeded the limit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50,000 interaction points, which has been automatically converted. Ding, the host's interaction with his wife shocked the people around him, and he gained 60,000 shock points, which have been automatically converted. Remaining simulation value 2W. Chapter 16 Campus Life. Born. Brother Qin, you actually killed the dog by pinning it to the ground. Woo woo woo, when you were hugging each other, did you ever consider my feelings next to you? XX. Do you know how much this hurts me as a single person? Woohoo. At this time, Qin Tianming had already followed Si Huayan back to the team of Magic City Martial Arts University. Everyone in the team looked at him with strange eyes, as if they wanted to make his face burst. The fat man who was following him was shouting like this. Even with Qin Tianming's face as thick as a city wall, he felt his face getting hot. Si Huayan, on the other hand, didn't care about it at all. He still held Qin Tianming's arms with both hands and didn't let go at all. It was obvious that she didn't feel embarrassed, but rather enjoyed it. After a while, the teacher in charge saw that all the students who came to register had arrived, so he took everyone to school. This was Qin Tianming's first time in a big city.
There were tall buildings everywhere, neon lights flashing constantly, and the splendor and beauty of a modern city were everywhere. After traveling through time, he grew up in Yucheng.
Yucheng was far from being as prosperous as the Magic City.
Now he could be considered a country bumpkin who came to the city. Si Huaiyan naturally sat next to him, and when he saw that he was curious about something, he would explain it to him appropriately. Just like his personal tour guide and secretary, Qin Tianming felt the malice from his classmates before even entering the campus. Soon the car arrived at the university gate.
There are 6 big characters Magic City Martial Arts University on the top of the gate.
The gate is 6 meters high and more than 10 meters wide, giving people the feeling of just one word.
Very generous. It's simply inhumane.
I heard from Si Huaiyan that this gate alone costs 300 million yuan. Qin Tianming's opinion on this is that he really doesn't understand the world of rich people.
We followed the teacher into the school gate.
We were surrounded by students in a hurry and various banners welcoming new students.
You will register today. I will take you to the dormitory first. Your dormitory assignment will be announced when you receive your admission notice. Qin Tianming was taken to a villa area. According to his observation, this villa alone would cost at least 50 million.
Qin Tianming, as the top scorer in the exam, you are eligible to live in a single-person villa.
Here is your villa key. Remember to gather in the playground at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning for the freshman meeting.
After saying this, the teacher in charge left without any thought of his own.
Qin Tianming looked at the key in his hand. It had the number 111 written on it.
That should be the license plate of his villa. At this time, Si Huaiyan was still by his side. Seeing this, Si Huaiyan said in a timely manner, "These license plates are given according to ranking.
You are first, so you are assigned number 111. Qin Tian understood and asked her curiously. Honey, what's your license plate number? 22.
This means she was the second in the previous session.
It's right next to your villa? She smiled sweetly.
Qin Tianming immediately gave a thumbs up to the admissions teacher in his heart. At this time, Si Huaiyan was still introducing the school to him. Campus points are used for practicing, attending classes, exchanging skills and eating at school. Money spent outside cannot be exchanged for points, and the school has strictly prohibited this.
The school will publish campus rankings every month.
The initial rankings are based on admission scores.
If you want to improve your ranking later, you have to challenge yourself.
The challenger and the challenged will compete in the school arena, and the winner will inherit the ranking of the loser. Everyone has 3 challenge opportunities every month, and the challenged person can only be challenged 3 times a month.
Your ranking in school determines how you are treated in school. To obtain points, one needs to complete tasks.
The school will issue many tasks every day, which are divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. Each level of task has corresponding points to be earned. New students will have an initial amount of points in their card when they enter school. This is a transition period, and they have to take on tasks and earn points before the end of this period. In short, you can't make any progress in school without points, and the school encourages competition. After listening, Qin Tianming discovered that competition is emphasized all the time in the university.
So the last time you went to Yucheng to arrest cult members, it was also a mission issued by the school? Well, it's a C rank mission. After completing it, each person will receive 500 points. It's a team mission, and there are also solo missions. Qin Tianming now understood why his wife appeared in Yucheng.
Under Si Huaiyan's guidance, he opened his student panel and saw his points balance.
1,000 points. What the hell? You actually have so many initial points. Si Huaiyan pouted.
She herself only scored 500 points when she entered the school. You're treating me today, you're treating me to a meal, you're a big spender.
Look at her pouting little expression.
Qin Tianming knew that he was helping himself integrate into the environment, and he also wanted to treat her to a meal. She usually helped him, and now he was helping her in return.
I can't just keep living off others, right? I almost forgot I'm a talented person. Let's go back to the dormitory first. Qin Tianming took her hand and walked into dormitory 111. Hello, respected warrior, I am your intelligence system manager, you can call me Xiao AI. All smart devices in the room are managed by me. You can also give me a new name. Well, from now on I'll call you Xiaoxi. Okay, Xiaoxi is happy to serve you. Si Huayan beside him happily shook his hand and whispered in his ear, "The room manager of my dormitory is called Qin Tian? This girl is really good at flirting." Qin Tianming thought so in his heart. After putting all his things away, he took Si Huayan to the cafeteria. The main thing is that the dormitory has all the necessary facilities and there is no need to pack anything. The two of them came to the school cafeteria, and Qin Tianming was completely shocked by the richness of the dishes. There were Chinese food, Western food, 8 major cuisines, and Japanese cuisine, and they were all available 24 hours a day. It only takes 5 points to order a set meal, and if you order some of your favorite dishes, the average consumption will not exceed 8 points. You can imagine the purchasing power of these points. Qin Tianming ordered a Sichuan dish for himself, and Si Huayan ordered a Cantonese dish. The two of them found a not-so-conspicuous place to sit down. After sitting down, Qin Tianming couldn't help but sigh. This is the life people should live. The 007 life in the previous life was even worse than that of cattle and horses. And since I met my wife, my luck has become very good. It seems that my wife is really my lucky star. After your freshman meeting, come back to my house with me. My parents have been wanting to see you for a long time. Si Huayan said this while eating. And of course he agreed immediately. Meeting your own parents-in-law? That really requires some preparation. Chapter 17. Dad, Mom, please give me more advice in the future. He returned to the dormitory after saying goodbye to Si Huayan yesterday. I had a good sleep. Master, the time is now 7:40. Since you have to attend the freshman meeting at 8 o'clock this morning, I recommend you get up immediately. I heard this sound in a daze and turned off the alarm clock. After a while, he seemed to remember something and stood up immediately. I took out the time and looked at it. It was 7:56. Urgent. 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 You don't even need to eat breakfast. Just take your clothes and put them on while running. He even used his martial arts skills while rushing on the road, kicking his legs so hard that even an afterimage was left. As for the freshman meeting, as we all know, this kind of meeting usually starts about 10 minutes in advance to liven up the atmosphere. And now the principal is giving a speech on the stage. Now, let's give a warm round of applause to the representatives of the class of 2024. The national martial arts champion will come to the stage and give a speech on behalf of the freshmen. Clap, 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 a burst of warm applause rang out. Ahem, that student might not know he's the national champion yet. Let's give Qin Tianming a warm round of applause to welcome him to the stage and give his speech. Just when everyone was looking at me and I was looking at you. A gust of wind blew, and a person with his legs leaving afterimages ran out. Just like that, in full view of everyone, Qin Tianming appeared in front of everyone. And coincidentally, many people knew him. Isn't that the school beauty's rumored boyfriend? Either a rumored boyfriend or a boyfriend. The way of appearance was quite unique, but it really attracted everyone's attention. Qin Tianming hadn't reacted yet at this time. As soon as he arrived at the school playground, he heard the principal on the stage calling his name. So he hurriedly sped up and finally reached the stage within the specified time. After all, he didn't know whether his points would be deducted for being late this time. He first raised his hand to check the time. Well, 7:59, just right. It was the first time for the principal to see someone appear in such a way, and he looked at him with a strange look. Qin Tianming felt uneasy when he was stared at by such eyes. So I said what had been circulating around the school for 4 years. Principal, you're not going to deduct my points, are you? It happened that the speaker on the stage was amplified, so all the freshmen heard this sentence. What the hell is the point deduction? I laughed. Oh my god, is the school beauty's boyfriend a funny guy? Why is this speech different from what I expected? The principal's face turned dark and he laughed out of anger. As the freshman representative, it's your turn to speak. Qin Tianming only now realized what had just happened. But now he has become even more shameless and doesn't care about people's eyes and comments at all. First of all, I would like to thank the school for giving me this platform to perform. Secondly, yes, I am the boyfriend of the school beauty you all are talking about, and I also ranked first in the national martial arts exam. I hope to have a pleasant university life with everyone. Of course, if anyone wants to challenge me and test my abilities, I welcome that as well. Finally, just keep trying to catch up with me until you can no longer see my back. Your words shocked all the freshmen in the school, and you gained 20,000 shock points. Simulation value remaining 2.2 W. Fuck, this guy deserves a beating. I admit he's very strong, but you can't say that, right? Don't you know there are always people better than you, and there are always things better than you? I can only say bro 666.
Qin Tianming certainly knew what kind of response he would get if he said such a thing.
But who gave me the system?
The key is that now that I have experienced the taste of advanced simulation, I am no longer interested in those elementary and intermediate simulations.
Now I just want to quickly accumulate enough simulation points to start the next advanced simulation. The most important thing is that I now have the potential to be an emperor, so what's wrong with being a little arrogant? If other people had talents like mine, they would probably be even crazier than I am now. And I also have to deal with the troubles coming from behind.
If I don't keep a high profile, those little troubles will come one after another in the future.
It's so annoying.
As long as you show your strength and talent, you can shut up those who look down on you. I can also be at peace with my wife without being disturbed by those rumors. To sum up, I have to be high profile, and the best way to be high profile is to declare war on all the freshmen in the school at the freshman meeting. At this moment, the principal was extremely shocked by his arrogant tone. He had never seen such an arrogant freshman before.
He actually declared war on all freshmen in front of the whole school. Ah, the long-lost youth. If young people are not crazy, can they still be called young people?
The principal thought so in his heart. I also began to look forward to Qin Tianming.
Maybe he could really do it?
Ahem, it seems our classmate Qin Tianming is very confident in himself. Now, let's start the next part of the freshman meeting.
Student Qin Tianming, please return to your seat and stand. The next freshman meeting was just a rote reading of the script.
After completing the process, everyone dispersed. Students can arrange all their own courses. They can go to any classroom to take any class they want and just pay the credits.
They have a high degree of freedom.
After the group was disbanded, Qin Tianming went to the school gate and found Si Huayan. When they separated yesterday, they agreed to meet at the school gate today and go to her house to meet her parents.
Let's go, get in the car, oh? Si Huayan happily took his hand and walked towards the car excitedly.
It's like a little girl who gets her favorite toy and can't wait to show it off to her parents.
Wait, wife, I haven't bought the gift yet. Oh, why buy me a gift? You are the best gift.
I'll take you to choose some clothes and dress up nicely. In this way, they came to the mall, and in the astonished eyes of everyone, Qin Tianming, who had dressed up, got into his wife's car and prepared to go to his father-in-law's house.
Qin Tianming sat in the car, feeling like he was being kept.
But he was still very happy in his heart. After all, if he could get the approval of the two old people, then he would be Si Huayan's husband in full right.
Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to it. The car drove all the way to the gate of a manor. The plaque on the gate reads Si Fu.
You can tell at first glance that they are a wealthy family. When the servant at the door saw the eldest lady's car, he hurriedly opened the iron gate and notified the master. Following Si Huayan into the gate, the car had already been parked by the servant.
Qin Tianming looked at the huge manor in front of him. He couldn't see the end of it at a glance. It felt like it was at least 10 square kilometers in area.
At the gate, there were already two people waiting there. A middle-aged man with a stern face and wearing a formal Zhongshan suit gives people a serious feeling at first glance.
The woman next to him was just the opposite.
She had a gentle temperament like jade, wore a well-fitting long dress, had a perfect smile, and had a tall figure.
She looked 70% similar to Si Huayan.
I guess these two are my wife's parents, Qin Tianming judged in his heart. Dad, Mom, let me introduce you to Qin Tianming.
Si Huayan introduced sweetly, not caring about his father's frown. Dad. Mom. It's our first meeting.
Please give me your guidance.
Chapter 18 A Beautiful Day. Hashtag.
Ever since Si Huayan entered the house early in the morning, his nominal father-in-law, who was sitting on the sofa opposite him, had a frighteningly gloomy expression on his face. I think anyone would be angry if they knew that their daughter, whom they had worked so hard to raise, was taken away by another boy when they went out. When I walked in and called them Dad, Mom, my father-in-law's face became even uglier, but he didn't refute. As for the mother-in-law, her smile became even wider. She took his hand and led him into the house without even looking at the expression of her husband next to her. After entering the house, she asked him about his well-being. It was true that the more the mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she was. After talking for a while, he took Si Huayan into the house to cook. At this moment, only Qin Tianming and his father-in-law were left in the hall. What the hell is this death stare? The atmosphere feels a bit awkward. Qin Tianming thought to himself. Boy, you're quite thick-skinned. Hey, father-in-law, you're joking. We're all family, and we shouldn't have different opinions. What is your current level of cultivation? Reporting to my father-in-law, I am now at the initial stage of the third realm. Well, she has good talent, and has some of the qualities I once possessed. She's barely a match for my daughter. Qin Tianming knew that this meant that he was recognized as a son-in-law, so he smiled and patted his chest and said, That's right, father-in-law, I am a rare and excellent son-in-law in the world. Simon had to admit that this kid was extremely shameless. However, both of them have obtained their marriage certificate, so she has no choice but to recognize this son-in-law. Besides, this kid is really talented, and my daughter has good taste. According to the information and observations he has gathered during this period, although this guy seems to be out of touch at ordinary times, he can stand up at critical moments. He is also very good to his friends and family and is loyal and righteous. His daughter will never suffer any loss if she follows him. Otherwise, he would break up the couple even if they got married. Forget it. Since you're already married, I can't say anything. Find a time to bring your family over. We'll be relatives in the future, and you can't possibly not even meet them. Qin Tianming was also very happy to hear this. This was considered as an acknowledgement of him, so he immediately agreed. Don't worry, father-in-law, I will definitely treat Huayan well. No matter what happens in the future, I will stand in front of her. I swear. Well, since we're all family now, if you encounter any problems at school that you can't solve, just tell me. I, an old man, may not have any great abilities, but I can handle small things. Don't worry, father-in-law, I can solve small problems by myself. If I need your help for everything, how can I make you feel at ease? Qin Tianming said confidently. Of course, he had the capital to say this. I've already asked someone to find out about Lu Chuan, the man who came to trouble you before. It was actually Lu Tian, the eldest son of the Lu family, who was behind it. This Lu Tian has always had evil intentions towards my daughter. You should be careful of his revenge. As for the Lu family, I have already informed them. We adults will not interfere in the competition between you young people. Just focus on dealing with him. I'll be there to support you. After Qin Tianming heard this, he was moved. He truly felt the care from his elders, which was the same care as that from his own parents. Although his father-in-law didn't treat him well at first, he was helping him all the time, which really made him feel at home. Don't worry, father-in-law, I will never let you down. Well, do you know how to play chess? Let's play 2 games. Simon suddenly said to him with a smile. Just as the two were fighting fiercely on the chessboard, and Ran in the kitchen saw this scene and smiled slightly. It seems your father and your husband are getting along well. They even play chess together. Huayan, your vision is as sharp as your mother's. Si Huayan, who was standing next to her, didn't refute what his mother said. Instead, he said with a hint of pride, That's right, your daughter has an unusual vision. Soon, the 2 women prepared dinner and the family sat neatly at the dining table. However, the difference from before was that there was a man this time. Let's eat. Tianming, try the braised pork made by Auntie. It's made with the meat of the 3rd-level spiritual beast, the black ice bird. To be honest, Qin Tianming had never eaten such high-end ingredients. In the past, he had never even eaten a piece of a 1st-level spiritual beast. The meal was a very enjoyable one. Qin Tianming was so full that he felt very satisfied. After dinner, it was already evening. Tianming, the house hasn't been cleaned up yet. You can sleep with Huayan today. The bed in her room is quite big, just right for the 2 of you. When Si Huayan heard his mother's arrangement, he blushed but did not refute it. As for Simon, he certainly would not object to his wife's arrangement. Did Qin Tianming want to refuse? To be honest, he really didn't want to refuse. After all, who wouldn't want to sleep with his sweet and soft wife in his arms? Besides, my mother-in-law had already made such arrangements, so I couldn't lose face and agreed to it from the bottom of my heart. In the evening, he took a bath early, lay on the big pink bed, smelled the tempting fragrance emanating from the quilt, and lay down happily. His eyes revealed 30% excitement, 55% anticipation, and 20% shyness. Some images unconsciously emerged in his mind, which made him even more excited. Si Huayan, who was about to enter the room outside the door, was pulled aside by her mother.
Huayan, you are all young people. Logically, I shouldn't interfere. But now is not the time to have children. You have to pay attention to safety. Mom, what are you talking about? I didn't mean that at all. See, Huayan lowered his head shyly. Oh, Mom is just reminding you. Okay, I'm going back to sleep. Si Huayan looked at his mother's back as she left, and shyly pushed open the door of the room. Qin Tianming, who was lying on the bed, became excited immediately after hearing the sound. His body became straight and motionless. Slowly he felt a corner of the quilt being lifted, and a fragrant body lying next to him. Qin Tianming's mind was blank at this moment. In his previous life, he was a single man. After traveling through time, he had been single for 18 years. He had never seen such a situation before and dared not move. Lying next to him, Du Suiyan had been waiting for several minutes. Seeing that he still didn't move, he couldn't help but curse in his heart, what a blockhead. She turned around and hugged him. She felt Qin Tianming's body stiffen, and then she felt heat coming out. It was obvious that Qin Tianming was not calm at this moment. Hold me. When Qin Tianming heard what his wife said, he instinctively turned around and hugged her. He smelled the charming fragrance of her hair, felt the warmth emanating from her body, and gradually relaxed. As the saying goes, from ancient times to the present day, the land of gentleness is the grave of heroes. He has already sunk into this beauty. His chin rested on the top of her head, and he could feel the softness of her chest. His arms were around her, her slender waist, and he could even feel her breath on his neck. He felt like he was going to explode right there with so much heat. But he dared not move, for fear that his movements would alarm the beauty. Husband. Let's just hold each other and sleep like this. Chapter 19, Someone provokes me as soon as school starts? When Qin Tianming woke up in the morning, he found that the beauty beside his pillow was gone, leaving only a fragrance. He felt that this sleep was particularly sweet and peaceful. Thinking about what happened last night, I felt like I was dreaming. Call up the system to view the simulation points. Simulation points remaining 40,000. Wow, interacting with my wife only directly increased my simulation points by more than 10,000. Just when Qin Tianming was surprised by this, the door opened and a beautiful figure walked in. Husband, you're awake, oh? I made century egg and lean meat porridge. Remember to drink it when you get up later. Okay, wife. Qin Tianming answered and looked at the scene in front of him. It was just like the couple's normal life. Everything was so natural and beautiful. After getting up and making the bed, I went to the living room and found that Si Huayan and I were the only ones there. Where are Mom and Dad? Why don't I see them? Dad and Mom went out early. Seeing that we were still asleep, they didn't wake us up. I guess they have some mission. Qin Tianming understood what he said. After becoming a warrior, since he enjoyed the rights of the warrior class, he must of course fulfill the obligations of a warrior. The warrior's obligation is to help the country clean up and resist attacks from spirit beasts, and they must obey unconditionally when they are called upon by the country. This can be seen in college. All resources can only be obtained by completing tasks and earning points. After Qin Tianming and Si Huayan finished their breakfast, they returned to the campus of Magic City Martial Arts University. Si Huayan just received a new task these 2 days, which was a C-level team task, so he left first. Qin Tianming also became interested in the task system at this time, and called the fat boy at school to go to the task hall together. Single-player D-level mission, help the border troops arrest the second-level spirit beast, rewards 100 points. Team D-level mission, help the capital officials arrest the criminal gang, will reward 1,000 points. Team B-level mission, destroy the underground secret base of the Lingshan cult based on clues and capture the cult members, will reward 10,000 points. There are all kinds of tasks, only what you can't think of, nothing you can't see. Li Ming, who was standing next to him, looked at the points on the screen in front of him and was so embarrassed that his mouth was almost watering. Brother Qin, let's team up. I believe that with our strength, completing tasks below sea level is a piece of cake. After we get the points, we can share them together. Qin Tianming had this plan, but he would just form a team first, use up all the points in his hand, and then take on tasks after improving his strength. This way he would earn more points. Go to the team registration desk next door with Li Ming to fill in the information. How many people are there? 2 people. Strength. One is in the middle stage of the first realm, and the other is in the early stage of the third realm. Team name.
Li Ming and Qin Tianming looked at each other, then said in unison, "The most powerful handsome guy combination." After hearing this, the staff member first looked at them with a strange look, and then registered them. Having been doing this job for so long, he has heard all kinds of weird names.
He has even seen a team called handstand pulling.
After completing the registration, Li Ming was eager to try out the practice room. Just when Qin Tianming was about to go to the training room to take a look, he received a challenge message.
Challenging him is Zhu Biao, who is ranked 11th.
At the same time, on the challenge field, Zhu Biao was talking to a man.
Okay, Mr. Liu, don't worry. I will definitely make him use his trump card, which is my elixir. Don't worry, you will definitely get some benefits. Zhu Biao didn't say anything after hearing this. To the eldest son of the Liu family, this elixir was nothing, and he believed that he would not go back on his word. Zhu Biao then walked into the challenge arena and prepared to start. As soon as Qin Tianming entered the challenge arena, Zhu Biao spoke. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I thought you were scared and didn't dare to come? Ha ha ha.
Today I'll let you know that even if you get the first place by luck, you can't keep it without strength.
Qin Tianming looked at him expressionlessly.
He was speechless listening to what he said, as if he was watching a clown show.
You dare to challenge me just to talk trash, right? Of course not.
To tell you the truth, I advise you to stay away from the school belle.
Don't you think about your own character and background? Are you worthy of being the school belle's boyfriend?
Only our Master Liu is the most suitable partner for the school beauty, and you are just a young man from an ordinary family.
Why do you have the right to compete with Master Liu for a woman? And
Before he could finish his words, Qin Tianming couldn't help but take action. He could tolerate someone provoking him, as long as it was just some rumors, but he absolutely could not tolerate anyone talking about his family. And Si Huayan is obviously one of his closest people. Qin Tianming was fine when he didn't move, but when he moved, he was as fast as lightning. Zhu Biao saw a flash before his eyes, and before he could see clearly who was who, he saw a fist enlarging in front of him.
What followed was the intimate contact between fist and face.
Facing Qin Tianming's powerful attack that contained the fusion of martial arts, Zhu Biao had no power to fight back and flew out directly. He spun 3 times in the air, then landed on the ground outside the ring and was unable to get up for a long time.
Killed in one punch, what else is there to say?
Seeing this, the surrounding medical staff rushed forward to provide treatment. The other people watching the challenge were also surprised. There was a moment of silence, and then a huge discussion broke out.
Oh my god, this is too strong. Zhu Biao is at least a strong man in the middle to late stage of the second realm, but he can't even block a punch from him. To be honest, I think this punch contained elements of a sneak attack. If you have the guts, why don't you give me a sneak attack and see? If you have the guts to do that, I'll accept it.
At this time, Qin Tianming slowly put away his fist.
That's it? Did Liu Tian just send a clown like you to cause trouble for me? It's really something that's not worthy of being shown on the stage.
Even the methods used and the people they hired are not worthy of being shown on the stage. As expected, birds of a feather flock together. Trash hang out with trash, and idiots hang out with idiots.
Liu Tian, who was watching the game on the stage, was so angry that his face almost turned green after hearing this.
He wished he could get on the scene right now and beat Qin Tianming so hard that his father wouldn't recognize him, and make him bow his head and admit his mistake.
But in the end, reason prevailed.
He is now 1 grade higher than Qin Tianming.
It would be fine if the challenge is successful.
It is natural for others to think that you have won. After all, you have practiced for 1 year longer than others. If he loses, then the loss will outweigh the gain. Others will just think that he is right and that he is really a loser who can't even beat a freshman who was 1 grade below him. All these years of practice have been in vain.
Thinking of this, Liu Tian took a deep breath and looked at Qin Tianming deeply. Qin Tianming looked back at him without showing any weakness, and uttered a few words, "Where is your mother?" Liu Tian was so angry that he left the place on the spot and no longer looked at Qin Tianming.
Qin Tianming watched his back as he left, not affected by him at all, and prepared to go to the training room to practice later. As for Zhu Biao, he is still unconscious. It is not known whether he is really unconscious or just dares not open his eyes.
Chapter 20 Training Room.
Qin Tianming remembered that one of the benefits the school gave him was the right to use an advanced single-person training room. He forgot how long he had been here. It had been 2 days since he came to school, but he had not yet visited it. The grounds of the Magic City Martial Arts University were very large, and he walked towards the training ground, stopping and starting to familiarize himself with the terrain. It took him nearly half an hour to arrive.
The training room building could be seen from a distance.
It is called a training room, but it is better to call it a training tower. It has 99 floors and is also the tallest building in the Magic City Martial Arts University.
Every tourist who comes here will come here to check in and take photos. Qin Tianming walked downstairs, where there was a registration desk.
An old man was sitting on a recliner, helping students who came to the practice room to register.
"Hello, I said I'm here to use my single-person advanced training room." The old man glanced at him, then said slowly, "Give me your school ID card."
The old man took the ID card and swiped it on the card reader.
"Well, your training room is in room 3 on the 31st floor. You can use it for 10 hours a day. When the time is up, you will be automatically brought out." 31st floor?
The higher the floor, the better the effect of cultivation, right? You're new here, so today I'm going to tell you about the rules here. This training tower does have better effects the higher the floors are.
Floors after the 35th floor are not accessible solely by points.
On the following floors, every training room was occupied by other students, especially those at the top of the school rankings, who firmly occupied the training rooms on the upper floors. This is also seen as a status symbol by the teachers and students of the school. If you also want to practice in the upper-level training rooms, you must defeat those who occupy the training rooms.
You don't have to go to the challenge field, you can fight directly in the training room. Although your training room on the 31st floor is advanced, the training effect will be stronger with each subsequent floor.
Those strong people occupying the higher floors will also be able to obtain better spiritual energy replenishment.
The weak can only practice at the lower levels. Over time, the strong will become stronger.
After hearing this, Qin Tianming understood that the school's resources are used to cultivate strong people, and everything here requires you to fight for it. If you are strong enough, you will be able to obtain more resources, but if you are not strong enough, you can only eat the leftovers of others. The training rooms on the higher floors are undoubtedly a display of your strength and a symbol of your status in the school.
Well, old man, what level of cultivation is usually practiced on the 40th floor?
I didn't realize you were quite ambitious. That floor is occupied by sophomores, all of whom are at the late second realm. Qin Tianming estimated in his mind and felt that with his current strength, he should be around the 45th floor, not the 31st floor. So, he decided to challenge the 48th floor.
It's simple. One's talent cannot be wasted. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of one's potential to become an emperor?
He took out his school ID card and, in the astonished eyes of the people around him, pressed the button for the 48th floor of the elevator. You know, after all, people around him felt that he was a freshman when they saw his appearance. After all, anyone who has been in school for a period of time would be hit hard and lose his former high-spirited appearance. The feeling Qin Tianming expressed at this moment was exactly the same as how he felt when they first entered the school. I used to be so high-spirited and ambitious, and I could destroy everything in the midst of laughter and conversation. But now I can only wander around in the lower class. Heroes are everywhere in the world. Before coming to Wuhan University in the Magic City, I was the top student in our school. After coming here, I realized that I am just an ordinary person here.
Alas, genius is just a threshold. I'm really curious about what this kid will look like after he gets hit. Do you think he'll start to doubt his life? That's easy. We've just finished training, so we can just go take a look and have some fun.
As they spoke, these people followed Qin Tianming, wanting to see him make a fool of himself. Soon the elevator reached the 48th floor.
Only when you enter it will you find that there is a world inside.
From the outside, the higher the level, the smaller the space becomes. However, after entering it, I found that it was just an illusion and the interior space was very spacious. Since he had awakened the spiritual power of space attributes in his body, he could clearly sense that the power of space was used here to compress the originally huge space into its current size. The ratio is about 3:1, which means that the original 3 square kilometers of space is compressed to the size of 1 square kilometer. It turns out that space can be used in this way. This really opened his eyes.
Qin Tianming first took a casual look, chose a training room near the front and walked straight in. That guy seems to have chosen Li Xian, who was ranked 21st in the sophomore class, right? Damn it.
I really don't know how he dared. Not only did he want to challenge someone higher in grade, but he even dared to choose someone so high up the rankings.
I said, is there a possibility that he didn't know about these unspoken rules at all, so he just picked one at random? How long do you think he can last? I bet 2 minutes. I'll bet on 3 minutes. After all, if you're that confident, you should have some ability. But does Qin Tianming know? Of course he didn't know, after all, the old man never told him this. Even if he knew, he would choose the one that ranked higher. This is his confidence in his own efforts and the little help from the system. Li Xian, who was practicing in the training room at this time, felt the door being opened. He frowned slightly and slowly stood up. I was thinking to myself, who dares to challenge me? Doesn't he know that this place is already occupied by me? After seeing the person clearly, I found that I didn't know him at all, and I couldn't help but laugh out of anger. He shouted loudly, "Get out!" I thought it was someone special, but it turned out to be an unknown little character, just a newcomer. He dared to challenge me. He's really looking for death. After saying that, he stood up and said, "Let me teach you what it means to respect the strong." How come this training room is like his own home? Qin Tianming didn't answer, just looked at him expressionlessly. To be honest, he was almost immune to all this trash talk. He didn't even have the taunt attribute given by the system, so why were they all sarcastic? Qin Tianming also summed up his own experience. To deal with such a dog-barking person, just use your fist to make him shut up, otherwise he will keep barking. Seeing that he didn't move, Li Xian thought that he was scared by him, so he directly communicated with his spiritual energy and rushed over with a grin. Fire Extreme Pyroblast. Just as Li Xian's fire fist was about to hit Qin Tianming's body, Qin Tianming's gaze narrowed slightly as he stared at the fire dragon. His seeing through fire talent activated, allowing him to directly detect the weakness of Li Xian's technique. Recite it aloud in your mind. Time and space travel back. Chapter 21. That S-Points deduction brother. In a flash, a magical scene appeared. In the space with Qin Tianming's body as the center and a radius of 50 meters, time and space began to flow backwards. Li Xian also retreated to the position he was in a second ago, but Qin Tianming was not affected. At this moment, he was like a god in charge of the long river of time and space, wandering between time and space, and could turn time and space over with a wave of his hand. Although it was only a short second, this kind of power has never appeared in human history. If other people knew about this, they would just think it was a child's joke. After all, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to reverse time and space. That is a realm that is beyond human reach. Li Xian retreated to the position he was in a second ago, his hands still making a gesture to activate his psychic power. But Qin Tianming rushed in front of Li Xian when he retreated. 1 second was enough for him to draw on the spiritual energy in his body to complete the attack. Before Li Xian could react, Qin Tianming drew on the spiritual energy in his body and threw a straight punch at Li Xian's abdomen without any fuss. He already had the advantage of realm, and coupled with the unexpectedness at this moment, Li Xian's face instantly turned purple, his body bent, and he flew backwards. He flew back nearly 10 meters before finally stopping and then fell to the ground. Li Xian thought to himself a second before he lost consciousness, what a joke. You told me this is a freshman? Mom, someone is cheating here. When Qin Tianming saw Li Xian fall to the ground and couldn't stand up, he walked over expressionlessly, grabbed his clothes, and lifted him up. Tisk, if you don't have the ability, stop talking so foul-mouthed. Someone who doesn't know you would think you ate shit. Then he dragged him out of the room, ready to throw him out. The people who were betting outside were still discussing intensely when they suddenly saw the door of the room opened and exclaimed in surprise. No way? It's been less than a minute. Is this kid so weak? Haha, I won. Give me the points, give me the points. I told you this guy is too arrogant. He can't even last a minute. I saw him so confident, and thought he had some strength, but this is all he got? He's not even as good as me. Under the gaze of several people, Qin Tianming threw Li Xian, who was like a dead dog, out of the door, glanced at the people who were discussing, and then closed the door. The few people who were swept by his eyes fell silent, and after the door was closed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. TSK, what are you bragging about? You're only ranked 21st. If someone didn't know you, they'd think you were ranked first. Forget it, forget it. Stop talking. You know what kind of person Li Xian is. Don't let him hear you. If he does, you'll have a hard time getting revenge. After hearing this, the man immediately stopped talking and became quiet. The other person walked closer and took a closer look. Suddenly, he remembered something and a look of horror appeared on his face. He shouted, "Come and see. This doesn't look like that kid. It's Li Xian."
The others were shocked when they heard this and hurried over to check.
It really is him. It's actually Li Xian. No way, isn't that guy a freshman? How could a freshman beat Li Xian like this in less than a minute? Rip. This is terrifying. This is absolutely terrifying. These newcomers are more awesome than the last.
Luckily, no one heard the mockery, otherwise we might be among those lying on the ground right now. Several people suddenly remembered the look Qin Tianming had given them before, and they all shuddered. They looked at each other and hurriedly left this place of trouble. As for Li Xian, who was lying on the ground, there was naturally someone special to clean up the mess. After Qin Tianming dealt with Li Xian, he certainly didn't have time to think about what those people were thinking, but instead took advantage of the time to practice. The spiritual energy content of the spatial attributes of this floor is quite good, and this training room is also relatively close to the front, so it is very helpful for him to practice spatial spiritual energy. He took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate the spiritual energy in his body and started practicing. The so-called spatial spiritual energy cultivation is actually purification. Everyone has 5 attributes in their psychic properties, and some may have 6 or more. Purification means increasing the most potential spiritual energy content in your body. The higher the purity of a person's spiritual energy, the more powerful it becomes. For those whose purity reaches over 90%, the power of their cultivation techniques can be doubled.
The power increases exponentially.
This was told to him by his father-in-law when he was talking to him at his father-in-law's house, otherwise he would not have known it. Qin Tianming previously had 5 types of spiritual energy in his body, among which fire attribute occupied the largest proportion, so fire attribute spiritual energy was his most promising spiritual energy.
But now he has spatial attributes. Of course, he has purified the spatial attributes. He estimated that the spatial attribute spiritual energy in his body should only account for about 10%. 10% can make time and space flow back for 1 second. Although this is also due to the martial arts method, if one purifies it to a higher level, it will definitely make the time and space go back longer. He calmed his mind, mobilized all his spiritual energy, and let the spiritual energy from the outside world fill his limbs and bones. At the moment he opened his acupoints to absorb the spiritual energy from the outside world. Suddenly, I felt spiritual energy that was nearly twice as dense as that in the outside world, and the spatial attribute only accounted for a small part of it. But this was enough to shock him. You know, when he was in the outside world, no matter how he communicated with psychic energy, he could never feel the existence of spatial attribute psychic energy. He first drew out the water attribute spiritual energy in his body and let it spread between heaven and earth, while at the same time absorbing the free space attribute spiritual energy. And because his talent has been systematically improved, the conversion efficiency has been greatly enhanced, more than 10 times higher than before. Is this the great emperor's talent? The talent given by the system is really powerful.
At this moment, he felt that his body was like a vortex, constantly absorbing the spiritual energy around him, causing the spiritual energy of the spatial attributes in the training room to be continuously diluted. The spiritual energy of spatial attributes constantly impacted his body and wandered through his tendons and veins, like naughty elves, refusing to stay obediently in his dantian. To do this, he had to take the trouble to guide these spiritual energies. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, he had been practicing for 8 hours.
As he exhaled, the last trace of spatial spiritual energy was drawn into his dantian.
He opened his eyes and felt it carefully. He found that the proportion of spatial attribute spiritual energy had reached 17%, which was an increase of 7%. It's worthy of being a high-level training room. It's much better than training in the outside world.
No wonder everyone wants to train in a higher-level training room.
Because the news that he defeated Li Xian within a minute spread, many freshmen were waiting at the door, wanting to see who was so powerful. After all, Qin Tianming was actually venting the anger of all the freshmen in disguise. The freshmen have suffered a lot in this training tower these past 2 days. The training rooms are often occupied by the senior students, and they cannot defeat them.
It is really miserable. Finally, someone defeated the senior student, and he easily defeated the senior student who was ranked high. Of course, I have to take a look.
The door opened and Qin Tianming came out of the training room. A freshman who had been observing from outside saw this and one of them exclaimed, "I know who he is. He's the boyfriend of the school beauty, deduct my points guy."
Chapter 22 Fame.
Qin Tianming, who had just left the room, felt dizzy when he heard someone calling him by his nickname.
What the hell is this nickname? Don't let me know who gave it to you, or you'll be in trouble. 3. Ding, gain shock value 5000.
Seeing the people around him pointing and talking at him, Qin Tianming's pretended demeanor of a master was instantly shattered. He fled from this dangerous place as quickly as if he was escaping. On the way back, he took out his cell phone, accurately found the fat man's fichen, and made a video call to him directly.
I love you walking alone in the dark alleys. I love your unchanging appearance. Who says only those who stand in the light are heroes?
It took more than 10 seconds before the call was connected. A haggard, thin face with dark circles under the eyes appeared in front of the screen.
Ghost. Brother Qin, stop it, I'm fat? Fatty, are you really the same fat guy I know? How come you've lost so much weight?
It's all because Daddy didn't take good care of you.
You've starved and become so thin.
Stop talking, deduct my points, brother.
I've been really tormented these past few days. Did my nickname spread so quickly? What's going on, fatty?
Tell Dad and he'll help you vent your anger.
Epsilon equals Omicron psi. I thought my future would be smooth sailing after getting into Magic City Martial Arts University.
But after just 2 days here, I'm being challenged by those lower-ranked people. They treat me like a pushover, challenging me multiple times a day, completely depleting my available time to accept challenges.
The key is that those damn people picked the night to do it.
I feel so bad, fatty. As he spoke, the fat man in the video made a gesture of wiping tears.
Qin Tianming wanted to laugh but couldn't, so he put on a serious expression. Fatty, I'm rooting for you. Come on.
The fat man on the other side of the video knew what Qin Tianming was thinking when he saw his expression.
Brother Qin, I don't know you yet. If you want to laugh, just laugh. It's too hard to hold it in. Daddy loves you. Qin Tianming couldn't hold it back any longer, and after a burst of laughter, he said, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. Fatty, are you free tomorrow? What's up? Are you planning something? I'm sure I have plenty of time. Well, I'm going to take on a less difficult mission tomorrow. This training in the training room cost me 800 points. Your dad is running out of money. Hey, Brother Qin, how did you get so many points? To be honest, your dad has already spent all the points today, and was just about to ask you if you want to go on the mission. Qin Tianming, you are indeed my good son. You think the same as me.
When Qin Tianming was about to say something, another video call came in.
He looked and it was his wife. Fatty, let's not talk about it for now. My wife called. Then he just hung up.
The fat man on the other side was stunned when he saw the video call suddenly hung up.
Fuck it, I'm going to find a wife too, and when I do, I'm going to hang up on you.
And the other side. A youthful, beautiful, and never boring face appeared on Qin Tianming's mobile phone screen.
Who else could it be but Si Huayan? Honey, who were you talking to on the phone just now? My big, fat son is Li Ming. Oh, no one has given you any trouble lately, right? Of course not. Even if there is, your husband's ability can easily solve it. Qin Tianming said, showing off his biceps.
When Si Huayan saw this, he covered his mouth and smiled slightly, his curved eyes like crescent moons.
Well, that's good. I saw some bad things about you online recently. Be careful.
Si Huayan frowned and spoke in a slightly worried tone.
Don't worry, honey. By the way, how is your mission going? It's almost done. I'll probably be back in 3 days. Remember to pick me up at the high-speed train station then? Okay, enough talking. I have to get back to work.
Bye, deduct my points, brother.
Beep.
When Qin Tianming heard the familiar nickname, he was speechless.
When did his nickname become so popular?
He took out his cell phone, opened a certain audio app, and searched for the 6 words Magic City Martial Arts University. A red title suddenly appeared on his cell phone screen.
Shocking. Freshman, the guy who deducted my points beats up a sophomore. What exactly is the strength of the man who deducted my points? Let me explain it in detail.
The guy who deducted my points is actually the boyfriend of the most beautiful girl from Wuhan University in Shanghai. The number of views of these videos has reached nearly 20 million. And it is still increasing. The number of likes has exceeded 500,000, and the number of reposts has reached nearly 200,000.
Obviously, Qin Tianming's nickname and his deeds in Guanhui have become traffic codes.
He clicked on a video with the highest number of views, which was the video of him speaking on the podium that day. Although the video was not very clear, the sound was recorded intact. And it is a professionally processed high-definition pulse version. Qin Tianming opened the comments section below with an expressionless face. Any comment had tens of thousands of likes. Is this the strength of the one who deducted my points? Let the doubts be louder. Deduct my points, brother. Sorry, I just want to laugh when I think about the line "just chase me until you can't see my back" that was said by "deduct my points, brother." But if anyone dares to say the guy who deducted my points is unworthy of the school beauty, I'll just whip him with a dragon's tail and a dragon's claw. Qin Tianming looked at these comments and immediately reported them one by one. Then I looked at my private messages. Wow, there were over 99 unread messages. The number of fans has increased from just a few hundred to more than 200,000 now, and is still rising. Qin Tianming had never thought that he would become famous in such a strange way. Thinking of this, he searched for Magic City Martial Arts University again, reported all the videos he could find about his nickname, and turned off his phone. My heart is now enlightened. However, it turned out that what he did was of no use. After he reported the videos and caused them to be taken down online, netizens became even more crazy. For a time, various emoticons about the guy who deducted my points became popular, and stories about Qin Tianming were also forwarded crazily by netizens. The name Qin Tianming suddenly appeared in front of the public, and in such a unique way. System, why are there so many people shocked online? I don't have any shock value. Ding, the host will only gain shock value if someone within 200 meters of the host is shocked. For a moment, Qin Tianming's already dark face became even darker. Forget it, I'd better go back, take a shower and prepare for tomorrow's tasks. I guess I'll forget about this matter in a few days. Chapter 23 First Mission. The strongest handsome group will be famous from today. As he walked to the place to receive the mission, Li Ning shouted loudly. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and spoke. Oh, I forgot, Brother Qin, you are already famous all over the world now. Qin Tianming, thank you. I'd rather not be so famous. The two walked one on the left and one on the right, and soon arrived at the mission acceptance location. Their goal today is a D-level team mission. Generally, team missions are taken on by teams of 4 or more, but if you are confident in your abilities, you can also take them on as a team of 2 or 1 person. Anyway, the school doesn't care how you accept the task. It only cares whether the task is completed and then issues points. As for how you distribute the points, that is your business. However, the school has 2 iron rules that must not be violated when completing tasks. That is, students are strictly prohibited from using psychic powers to kill people at will outside. Secondly, it is strictly forbidden to kill other people who have completed the task, including those from other schools, for the sake of task points. Anyone who violates these 2 red lines will be put on the reward list of all schools across the country and will be wanted nationwide. The wanted list will never be revoked until you die or are arrested. So almost no student dares to do this. Anyone who dares to do this has had their graves blown up. At this time, Qin Tianming and Fatty were searching for suitable tasks in the task system column. Since there were so many tasks, it took them a long time to choose the one that suited them. Team Mission D-Level Mission. A cult member has infiltrated the capital, and his specific identity must be determined based on local intelligence. Will reward 12,000 points. Note, this mission is somewhat dangerous. The cult members are extremely vicious. Those below the late stage of the first realm should be cautious. It is recommended that a team of 4 or more people accept it. That's it, Fatty. With my strength neutralizing yours, we can round it up to 4 people in the middle stage of the first realm. That's absolutely fine, Brother Qin. I haven't been to the capital yet, so I'll just treat it as a trip at my own expense. After the 2 of them had reached an agreement, they found the staff and accepted the task under the staff's surprised gaze. An abandoned factory in the capital. A man in black clothes and a hood covering his entire face was looking around. After he made sure that there was no one around, he walked into the factory. After closing the factory gate, the man in black aimed his left eye at the red film sensing device on the gate. After verification, a code device immediately popped out from the wall. After skillfully entering the password, a hole appeared in the ground not far away, and a staircase led directly to the underground. The man in black was not surprised by this and walked straight down the stairs. About 50 meters underground, a heavy stone door opened and the darkness in front of me disappeared. What came into view was a sphere filled with pale yellow light. The darkness around was dispelled by the light of the sphere, and a pretty woman with a slim figure was standing beside the sphere. A clear voice sounded, and from this voice one could tell that the owner of the voice was not very old.
Nightingale, you are still so cautious.
Even when you see me, you still wear a black robe and don't show your true face. The man in black robe remained unmoved after hearing this, but instead answered with his hoarse voice.
Stop talking nonsense. I can't be away for too long. Have you completed what the deacon asked you to do?
At this time, the woman no longer looked at the man in black robe, but instead looked at the glowing crystal ball with an obsessed gaze, as if she was looking at a work of art.
Of course. How dare I delay what the bishop has arranged? After completing this mission, the two of us should be candidates for deacons. This is really exciting.
When talking about this, the woman's face flushed with illness, but her eyes refused to move away from the ball for even half a second. The man in black robe was no longer surprised by this. They had been cooperating with each other since they were still believers, and had come to where they are today.
That's good. I'm almost done there too. I just need the last piece of the puzzle.
This mission must succeed and no failure is allowed. The man in black robe was about to leave when a white and tender hand grabbed the corner of his clothes.
Why are you in such a hurry to leave? There's no rush.
We haven't seen each other for so long.
Don't you want to try it? I can't wait.
A hint of helplessness flashed across the black-robed man's eyes, and he turned around and looked at the woman coldly. The woman covered her mouth and laughed, ignoring his cold gaze. Instead, she pulled his hand to her soft spot, pressed her body against his, and whispered sweetly in his ear.
Don't worry, I'll be there soon. The shadows on the basement walls overlapped, and a burst of obscene music came from the room.
On the other side, Qin Tianming and Fatty were taking the high-speed train to the capital.
Fatty, how long will it take?
Brother Qin, you've asked this 3 times in the past 10 minutes.
The Magic City is still a bit far from the capital. It should take another 2 hours to get there. Really? Why does it feel like an hour has passed? Oh, this is so boring. Brother Qin, if you are bored, just go to sleep. When you close your eyes and open them again, you will find that you have arrived. The fat man was very open-minded. After all, he had already prepared a strategy when he came. Now he was fighting fiercely with his teammates, fighting 1 against 4 but not losing the upper hand at all. Qin Tianming turned his head and looked at his mobile phone screen. Wow, 110-0. Can you be a human being and operate like that? Why don't you let Kuan play it? The fat man's mouth twitched. How can you say such cold words with your 36-degree mouth? 2 hours later, a high-speed train finally arrived at the station. Qin Tianming took a deep breath after leaving the platform. Cool. Sure enough, the fresh air outside smells the best. The two first found a hotel, put down all their luggage, and then went to the local police station based on the intelligence. Every time students go out on a mission, they must report to the local police station to indicate that they have arrived, and then collect information related to the mission target at the police station. After the two arrived at the police station door and reported, a man in police uniform came up to greet them warmly. Ha ha ha, I finally got you too. I've been waiting for these 2 young heroes for a long time. After Qin Tianming and the other man shook hands with him, they found that his palms were rougher than they had imagined, probably due to years of holding guns. By the way, my name is Zheng He, and I'm the chief of the police station here. You can just call me Director Zhang. Qin Tianming nodded, indicating that he understood. He then asked Director Zhang, have you prepared all the information on the cult members? After all, their task time is also limited. If the task is not completed on time, points will be deducted, so the sooner the task is completed, the better. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang's relaxed brows furrowed again, and he said in a stern tone, those damned cult bastards, I'm certainly ready. I'm just a few steps away, and that's when I need your help. After saying that, he led them towards a room. Qin Tianming took a look and followed. Bang! The door closed. Chapter 24 Traces. The last time they were spotted was near a noodle shop in the capital. There were 2 of them, and their faces were unclear. They left through a blind spot on the surveillance cameras. It's obvious that they had already done some exploration before they met. As Zhang Hajing was speaking, he retrieved the surveillance video for them and gave them a stack of photos. Then he continued to talk about all the information he knew so far. The first person to discover the cult was a delivery man. On his way back from delivering food, he stopped by the road to smoke and saw a light on in a house. But it was already 2 in the morning. When he looked closely, he saw something hanging from the roof.
Then he realized it was a person. He thought it was suicide and rushed to the police station to report it. Then he paused before continuing. Later, when we went to investigate, we discovered it was the work of cult members. They usually use living people for sacrifice to their gods. Qin Tianming took out the photos taken at the scene and saw a woman hanging on the roof with her mouth stuffed and unable to make any sound. Her naked body was carved with dense runes with a knife. There was also the body of a girl next to her. Blood kept dripping onto the ground in the center of the formation. The blood was constantly absorbed by the formation, emitting a strange red light, and an evil aura was revealed all around the room.
Qin Tianming now had a new understanding of cults.
He didn't know what cults meant before, but now he understood.
This group of people are demons and beasts walking on earth. Calling them dogs is an exaggeration to say the least.
After carefully reading through the files, the two of them discovered that all these deaths had one thing in common, which was that most of their blood was absorbed by the formation on the ground.
What's the use of this formation? Qin Tianming couldn't help but ask this question. Zhang Yi, as if he knew he would ask this, quickly replied, I don't know.
Every time the cult members appear, the formation they use is different, but they always use the blood of living people. This cult has only one purpose, which is to subvert humanity and usher in a new era. They believe that after the revival of spiritual energy, humans should no longer be the overlords of this world. This will block the arrival of God. Only by destroying most of humanity can God truly descend upon this world and humanity usher in a true rebirth. Zhang Yi's tone was obviously a little excited when he said this, and it was obvious that he had a very bad impression of this cult.
That's right.
After all, no one would feel good if they knew that there was a group of people around them who were thinking about slaughtering humans every day.
Qin Tianming and Li Ming left the police station after checking the information.
At this moment, Qin Tianming suddenly felt that he was a bit hasty in accepting the task. He didn't expect that this would be such a brain-burning task.
Fatty, I think we should learn more about this cult. Knowing ourselves and the enemy will ensure victory in every battle. Yeah, I think so too. We still know too little about cults.
You should be able to find out more on the official campus website. Li Ming took out his mobile phone and searched the word cult on the official website of the campus.
Immediately, a pop-up window popped up. Ding, insufficient permissions.
Qin Tianming, who was standing next to him, saw it and also opened the official website to take a look.
Ding, permission verification passed.
Li Ming split directly.
Qin Tianming, maybe Fatty, you are not strong enough, so you don't have the authority to open it.
I clicked on it and saw a few big words written on the homepage.
First, it is strictly forbidden to disclose the content you see here to uninformed people.
Second, register with the local Psychic Warrior Association to see relevant content. Third, if you disclose relevant information to ordinary people, you will be directly included in the wanted list. Qin Tianming frowned as he saw the 3 iron rules marked in red on the screen. Even he could feel the horror contained in them. It seemed that this evil cult was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Open the navigation, take a taxi and go to the Psychic Warrior Association with Fatty. After arriving at the association, Qin Tianming and the fat man entered together. It was much more spacious inside than they had imagined. It seemed that there were fewer warriors than they had imagined.
The receptionist at the door came over with a smile after seeing the two of them. Hello, what business do you two want to handle? We too are here to register for registration rights. The man's face changed slightly and then immediately returned to normal. Okay, please follow me upstairs. Completely different from the sci-fi style of the first floor, the rooms on the second floor were densely packed with various runes that he could not understand, and contained huge amounts of psychic energy fluctuations. The guide brought them up and left. Soon the door of the room on the other side of the second floor opened, and an old man over 70 years old, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walked in. Is the person next to you your teammate on the mission? It was obvious that the old man was very familiar with this process and recognized their identities easily. Qin Tianming nodded without saying anything. Well, come with me. Stand in the center of the formation first and don't move. After Qin Tianming did what the old man said, a blue light immediately appeared in the center of the formation, and then a contract appeared in his mind. At this moment, the old man's voice came from the side, invoke your own spiritual power and sign your name on it. After Qin Tianming did as he was told, the contract disappeared immediately. At the same time, he had a feeling that if he revealed anything about the cult, someone would know it immediately.
After the fat man completed the same operation, the old man next to him said, after signing the contract, "If you leak relevant information to people who shouldn't know, your names will appear on the school's bounty list tomorrow." Then he drove the two away. After leaving the Psychic Warrior Association, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Li Ming said with emotion, "Brother Qin, no wonder we have never heard of these rumors before. It turns out that the confidentiality is so strict." Qin Tianming's tone was solemn and serious as he replied, "Indeed, but the stricter it is, the more terrifying this cult is. Fatty, I feel like our mission this time won't be peaceful." At this time, Qin Tianming's attention to this mission has risen to a higher level. Then Qin Tianming opened his mobile phone and prepared to check it. It must be said that with such strict confidentiality measures, this kind of news is indeed very attractive to him. After all, what you can't get always makes you restless, and the more you can't get it, the more you want it. Chapter 25: The Tip of the Iceberg. Authentication successful. This time I finally managed to enter the official website. Find the column you want to view and click on it. In an instant, a long list of cult deeds appeared on the screen. The 2006 city destruction case of the Blue Cardinal of the Spiritual God Cult. The 2004 Border Spirit Beast Riot. 2010 Lingshan Sect's large-scale human sacrifice ceremony. 2012 Yellow Cardinal Massacre of the Spiritual God Cult. 2014. 2022 Domestic Spiritual Beast Riot Case. To be honest, Qin Tianming was really shocked. He didn't expect that the peaceful life he thought he had before would have so many crises in secret. The key point is that he hasn't heard any news about it around him. After a careful understanding, he had a clear understanding of this so-called Lingshan religion. The class structure of this cult is divided into alternate members, alternate deacons, alternate bishops, grand leaders from low to high. Since the discovery of this cult, the biggest one caught was only a candidate for bishop. The bishop only knew that there were 7, namely red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, while the Grand Master wore white. The 7 bishops have the same status, and in order to become a bishop, one must accomplish a major event that shocks the whole world. For example, the Sakura Country Spiritual Beast Massacre that shocked the world. At a time unknown to anyone, Cardinal Chingy closed the city defense formation, and a drizzle began to fall from the sky, and the rain was full of attractants that were extremely attractive to spirit beasts. Although the police responded quickly afterwards, this wave of spirit beasts still slaughtered nearly 60% of the people in the city, with casualties reaching a staggering 2 million. Every bishop is a demon with blood on his hands, without exception. As for the Grand Master, there has never been any news about him. Moreover, this cult is extremely widely distributed, with members all over the world. Its internal structure is also extremely strict, and its followers are absolutely unaware of any news from the upper echelons. Therefore, even if you catch people at the lower level, you won't be able to get any valuable information out of them, and the middle and high level people are extremely difficult to catch. This has led to the continuous growth and development of the Lingshan cult, which has now become a cancer for the whole world. The 2 people who saw this had a completely new understanding of the Lingshan sect. "I thought it was a small, insignificant organization, but it turned out to be a large organization spread all over the world." Watching what these people did made both of them feel their scalps tingle. Li Ming asked with a hint of fear, "Brother Qin, what should we do next?" Qin Tian calmed himself down. "Don't be afraid of them, they are just a few followers, all little karami. Let's go to the place where they disappeared last and check." According to the existing information, this is where the 2 people last disappeared. A police officer took the 2 of them to an intersection next to a noodle shop. Li Ming looked completely confused, and you couldn't blame him. After all, it was his first time dealing with such a thing. Qin Tianming had read quite a few criminal investigation novels before he traveled through time. Although he was not as good as professionals, he still knew some simple reasoning. While Qin Tianming was checking here, he said to Li Ming, "Fatty, why do you think the cult members appeared in this city? Normally these people wouldn't show up, but they showed up this time." Although it was discovered by someone, looking at the photos of the scene, these people had no intention of dealing with the situation at all. And every time the cult members appear recently, they use formations to collect the blood of living people. And their movements are getting bigger and bigger. They're not worried about being discovered at all. Everything has a purpose, and everything serves this purpose. At this moment, Qin Tianming's talent was activated, and the information in his mind was connected one by one, but it was missing the most critical pieces of the puzzle. His speaking speed was getting faster and faster. "Our mission is to find out his specific identity.
This mission is definitely not assigned to just the two of us. Perhaps the mission we received was only the smallest part of it. The higher-ups may have sensed that this evil sect was going to do something. Having said that, Qin Tianming's tone changed. But what does this have to do with us? We are still so weak now. If we interfere, we will be courting death. We should just complete our original mission honestly and leave the rest to the higher-ups. Fatty, this cult is definitely planning a big move, and we're only responsible for a few of its minions, so this mission isn't as dangerous as you think. After comforting Li Ming, Qin Tianming continued his brainstorming. No matter what a person does, he or she always has a purpose. This is also true for members of a cult, and the primary purpose of a cult is to eliminate humanity. Qin Tianming's eyes narrowed when he thought of this. He discovered that the blood of everyone at the scene had been collected, and it was collected using a formation. There are also runes carved on his body, perhaps to deceive others and make them focus all their attention on the runes instead of paying attention to where the blood disappears. The collected blood must be useful, so it will be handed over and transferred. This last meeting may very well be used to transfer the blood. And from the video it seems that they did not communicate, so there must be other ways of notification. Qin Tianming reopened the surveillance video and used his talent for seeing through things. He discovered that the direction of the other black-robed man's body did not change from the time he appeared until the time the other black-robed man left. The direction the man in black robe was facing was the ordinary noodle shop next to him. After telling Li Ming this conclusion, Li Ming looked at him in surprise. Brother Qin, I never realized how useful your brain is before. When will you be able to evolve secretly without my knowledge? Your father's brain has always been so good, otherwise why would I say you are my son? Li Ming. The two walked into the noodle shop next door. I found that this noodle shop had obviously been open for many years. The air conditioner had started to turn yellow, the table was greasy and could not be wiped off, and half of the fan casing on the wall had fallen off. It looks exactly like a 10-year-old store. Judging from the menu, this noodle shop has a surprisingly large number of dishes, including noodles. There are probably about 100 kinds of dishes. The name of this noodle shop is even more unique, Liang Xiaxia. They both ordered a bowl of the shop's signature noodles. Soon a greasy man with a big belly appeared in front of them, holding 2 large bowls of wide noodles. Please enjoy your meal. Chapter 26 Incident. When the target person appeared, Qin Tianming couldn't help but observe the noodle shop owner carefully. There was nothing special about him. He was just like any other noodle shop owner, ordinary, with no psychic fluctuations. It was obvious that he was just an ordinary person. The only special thing about her is that her face is very oily, probably because she often faces the stove. Did I guess wrong? Qin Tianming thought to himself, but his expression remained calm. Looking at the 2 bowls of wide noodles served on the table, the authentic soup noodles smelled fragrant, which made people's appetites grow. Soon the two finished their meal. After they walked out of the shop, Li Ming asked in confusion, Brother Qin, what did you see? I can't see anything unusual. He's just an ordinary noodle shop owner. Since there is no problem inside the store, what about outside the store? So the two of them began to look around the store again, but found nothing unusual. Qin Tianming looked up and looked at the noodle shop again. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he shouted to Li Ming next to him, Fatty, check if there is a place called Liang nearby. Li Ming searched on the navigation on his phone and found that there were many places called Liang. The nearest one was 200 kilometers away from the capital and was no longer within the capital. Qin Tianming, just because there's nothing now doesn't mean there wasn't anything before. Go to the police station and check the information. Soon the two came to the police station again to check the information they wanted, and found that there was indeed a factory called Liang that produced steel pipes, but it had moved 10 years ago. Qin Tianming made a prompt decision and immediately went to this place with the fat man. The area around the factory is overgrown with weeds, and there are ruins everywhere, giving it a desolate feel. Brother Qin, could it be that we have come to the wrong place? Qin Tianming was observing carefully at this moment, and did not answer Li Ming's question. He had a hunch that part of the truth he was looking for was right there. When his eyes swept across a piece of grass on the ground, he keenly noticed something different. No, we found the right one, Qin Tianming said confidently. Then he went to the place that looked a little different from the other grasslands to check it out. The grass showed signs of being trampled on, and although it was straightened later, it still felt like a shadow had been covered up. Through his gift of seeing through things, he discovered that there should be 2 people walking by here.
A man and a woman, one wears a size 42 shoe and the other wears a size 37. The shoes the men wore looked a bit like hard leather shoes, while the shoes the women wore were obviously high heels. Following these footprints all the way, I found that they disappeared when they reached the factory. After searching around this abandoned factory, I didn't see anything useful and didn't get any information.
The clue was broken again. Qin Tianming was speechless.
He thought it was a simple task and could be easily solved with his own strength. The result was so brain-burning. Next time I accept a task, I must choose it carefully. It would be best if it is the kind that can be solved directly by strength. Seeing that it was getting dark, the two had no choice but to go back and prepare to check again the next day. Just after the two left, a man in a black robe slowly walked out from the shadows in the woods nearby. Looking at their leaving shadows, he chuckled and spoke, his voice full of hoarseness. "You have a good nose, but you came too late. The plan has been completed. I'll treat you to a good show in a few days." After saying this, he immediately turned around and left, not caring whether he would leave any mark. Originally, his purpose of coming to check was just curiosity. Even if those two people really found something, they would not be able to find any useful information by continuing to use the clue he deliberately left behind. After Qin Tianming and Fatty returned to the hotel, they fell into a deep sleep. Qin Tianming was tired because of using his brain, while Li Ming was tired because of running around in pure physical exhaustion. While they were sleeping, a terrorist conspiracy against the entire city is brewing. The capital city is particularly beautiful at night, with neon lights flashing around, illuminating the entire city like daytime. A man in a green robe stood on the roof of the tallest building in the city, looking at the city at night. It's so beautiful, but it's just missing that last bit of ink. Only with this one touch will this painting be the most beautiful. Having said this, the corners of the green-robed man's mouth curled up, his face became ferocious, but his eyes were particularly cold, revealing a hint of chillness. Let me add the finishing touch to this painting. This will be the greatest masterpiece of my life. Ha 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 ha. The man in green robe opened his arms and laughed loudly towards the sky. At this moment, a flash of lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the man in green robe for a moment, followed by a muffled thunder, and a light rain began to fall from the sky. It seemed as if even the heavens were crying. The man in green robe laughed a few times, then turned his back and fell backwards with his arms open. In an instant, he fell from the roof. And if you look down from where he fell at this time, you will be surprised to find that the man in green robe has disappeared, as if he had never appeared. What remained in the original place was actually the spiritual energy fluctuations of spatial attributes. The next morning, Qin Tianming and Fatty got up early and prepared to continue their mission. However, just as they were leaving the hotel and about to take a taxi to the police station, I received a call from the school. After Qin Tianming answered the call, a voice came from the other end immediately. He knew it was the principal's voice. After all, I had offended the principal at the freshman assembly, and I was very familiar with his voice. Your mission has been cancelled. After the latest evaluation by the school's internal staff, your mission has now been upgraded to an A-level mission. Go back to school now. After saying that, the principal hung up the phone. He had other people related to this mission that he had not yet notified, and time was running out. The call was hung up with a beep, beep, beep sound. Qin Tianming put away his phone with a grim expression. Brother Qin, what's going on? Why do you look so ugly? Fatty, our mission has been cancelled this time, and the mission rating has been adjusted to A. Li Ming exclaimed in surprise when he heard this. What? A level? Doesn't that mean this mission is very dangerous? Fatty, let's book the tickets now and leave today. I have a bad feeling. Li Ming didn't say much after hearing this, but just took out his mobile phone to book a flight back to Shanghai. Damn it! Chapter 27 Accident. Li Ming looked at the message displayed on his phone with a grim expression. Brother Qin, today's plane tickets are sold out. We have to wait until tomorrow morning at the latest. Qin Tianming's expression was not very good either, and then he said, then book a high-speed rail ticket. Li Ming clicked on the high-speed rail trip. Brother Qin, I got it, but it's a ticket for 5 p.m., and it takes 3 hours to get to the Magic City. Well, as long as we get the tickets, we'll go back directly when the time comes. It's too dangerous here. We might have been involved in a big crisis. It's better to leave early. Having lived 2 lives, Qin Tianming deeply understands that one should be crazy when necessary, so that others will look up to him.
But if you still act arrogantly when you should admit defeat, then you are a fool. Now is the time to admit defeat. An incident of this magnitude is simply beyond your ability to resolve at the moment.
During this time, both of them stayed in the hotel very quietly. Qin Tianming looked at the people coming and going outside the window, and thought about what the cult members had done that he had seen on his official website, and his sense of unease grew stronger and stronger.
Soon it was 4:30 in the afternoon and they set off early.
While sitting on the high-speed train to Shanghai, Li Ming looked out the window and found that small water droplets were sliding down the window. "Brother Qin, look, it's raining outside, and it's quite heavy." After hearing the fat man's voice, Qin Tianming also looked out the window. "I found that the sky outside had turned dark without me noticing. The dark clouds were so thick that it made people feel depressed.
Heavy rain covered the city.
From time to time, children ran out of the houses and played in the rain, making the adults watching laugh."
Qin Tianming looked at this heartwarming scene and couldn't help but smile knowingly, imagining his future life with Si Huayan.
Suddenly, Qin Tianming discovered that the raindrops on the window had changed. They were no longer the transparent white color, but had turned red, like the red of diluted blood. The dark clouds outside the window also began to change, and the originally dark sky was now not even a trace of light.
It seems like some world-destroying crisis is coming.
Dear passengers, due to weather conditions, the train will temporarily stop at the station.
The estimated stop time is 1 hour. We apologize for the inconvenience. Dear passengers, what's going on? I have something urgent to do. Who says it isn't?
The attendance announcement on the high-speed train triggered complaints from the passengers on the train. In the mountains outside the capital, the roars of beasts continued to rise and fall. Deep in the mountains, in a dark cave, a man in a green robe was placing a glowing crystal ball on a formation that emitted a scarlet blood color. After being replenished by the crystal ball, the complicated formation continued to absorb the energy inside it, illuminating the entire cave in the blink of an eye. The red light illuminated the face of the man in green robe, revealing the scar on his face. As the formation gradually disappeared, the cave began to tremble, and the spirit beast outside that was constantly roaring suddenly became strangely quiet. It seemed as if they were afraid of something, but also as if they were welcoming their king.
Ha 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 ha. Come on, this will be the most successful work of my life. The audience is already in place, and the performers are about to appear on stage. Following his evil smile, the show is about to begin.
In the capital, inside the military camp,
an officer took a whistle and blew it vigorously. Beep beep beep. Emergency assembly.
As the whistle sounded, soldiers put on their clothes and ran, moving quickly and efficiently under the leadership of the sergeant.
The non-commissioned officers shouted, roared, and yelled. Hurry! 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 Get in the car immediately! 121! 121! 121! The entire capital seemed to come alive in an instant. People are like the blood in the city, flowing rapidly and being transported to the most important places. Simply because at this moment, the protective shield protecting the capital city was broken. In the border city of the capital, soldiers quickly climbed onto the city wall, looking at the dark line not far away. They silently held the psychic weapons in their hands and silently mobilized the psychic energy in their bodies to keep their bodies in the best condition. The squad leader of a squad looked at an old soldier in his team and called out. Hey! Lao Mo, your daughter should be going to college this year, right? When are you going to introduce your daughter to my son? Ha 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 ha. Get lost, you haven't even started yet. I haven't even raised my daughter enough, how can I let your son take advantage of her? Hee hee, what do you mean by ha, ha, my son is a top student at Jingcheng University. He's more than capable of protecting you and your daughter in the future. The squad leader shouted loudly to the soldier named Lao Mo. Lao Mo pretended not to hear and silently wiped the psychic cannon in his hand. The squad leader curled his lips and didn't bother himself anymore. The city wall fell into an eerie silence for a moment, and everyone knew that this was the calm before the storm. After this mission is completed, we will go back together and see if we can succeed. A faint voice sounded. It was Lao Mo who spoke, but his eyes never left the weapon in his hand. The squad leader smiled slightly and replied softly, okay. Then he shifted his gaze, looked silently at what was in front of him, took out a cigarette from his pocket and started smoking. Not far from the city wall, a large group of spirit beasts rushed towards the city wall like a tide, wave after wave, endless, and for a moment there was no end in sight.
Like a raging wave crashing against the shore, this section of the city wall seemed particularly frail under such a tide of spiritual beasts. Faced with such a fierce attack, none of the soldiers on the city wall retreated. They all looked at the spirit beast with firm eyes, simply because they were soldiers. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in fact it was only less than half a minute. As a psychic cannon landed in the beast tide, it blew the beasts to pieces, creating a vacuum zone that was then filled back in the blink of an eye.
It was Lao Mo who fired the cannon.
The moment the beast tide entered his attack range, he was silently waiting for the psychic cannon to cool down.
Lao Mo's artillery attack was like a switch. In an instant, thousands of psychic lasers, psychic shells and psychic bombs poured out from the city wall like flowers scattered in the sky. For a moment, the beast tide's attack was severely suppressed. However, no one showed any sign of relaxation. Everyone knows that this is only temporary. This is destined to be a tough defense battle.
Behind them are the lights of thousands of homes, as well as their families and friends.
The battle has begun. Chapter 28 Crisis breaks out. Thank you all readers for watching, and thank you Yulan for your strong support. I will work hard to bring better content.
As spiritual energy fell into the beast tide like it was free, the spiritual beasts in front kept dying tragically on the spot. However, the spirit beasts in the front row are only at the most basic first or second level. The real main force is still behind the team, constantly driving these weak spirit beasts forward. Just as the casualties of the spirit beasts continued to increase, the third-level spirit beasts located behind the beast tide came out. A group of scorpion-like spirit beasts raised the poisonous needles on their backs and began to spray venom. This overwhelming venom actually spanned a distance of nearly 200 meters. Due to the loss of the protective shield, it directly hit the inside and top of the city wall. Fortunately, everyone on the city wall activated their personal protective shields in time and avoided being hurt.
However, these poisonous scorpions don't care whether you are hurt or not.
They will keep spitting venom until all the venom stored in their bodies is used up, and then they will stop spitting venom. The city walls were already covered with venom. Although the damage caused to everyone was small, it also consumed everyone's spiritual energy reserves. After all, although this psychic shield is a product of technology and contains a psychic battery to provide energy, the battery's energy is limited. If the battery's energy is exhausted, you will have to use your own psychic energy to recharge it.
After the scorpion's attack ended, a new round of charge began.
The attack of the spirit beasts was like a wave, one after another, continuously rushing towards the seemingly extremely thin city wall. Faced with such an offensive, the defenders on the city wall responded with action. After round of artillery fire, the psychic cannon finally lost the psychic energy it carried. A weapon without spiritual power is no different from a fire stick. If you use your own spiritual power to replenish energy, it would be better to use your own fists. Without the suppression of artillery fire, the tide of spirit beasts quickly arrived under the city wall and began to climb, determined to eliminate the numerous defenders on the wall here. The elite of the beast tide finally began to take action. On the city wall, an arduous defense battle officially began. Facing hordes of spiritual beasts, the human defenders continuously used their own spiritual energy and skills to attack these spiritual beasts that dared to invade their city. Behind the beast tide, a tall figure was staring intently at the siege in front of him, and his aura had reached the astonishing 7th level. While the arduous battle was going on here, Jin Tianming, who was far away on the other side, was also in trouble. Just now, not long after the train announced its stop, a team of soldiers came and summoned all psychic warriors. There is a rule in Dragon Country that when a disaster occurs, all psychic warriors have the responsibility and obligation to protect ordinary people and accept the country's call. Without a word, a 4th realm officer came to the train door and shouted, "All 1st realm warriors and above, urgent order.
Gather immediately, the mission is now being issued."
After hearing the call, Qin Tianming and Li Ming in the train pushed the door open and walked out without saying a word in the surprised eyes of everyone.
There were about 20 other people who came out like them.
When it comes to major issues of right and wrong, everyone in this country is willing to do their part. The officer in front of them was not vague and started to assign them tasks directly. It turned out that there was a school in the east of the capital with many students in it. Just now, many moles in the 1st realm or even lower than the 1st realm emerged from the ground and surrounded the school. Now the school is still supported by a protective shield. Their mission is to kill the group of moles and bring the students inside out safely before the energy of the protective shield is exhausted.
Official personnel will cooperate with them in the operation.
The number of people who completed the mission this time, including Qin Tianming and his friends, was 10, and the others were sent to carry out other tasks. After receiving the task, Qin Tiantian did not hesitate at all and rushed towards the mission target under the leadership of several official personnel. Along the way, Qin Tianming and Li Ming surprisingly did not speak a word, but just kept on getting on their way.
Qin Tianming had many questions in his mind. Why did the moles suddenly appear? What were those blood-red raindrops in the sky? Why did the entire city's army start to move out? And now, how many places have been affected by the disaster? Everything made Qin Tianming feel that the city was caught in a huge conspiracy, but the disaster was obviously not limited to that. But the most urgent thing is to complete the task at hand first. Everyone hurried along the way, and after more than 10 minutes of travel, they finally arrived at the school. Qin Tianming was stunned by the scene before him. The entire school is protected by a light blue protective shield. On top of the shield, there are densely packed gophers gnawing at the shield frantically. There are 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Countless. The school has been urgently isolated. Not far from the school, a large group of soldiers are firing crazily. However, the group of gophers don't care and just gnaw on the protective shield frantically. If this continues, it won't be long before the energy of this protective shield disappears completely. By then, a group of students without psychic protection would have to face the crazy moles. What terrible things would happen? Qin Tianming felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. The commander who was commanding the surrounding troops was overjoyed when he saw a team of warriors coming to support him. Who among you has the highest cultivation level? Everyone looked at each other. I am in the middle stage of the first realm. I am in the middle stage of the second realm. I am in the late stage of the first realm. After everyone reported their cultivation levels, Qin Tianming discovered that he and a young man had the highest cultivation levels at the scene. He was in the early stage of the third realm, while the young man was in the middle stage of the third realm. The commander didn't say much and spoke directly. Okay, you two, I'll have a team of soldiers work with you to deliver this psychic crystal to the school and place it into the energy absorption device of the protective shield. After the commander finished speaking, a group of 20 soldiers walked out from behind him. The commander then pulled out a briefcase from behind his back and handed it to the two of you. The young man received the suitcase and was about to store it safely when Qin Tianming interrupted him and said, "Leave it to me. I have a safer place." The young man was slightly stunned, and without saying a word, he handed the suitcase to him. After Qin Tianming took the suitcase, he placed it directly in his own space, together with his silver gun. The people nearby were stunned when they saw the suitcase disappear in an instant. The commander then asked, "Spatial psychic energy?" Qin Tianming nodded. The commander patted both of them on the shoulders. "I'm counting on you." Qin Tianming didn't say anything, just saluted and turned away. A team of more than 20 people went upstream towards the countless sea of moles. Chapter 29, People Going Upstream. As the crowd continued to approach the mole tide, more and more moles began to discover them. With bloodshot eyes, they rushed madly towards anyone who dared to approach them. Faced with the moles that kept rushing towards them, everyone looked solemn, but no one ran away. The military team quickly took out a force field device and started working. In an instant, a light blue energy force field enveloped all of them. Hurry up and don't waste time here. This device only has enough energy to last for 10 minutes. Everyone stopped talking and continued moving forward. The surrounding gophers rushed towards them like a tide, but were blocked by the energy field. Before long, the energy field was filled with these low-level gophers, so densely packed that they completely blocked everyone's sight until they could no longer see the direction of progress. Qin Tianming frowned. Although these gophers were very weak and posed little threat to them, they could not withstand so many of them. If their position disappears in a moment and they haven't entered the school's protective shield yet, they will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Qin Tianming immediately decided that he must clear a path ahead for the team. He turned to the people behind him and said, "Who among you has a large-scale martial arts technique? Clear out these miscellaneous soldiers first, otherwise it will be difficult for us to walk." A soldier immediately stepped forward. He was specially sent out to help this team clear out the low-level spirit beasts. The soldier who came out began to use his spiritual power. Qin Tianming could clearly sense that it was fire-attributed spiritual power. In the absence of psychic powers with special attributes, fire attribute psychic powers are the most offensive attributes. The soldier's cheeks bulged, and after reaching a critical point, he suddenly opened his mouth.
A heat wave swept over, and a pillar of fire more than 20 meters long sprayed forward. Any low-level moles that were touched by the pillar of fire would be burned to death by the high temperature of the pillar of fire. Only a few gophers that have reached the middle stage of the first stage are still struggling hard under the high temperature. After a few seconds of baptism of fire, the moles in front were cleared away, and a road appeared that could accommodate several people walking side by side. After a few seconds, this newly cleared road began to be filled with moles again, just like the split seawater, which could only last for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, Qin Tianming and others hurried forward, trying to advance a little further before the moles closed again. Soon, after walking only 30 meters, the group was surrounded by the gathering gophers. In desperation, he used the same trick again. Now they are like a school of fish swimming upstream, moving forward with difficulty. Finally, when they were 50 meters away from entering the school, the energy field protecting them began to flicker as the energy in the psychic battery was gradually consumed, and finally disappeared. And now, they are no longer facing the kind of moles that can be killed instantly. Instead, they have generally reached the early stage of the first realm, and some even have reached the middle stage of the first realm. Faced with so many realms, even a third-level warrior like Qin Tianming has to be careful, otherwise he will end up seriously injured.
The moment the shield disappeared, everyone reacted quickly.
They formed a circle and placed the person with the lowest cultivation level in the middle, while Qin Tianming and another young man with a cultivation level of the middle stage of the third realm were responsible for the front and back positions respectively. Just when they had arranged their formation, the army of moles that had been watching them from all directions had already pounced on them. In an instant, Qin Tianming immediately took out his weapon from the space, and with a sweep, he knocked the mole that was rushing towards him to the ground, and the mole fell to the ground and could not get up. Behind this mole, there was a large group of first-level moles. The rest of the people also used their own methods, and for a while, the mole could not make any progress. Qin Tianming was in the front, leading the large army to continue advancing forward, and beside him was Li Ming. Li Ming's spiritual energy is of earth attribute, which is more defensive, and the skills he practices are also defensive. As soon as the energy field disappeared, he put a layer of earth attribute shield on himself and Qin Tianming. This shield can withstand any attack below the late first realm, but it consumes more spiritual energy. After Li Ming put on these two layers of shields, only half of his own spiritual energy remained.
Qin Tianming used his weapons to clear out Li Ming and the gophers in front of him while leading his troops forward. This short distance of 50 meters made it extremely difficult for everyone to walk. Normally it only takes less than half a minute to complete the walk, but here it takes nearly 10 minutes. Ah! Just as everyone was about to reach the destination, a scream was heard. Qin Tianming looked towards the source of the sound. I saw a warrior in the late stage of the first realm being bitten by several moles. The warriors beside him were also distracted by several moles and had no time to pay attention to him. Faced with this situation, Qin Tianming threw the only weapon in his hand without saying a word. The Bai Ling spear was like a thundering snake, accurately piercing the bodies of the moles and nailing them to the ground, making them unable to move at all. Then Qin Tianming waved his left hand, the Bai Ling spear trembled, and then disappeared, leaving a deep pit in its place, and the Bai Ling spear had returned to Qin Tianming's hand. The warrior he saved looked at him in shock. Could spatial spiritual power be used in this way? Ding, gain shock value 1000. Ding, gain shock value 500. Byte. Qin Tianming looked at the small deposit reported by the system, and suddenly felt like he was trying his best to increase his deposit by 1 cent. System, don't tell me about this kind of account entry that doesn't exceed 5,000 simulation points in the future. System. Seeing that the crisis had been resolved, Qin Tianming led his team to the protective shield, took out the briefcase in the space, and let everyone in with the identity authentication information on the briefcase. After entering the protective shield, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, anyone would feel a certain amount of pressure in such a huge tide of rats. Among the people present, except for the warrior who was seriously injured and could not move one of his arms, the other three were only slightly injured. This is a very good situation, as no one died. Among the military team, there is also a female warrior with what attributed psychic powers. What attribute psychic power has the best healing ability among the 5 basic attributes. Even if the female warrior was only in the late first realm, it was enough to prevent the seriously injured warrior's wound from worsening and provide some treatment. After treating the injured, everyone entered the school, but was stunned by the scene before them. Chapter 30: The Cruel Reality. After everyone entered the school, the imagined cheers did not appear, nor were there any students looking forward to it, nor were there any thanks from the school teachers.
All we have is a pile of cold corpses. The entire school was stained red with blood, with torn bodies everywhere, and the white teaching building turned red. Not far away, there were ferocious spirit beasts wandering around, as if they were looking for something. Some spirit beasts were gnawing on the corpses on the ground, and several of the corpses had turned into bones. Not far from them, there were several bottomless holes on the ground. It was thought that these spirit beasts dug holes in while the outside was surrounded by a tide of rats and they could not see the inside.
Qin Tianming looked at the scene in front of him and was completely shocked.
He didn't expect that everyone risked their lives and desperately escorted the psychic crystal in to save the lives of thousands of teachers and students, but in the end this was the result.
The most painful thing in the world is that when you are given hope, you are also given despair.
Thousands of lives died meaninglessly in front of them. At this moment, life seemed so insignificant. Qin Tianming looked at the scene in front of him and felt his blood boiling. He didn't know whether he was sad or angry. While everyone was staring blankly at the scene in front of them, the young man standing at the back who was in the middle stage of the third realm couldn't help but smile strangely. Qin Tianming, who was standing in front, suddenly came to his senses at this moment.
Quick! Check if there are any living people around. There should be survivors.
After hearing his shout, the others came to their senses.
Just as Qin Tianming said, with so many people, there should be survivors.
What they should do now is not to continue to be sad, but to find survivors.
Qin Tianming signaled Li Ming to follow him closely.
Then he took the lead and walked towards the spirit beast that was gnawing on the stone corpse not far away.
The spirit beast was a ghost wolf in the early second realm.
When it saw so many people coming towards it, it did not retreat but advanced and pounced on everyone. Just as Qin Tianming was about to kill this ignorant beast, a flash of lightning passed by. It was another young man in the third realm in the team who took action, and it was a rare thunder attribute psychic power. After the thunder flashed, the nether wolf's fur was burnt black, its limbs were stiff, and it fell to the ground, obviously dead. The terrifying power of killing a second stage early stage spirit beast with a single blow startled everyone present, and then filled them with joy.
After all, who wouldn't want their teammates to be stronger, so that their own safety could be guaranteed?
Only Qin Tianming and Li Ming felt something was wrong. Li Ming glanced at Qin Tianming.
Qin Tianming shook his head slightly, signaling him not to say anything. Then everyone started walking towards the teaching building.
All the spiritual beasts that Qin Tianming and the young man encountered along the way were easily killed in seconds.
Spirit beasts above the second realm were easily killed by everyone because they were alone.
As for spiritual beasts above the third level, I have not encountered any so far. In this way, everyone arrived at the teaching building safely. As soon as I entered the teaching building, all I saw was blood and broken limbs. The corridors were filled with corpses, as if silently telling of their pain before death.
Qin Tianming walked forward to check and found that many people were killed in one blow.
The wounds were very smooth. It was obvious that they were killed by some very sharp object. Seeing this scene, even Qin Tianming began to doubt whether there were really any survivors.
What are you doing? Are you crazy? Ah!
Just when Qin Tianming was about to continue forward to check, he suddenly heard screams from behind. He immediately turned around to check, and saw that the young man was holding a tang sword and chopping off a head. And beside him, 4 people had already fallen.
After chopping off the man's head, a look of excitement appeared on his face and an evil aura emanated from his whole body. He, what a pleasant feeling.
At this time, everyone else had already run to Qin Tianming's side, all looking at the young man with confusion. Qin Tianming looked at him with a serious expression, because the young man's cultivation level was no longer in the middle stage of the third realm, but in the late stage of the third realm. The fat man standing next to Qin Tianming spoke first.
Why? Why did you kill them?
The young man sneered upon hearing this and said with disdain, I thought you would ask something meaningful, but this is all you get?
Why kill them? Of course it's fun.
They're just a bunch of worthless ants.
So what? Do you want to avenge them?
The young man narrowed his eyes and spoke to Li Ming in a playful tone. After hearing this, the people around Qin Tianming stared at him angrily, their eyes looking like they were about to spit fire. There were even a few angry guys who started cursing. No one would feel at peace after hearing such an answer.
The young man curled his lips and said in a sinister tone, Are you done? If you're done, it's time to get going.
The knife in his hand suddenly burst into an arc of electricity, and the entire knife was filled with blue electricity, making a crackling sound. At this time, Qin Tianming, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke.
Are you from a cult? The disaster that hit this city was also caused by you, the cult? And the people in this school were also killed by the spirit beasts you deliberately released? After hearing what Qin Tianming said, the young man looked at him in surprise. So what? Qin Tianming was very calm at the moment. He didn't know why. He should be very angry. What is your purpose in doing this? What benefit will this cult bring to you? The young man was slightly stunned, probably because he didn't expect that someone would want to ask these questions before dying. Purpose? This is the will of the supreme god of our spiritual god religion. Only after most of the world's humans are destroyed can the true spiritual energy be revived. Only then will our great gods descend. And I will also be given a true new life. At this moment, his face flushed red, and he began to dance as he spoke, obviously in a state of excitement. And you're just a bunch of lowly bugs. Not only are you ungrateful for what we've done for the great gods, but you've only tried to obstruct us. You deserve to die. Having said this, he paused, looked at everyone, then returned to his calm state and spoke in an indifferent tone. But it doesn't matter. You're all going to die soon anyway. Just sacrifice your humble lives for me. I'll kill you and become the deputy deacon after completing this mission. After saying that, he raised the knife wrapped in lightning in his hand and rushed towards the crowd. Qin Tianming protected everyone behind him and looked at him indifferently. Chapter 31 Defeat. The young man with lightning attributes was extremely fast. In less than a second, he rushed from 10 meters away to Qin Tianming's sight. The young man's eyes were fierce, and he held the hilt of the knife tightly in his hand. Arcs of electricity kept flashing on the long knife, and it was about to fall on Qin Tianming's head. Just when the blade was only a dozen centimeters away from Qin Tianming's head. Bang! The long knife with flashing arcs of electricity could no longer move forward. Although there was no object in front of it, it felt like it had hit a hard object. The man's movements inevitably froze for a moment, and his movements stagnated a little. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Tianming suddenly punched out, wrapping the spiritual energy of spatial attributes around his fists. The fist seemed to have no impact, but it burst out with terrifying power. The moment Qin Tianming's fist touched the man's abdomen, part of the space around his fist seemed to shatter. At this moment, the man just slowed down his movements and quickly distanced himself from Qin Tianming. Standing aside for a moment, the man looked down at the torn clothes on his abdomen, which were stained with blood. The spatial attribute is really difficult to deal with. He then tore open his clothes, revealing the psychic armor he was wearing. The third-level psychic armor can withstand 3 full-strength attacks from the middle stage of the third realm. Qin Tianming understood immediately when he saw the armor he was wearing. No wonder I felt a noticeable resistance when my fist hit his abdomen. If it weren't for this armor, with Qin Tianming's sudden attack power, even if he couldn't seriously injure him, he would be knocked down. Looking at the man's condition now, it is obvious that his injuries are not even minor. Faced with the disadvantage in equipment, Qin Tianming's eyes showed a little solemnity. The man in front of him was a murderer without blinking an eye. Not long after saying that, the man immediately stepped forward and continued his attack. Thunder Method Chidori. A ball of lightning condensed in the palm of his hand, bursting out with a dazzling flash, and hit Qin Tianming's heart directly. Faced with this fierce attack, Qin Tianming did not dare to take it head-on. He directly used his spear to meet it, attaching spatial spiritual energy to the spear to isolate the electric arc from the spear. The Bai Ling gun suddenly came into contact with the lightning condensed in the man's palm. In an instant, lightning flashed everywhere, and the surroundings were covered by electric arcs and light. For a while, the two sides fought back and forth, and in just 1 minute they had fought dozens of rounds. The people around them could only watch the two of them fight against each other. After all, the highest cultivation level among them was only in the middle stage of the second realm. There is already a qualitative gap between the second realm and the third realm, let alone the middle stage of the second realm. If they rashly went up to help, it might distract Qin Tianming. So for a while, everyone could only watch from the side but could not go forward to help. Qin Tianming and the man separated after another attack, and the man's face looked a little ugly. He thought Qin Tianming might be a little difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect him to be so difficult. Logically speaking, with his strength in the late third realm and his spiritual power with special attributes, he should be able to easily deal with Qin Tianming's cultivation in the early third realm. Unexpectedly, the proportion of Qin Tianming's spatial attribute spiritual energy was surprisingly high, at least reaching 25%, while his thunder attribute was only 20%.
The man knew very well that as long as he dealt with the boy in front of him, the remaining people would not be a threat at all.
The attacks of those people couldn't even penetrate the armor he was wearing.
Only the kid in front of him had a spatial attribute psychic attack power that was too strong to pose a sufficient threat to him. But Qin Tianming no longer felt nervous at this moment. If the man opposite him was so capable, he was confident enough to defeat him. Because he still has an ace card that has not been used, and time and space reversal is not just about reversing time. If it only reverses a few seconds within a certain space, it will not be classified as gold legendary quality by the system. Feeling the spiritual energy reserves in his body, Qin Tianming no longer chose to passively accept the attack this time. Instead, he chose to attack and defend at the same time, continuously using the white spirit spear to attack the man opposite. Because the tip of Qin Tianming's gun was covered with the power of space, the young man could not touch the gun itself at all, nor could he touch Qin Tianming's body. This resulted in his lightning attributed spiritual power being unable to exert its most powerful side, causing paralysis. Faced with Qin Tianming's increasingly fierce attacks, the young man, despite having a higher level of cultivation, was suppressed for a while, causing him to become increasingly unable to resist, and his face turned ashen. He could feel the spiritual energy in his body being consumed madly. You should know that every time you use attribute spiritual energy, a certain amount of spiritual energy reserves will be consumed. However, Qin Tianming opposite him uses space spiritual energy in every attack, completely regardless of consumption. Obviously, his cultivation level is higher, so logically, he should have more spiritual energy reserves. However, now his own spiritual energy is less than 1/5 of the original, while Qin Tianming on the opposite side seems to be in full condition, without any feeling of fatigue. How could he know that there was a psychic power bank in Qin Tianming's space, which was the psychic crystal in the suitcase? This psychic crystal is used to provide psychic energy for the school's protective shield. You can imagine how enormous the psychic energy contained in it is. Qin Tianming was able to squander his spiritual energy so continuously with the help of the spiritual energy crystals in his own space. At this time, the young man sensed Qin Tianming's unusualness and planned to escape. If he continued to fight like this, even if he killed Qin Tianming, his spiritual energy would be exhausted. How could he face the remaining dozen people without psychic powers? He just roared. Thunder method thousand tribulations. A lightning snake suddenly shot out and attacked Qin Tianming. After the attack, it turned around and tried to escape. After seeing this scene, Qin Tianming first used the Bailing spear to block his attack, then his eyes slightly condensed, and the yin and yang fish in his pupils entangled and rotated with each other. Time and space retracing, start. The moment Qin Tianming activated the time and space reversal, the entire space began to stagnate. The Tai Chi formation diagram was rotating under Qin Tianming's feet, and a mysterious aura emerged. Afterwards, everything within a distance of 50 meters around Qin Tianming began to rotate miraculously. The young man who had originally run nearly 30 meters reappeared in front of him in a strange way as if the video was played in reverse. This time the backtracking time is 2 seconds. Under unexpected circumstances, Qin Tianming's Bailing spear, with the power of space at its tip, pierced the young man's abdomen unhindered and exited from behind him. The silver spear was instantly stained red with blood. But the young man at this time had no time to care about anything else. He just looked at Qin Tianming with shock on his face, his eyes fixed on Qin Tianming's face and refused to move away. If he saw it correctly, time just went backwards. What a joke! How could such a godlike power as time reversal appear in the person in front of me? At this moment, Qin Tianming suddenly became mysterious in his eyes. Qin Tianming did not kill him immediately, but just controlled him completely. He still had many questions to ask. Qin Tianming looked at him with an indifferent expression and cold eyes. Well, now let's talk. Chapter 32: A Greater Crisis. Oh? What do you want to talk about? I'm going to die soon anyway, so it's nice to talk before I die. Surprisingly, the man seemed very calm. It was as if death was as common to him as sleeping. Qin Tianming didn't care about his attitude. In his opinion, the man in front of him was not a pure cult member. There is no extremism and madness like that of cult members. On the contrary, the man in front of him was more like a crazy and paranoid social avenger. Qin Tianming thought about it and asked the question he wanted to ask most. Who caused this disaster? I'm talking about specific people. The young man said, I don't know. I'm just a small cult member, not even a deputy deacon. How can I be qualified to know the initiator of such a plan? Qin Tianming was not surprised to hear this. It was obvious that this answer was within his expectations. If it were so easy to know this kind of information, the Lingshan sect would not have developed to its current level.
The second question is, how big is the impact of this disaster?
Qin Tianming has only seen what is happening in front of him so far and does not know the specific scope of the impact.
However, in his imagination, the scope of this disaster must be quite large. This is a plan that has been in the works for a long time. We started planning it a long time ago.
I am just a small figure who completed a small part of the plan. This time, after the young man answered the question, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth and his breath became weak. It was obvious that he could not hold on for much longer. Qin Tianming signaled the person with what attributed psychic power behind him to give him a simple treatment. After seeing this, the female team member came out reluctantly and gave the young man a small healing spell. After receiving treatment, the young man's breathing quickly calmed down, but it was also slowly decreasing. Third question, I don't think you're as radical as those cult members.
Why did you join a cult? The young man did not answer the question immediately this time.
Instead, he objected to Qin Tianming and said, after answering these questions, you must also answer one of mine. Only after Qin Tianming said yes did he speak slowly.
Why join a cult? It's simple. This world is inherently unfair. Why do some people rise high and mighty while others have to sink to the dust? We are all human beings, so why are some born at the top of the pyramid, while most of society's resources are concentrated in a small number of people? After saying this, he roared suddenly. Why can those who hold power so easily control the lives of others? Why can they kill people without being punished? I refuse to accept this. Since this world is already so corrupted, I will kill all the corrupted people in this world. Just like rotten meat needs to be dug out, we must purge this world of those who are already rotten. Only then will we usher in a new world. A great new world. His eyes were red and veins bulged on his neck. He had obviously lost so much blood and should have been out of strength long ago, but his voice was so clear and distinct. In this world, only the Lingshan cult shares the same aspirations as mine. I don't care why the Lingshan cult wants to wipe out most of humanity, but when it comes to wiping out most of humanity, they clearly share the same aspirations as me. The young man's tone gradually calmed down, and it seemed that he was particularly relaxed at this moment. Obviously, these words must have been in his heart for a long time. Then he looked at Qin Tianming with his scarlet eyes again. Boy, I admit that you are very talented, but this disaster is beyond your imagination. I have only completed a tiny part of it, but I can already feel the enormity of this plan. This city will eventually fall. The young man was distracted for a moment, as if he was savoring something, but he quickly came to his senses. It's my turn to ask you. Is your ability to reverse time a gift or a technique? Qin Tianming looked at him with contempt, then said indifferently, scumbags don't deserve my answer, and likewise, they don't deserve my sympathy. He moved the spear in his hand and pierced his heart directly. The young man looked at him in disbelief, obviously not expecting him to act so decisively. Qin Tianming retracted his spear and looked at the corpse lying on the ground with a cold tone. The suffering you endure is not an excuse to kill others at will. When you kill innocent people at will, they become rotten meat in your mouth. Qin Tianming put the spear in his hand back into the space and turned to face everyone. What are your plans now? At this moment, the outside world was still surrounded by moles, and the spirit beasts in the school had basically been killed by the time they came to the teaching building. Everyone looked at each other, and one of them raised his hand and suggested, let's look for any survivors first. Once we find any, we can go out together. No one else objected, and they were obviously in favor of this approach. Qin Tianming, along with Li Ming and others, searched the school carefully but did not find any survivors. Faced with this situation, he was helpless and could only escort everyone out of the protective shield and return to the army. On the way back, Qin Tianming used the psychic crystal to charge the energy field. After protecting everyone, he used the same method to clear the way in. We soon arrived at the military base. Qin Tianming told the army commander everything that happened from the beginning to the end and returned the psychic crystal. A bunch of damn bastards. You shouldn't exist in this world. The commander waved his fist angrily, looking very angry. He did not take the crystal that Qin Tianming handed to him. Thanks to you this time, otherwise all of them would have died there without us knowing. I can see that this psychic crystal is very useful to you. Consider it a reward for you. Qin Tianming did not refuse.
After all, he really needed this psychic crystal. Apart from anything else, he had been using psychic energy for so long, but only consumed 2% of the energy of the psychic crystal. If such a huge amount of energy were used to perform his time reversal, I wonder how large the range would be and how long the reversal time would be. The mission was now over. Qin Tianming said goodbye to Li Ming and everyone else and headed in another direction.
Qin Tianming walked in front of Li Ming, asking Li Ming questions as he walked. Fatty, how big do you think this disaster is?
Li Ming, I don't know, but it should be very big.
Qin Tianming. I know it's huge, too. What do you think we should do next? Escape?
Li Ming scratched his head, then said firmly, I think as warriors, we should stand up at this moment.
Qin Tianming also thought this was the right approach.
You're right. Normally, we enjoy the privileges of warriors.
When faced with danger, we should shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. In the face of danger, I will stand before everyone. Blade drawn, I will kill all who come to me. Qin Tianming's tone was firm and his eyes were sharp.
It was obvious that his faith was not shaken at all by what the cult member said.
Chapter 33 Who is the hero?
At this moment, Qin Tianming was full of glory in Li Ming's eyes, as if he saw the glory of human form. Just when Qin Tianming was about to say something else, Fishin's notification came. He took out his cell phone, glanced at Li Ming next to him, turned his back to him and walked to the other side. The fat man was left alone, disheveled in the wind. Grumpy wife, I heard the mission you took was in the capital, and now the entire city is on lockdown.
Honey, are you okay? So handsome that your head will fall off, it's okay, no big deal, I'm awesome. Angry wife, you have to be careful. The school has already issued a notice and will call on students to go to the rescue. This time, universities across the country have begun to call on students. Irritable wife, it's very dangerous over there right now. This crisis is a large-scale terrorist activity by a cult organization. I heard that there are bishop-level figures. You must be careful, don't show off, and wait for support to arrive.
Seeing that Qin Tianming didn't reply to her, Si Huaiyan frowned slightly, looking a little angry.
She muttered to herself while typing, how dare you not reply to my message? I was so worried about you. Angry wife, did you hear that? Qin Tianming looked at the message on his mobile phone without any impatience.
On the contrary, he really enjoyed the feeling of having someone care about him and nagging him behind his back. After replying to Si Huaiyan's message, he looked at the messages his parents sent him.
After replying to everyone one by one and making my parents feel at ease, I put away my phone. After all, when you are out there, you only report good news and not bad news. After doing these things, Qin Tianming looked up at the suffocating black clouds in the sky, the blood rain all over the sky, and the panicked crowds everywhere. The entire city has been blocked off. Ordinary people in this disaster can only choose to hide in a place they think is safe. The city's law enforcement team is still trying their best to maintain order. However, under such a catastrophe, order is about to collapse, and not running away means waiting for death. He and Li Ming randomly found a passerby on the street. Why are you running away in such a hurry? The man looked at him as if he were an idiot, and only calmed down after seeing that he was a warrior. Why not run? The capital's defenses are about to be breached by the spirit beasts. When the spirit beasts enter the city, the entire city will instantly become a living hell. After saying that, the man moved away from Qin Tianming. After running a few steps, perhaps because he saw that Qin Tianming and the other two were still young and couldn't bear to see such young lives go, he began to persuade them. Little brother, since you are still so young, you should find a place to hide as soon as possible. This way, you may still have a chance of survival. Then, without waiting for Qin Tianming and the others to answer, he turned around and left. Qin Tianming watched his figure running away without saying a word, just remained silent. He could imagine what the city would become like once the spirit beasts invaded the city. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be like hell. However, even if he ran, where could he go? The entire city had been blocked. If the city was breached, how long could he hide there? Even when he didn't gain power, he could still convince himself to run away because he simply didn't have the ability to do so. But now he is a warrior and possesses power that ordinary people cannot possess, and he can't convince himself to run away again. If you have power but cannot protect what you want to protect, what is the use of this power? Qin Tianming slowly strengthened his heart. He had decided that he would go to the outer city wall of the capital to help the army resist the spirit beasts.
If you ask him why he did this, one more person or one less person will not make any difference in resisting the spirit beasts, so why take the risk? He could only say this because this was the most fundamental thing he wanted to do. Maybe he didn't have any great goals, but extending a helping hand in times of crisis was what he thought deep in his heart.
Xin Tianming turned and looked at Li Ming, but did not speak.
As his best friend and brother, Li Ming knows him best, except for Si Huaiyan.
No matter what decision Li Ming makes, he respects Li Ming's choice. Facing Xin Tianming's gaze, Li Ming smiled and patted his chest. What are you doing? Why are you being so sentimental? I'm telling you, don't think about leaving me alone. We are brothers. Xin Tianming also smiled happily when he heard this. What could be more joyful than having like-minded brothers?
Li Ming walked beside him, as if recalling something.
Brother Qin, you are still the same as before. You haven't changed at all. You are still the person with a strong sense of justice in your heart. Back then, when I saw you fighting with those thugs who bullied others in order to teach them a lesson, with a determined look in your eyes, I decided that I must be your brother for life. Having said this, Li Ming paused. This way, I won't be afraid of being bullied in the future, ha ha. Xin Tianming also grinned and laughed with him, and the two walked towards the city wall together. Facing the crowd that kept rushing towards them, the two of them seemed so abrupt, like two small fish swimming upstream in a rushing flood, small, yet so determined. At the same time, on the border defense line of the capital, the city wall was already covered with corpses, both those of spirit beasts and humans, and there were ruins everywhere. The entire city wall looked dilapidated and bloody. The pile of corpses under the city wall has reached nearly 5 meters high. Countless corpses piled there silently announce the cruelty of the battlefield to anyone who sees it. Next to a psychic cannon, a corpse was still holding the handle of the psychic cannon tightly in its hand. The energy of the psychic cannon had long been used up, and there was not even a trace of psychic energy left in the corpse's body. There was a photo in the pocket on the left side of the corpse's chest. The photo slowly slid to the ground along with his blood. There was a man and a woman in the photo, with a girl standing in the middle. They were looking at the camera and smiling happily. Slowly, the flowing blood infected the photo, gradually dyeing it red and beginning to become unrecognizable. The family of 3 in the photo was also covered by blood, and in the end, only the names on the photo could be barely seen. Lao Mo and his wife and daughter.
There were almost no survivors on the city wall, and reinforcements had arrived long ago. However, the number of spirit beasts this time was too large, and there were even hundreds of spirit beasts in the 5th realm. Faced with the crazy attack of the spirit beast, the city defense army had to retreat to the second line of defense after trying their best. However, this time they could not retreat anymore, because behind the second line of defense were countless ordinary people, and if they failed to hold this last line of defense,
then what awaits the city will be a devil's carnival.
Just outside the second line of defense, the spirit beast was preparing for a second offensive, ready to break this line of defense with one blow. And only 1 day passed from the outbreak of the spirit beast to the fall of the first line of defense. At this moment, the battlefield is shrouded in lingering murderous aura and blood.
No one in the city defense army wants to see the moment when the city turns into purgatory.
Everyone is using this precious little free time to do their best to prepare for the next attack from the spirit beast.
And their reinforcements will take another day to arrive. Just as everyone was making preparations with great concentration, the ground began to shake. It was obvious that the spirit beasts did not give them much time to prepare. Everyone familiar with the battlefield understood that the war had begun. Chapter 34 The formation begins.
As the vibrations grew louder, the ground shook more and more. The city guards all looked solemnly at the tide of spirit beasts appearing not far away.
No one present knew why a tide of spirit beasts suddenly appeared.
Logically, there would be many signs before a tide of spirit beasts appeared, but they did not find any signs. It just appeared so abruptly. But although they didn't know, they knew that they were more likely to stop this group of spiritual beasts. As time goes by, the black line in the distance gradually becomes larger. Everyone saw clearly what the spirit beast in front looked like.
The second-level spiritual beast, the black-horned rhinoceros.
The one leading the charge was actually a second-level spirit beast. It seemed that the person behind it wanted to capture the last line of defense of the city in the shortest time possible. The black-horned rhino continued to charge forward, followed by endless spiritual beasts. They were like a black tide that continued to spread, wanting to devour everything they encountered.
In just over 10 seconds, the spirit beast that was originally only visible as a black dot became clearly visible.
Standing on the city wall, you can even see the blood-red eyes and ferocious appearance of the black-horned rhinos. Soon, the moment they came into range, various energy beams began to pour out. Endless beams of energy fell like yellow sand from the sky. Every beam of energy that fell on a spirit beast below the second level would take its life. Even a spirit beast that has reached the third realm will suffer considerable damage after enduring multiple beam attacks. After being bombarded by the light beams, the spirit beasts were injured and fell to the ground, but they were trampled by the spirit beasts behind them that were running forward. After the attack, only rotten pieces of flesh were left. For a moment, the black-horned rhinoceros that were charging ahead suffered heavy losses. Even though the black-horned rhinoceros was in the second realm and had outstanding defense, it could not withstand such firepower bombardment. However, even in the face of such overwhelming firepower, the tide of spirit beasts still refused to retreat and gradually spread forward. Finally, when the tide of spirit beasts was still 200 meters away from the city wall, the third-level spirit beasts, the spirit shield rock lizards, which had been in the middle position, activated their exclusive skills. Earth attributed psychic shield. There was only one spirit shield rock lizard in the middle of the team, and each of them had a yellow light on its body. These spirit shield rock lizards gather their own light into a point, and then the adjacent spirit shield rock lizards connect these light points with each other through light. Through the mutual connection of these rays, one's own spiritual energy is transmitted. In the blink of an eye, these psychic rays outlined a dense array like a spider web. These rays gather all the spiritual energy of the spirit shield rock lizards to the leader at the center. The leader of the spirit shield rock lizards located in the center ejected spiritual energy in the form of a beam of light, reaching a height of nearly 80 meters. Just after the beam of light reached its highest point, an elliptical yellow light curtain slowly formed, enveloping all the spirit beasts in front. The City Defense Army's psychic energy beams hit the light curtain like raindrops, only creating ripples, and could no longer penetrate the light curtain and cause any damage to the spirit beasts. Although the color of the light curtain was rapidly dimming, and it was obvious that the spiritual energy of these spirit shield rock lizards could not last long, it was still enough to hold on until the spiritual beasts in front arrived under the city wall. Seeing that the ordinary psychic beams had lost their effect, the city defense commander decisively ordered to stop the attack and replaced it with a more powerful psychic cannon. This giant cannon requires a huge supply of psychic energy. The psychic energy required for one shell can make the previous psychic beam last for half a minute. The entire City Defense Army only has 2 such huge cannons. Inside a building on the city wall, the door opened, revealing the black muzzle of a gun. Behind it, several psychic energy transmission lines were providing psychic energy. The black muzzle began to emit a blue glow, and the light ball inside grew larger and larger, gradually filling the entire muzzle. When it reached a certain critical point, a huge blue beam of light suddenly erupted and shot towards the middle of the spirit beast tied in front. The giant blue ray instantly hit the defensive light curtain made of yellow psychic energy. The moment the two sides came into contact, the light curtain was instantly pierced like paper meeting a knife, and was unable to block the blue rays for even a moment. After the psychic energy ray penetrated the light curtain, it hit the center of the spirit beast tied at a speed faster than lightning. Suddenly, the world became silent, and then a terrifying energy swept over. In the center of the spirit beast grass tide, a blue energy mushroom cloud was formed. The terrifying shock wave knocked away all the other spirit beasts around it. The spirit beast in the center was directly vaporized by the high temperature and energy, leaving no trace of its body. Spirit beasts below level 4 are completely powerless against this energy. The explosion of this psychic energy ray had a radius of 1,000 meters, leaving behind a large pit about 5 meters deep and 30 meters in diameter. All the spirit beasts within 1,000 meters from the center of the explosion have disappeared, leaving a vacuum area in the inky tide of spirit beasts. Looking from a high vantage point, the spiritual beasts in that area looked as if they had been erased by an eraser. As the sound waves of the explosion ended, the spirit beast that was knocked to the ground by the shock wave stood up again and staggered forward. The yellow light curtain gradually dissipated as the aftermath of the explosion disappeared. What followed was another baptism of psychic beams. However, even such an explosion was still a drop in the bucket in the face of the huge tide of spirit beasts. At this time, the commander-in-chief of the City Defense Army, who was standing on the city wall and watching, was listening to the situation reports from his subordinates. Commander-in-chief, the use of the psychic cannon this time directly consumed 1/30 of our total psychic energy reserves. Commander-in-chief Lin Shen looked at the tide of spirit beasts in front of him with a serious expression. After hearing the report from his subordinates, he remained calm and continued to give orders. Immediately activate the Heavenly Spirit Protection Formation on the defensive line. before the tide of spirit beasts reaches the city wall.
This order was immediately carried out.
After a while, the array patterns around the city wall began to emit light, and the complex runes carved on it continuously drew spiritual energy. The array patterns in the 6 directions around the city wall are located on the 6 corners of the hexagram formation. After absorbing enough spiritual energy, the runes inside them burst out with dazzling light at the same time, and 6 straight light beams shining with purple light shot up into the sky. They gathered at one point in the sky, forming a hexagonal pyramid-shaped protective shield that completely wrapped up the guards on the city wall and the city wall, resisting the impact of the tide of spirit beasts.
This formation is the most famous formation in this country.
It has runes engraved on it. It was created by 100 top formation masters over 100 days, consuming a large amount of rare materials. Able to withstand the full force attack of a Realm 7 warrior for half an hour, or withstand the full force attack of a Realm 8 warrior once.
With the current tide of spiritual beasts attacking, the formation will not be broken before its spiritual energy is exhausted. The spiritual energy of the formation is enough to last for 3 hours, enough to evacuate most people in the city. After seeing the Sky Spirit Protection Formation fully raised, Commander-in-Chief Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, then looked solemnly towards the depths of the Spirit Beast Tide. He had a feeling that there was something there that could threaten the entire city, and this feeling was extremely clear. And just as the Tianling Protection Formation rose into the sky, everyone far away in the center of the capital city could clearly see this formation that symbolized protection. Everyone in the city couldn't help but stare blankly in the direction of the Tianling Protection Formation.
As people from the Dragon Country, everyone knew what the rise of this formation meant. Almost everyone stopped running unconsciously, saluted in that direction, and then hurried away again.
However, in this torrent, there are always people who choose to stand up.
They are like fireflies in the dark night and shining white stars in the night sky. Even though the light emitted is small, it is still emitting its own unique light. Even the smallest fireflies, when gathered in sufficient numbers, can emit dazzling light in the darkness. Qin Tianming and the other person, who were on the road, looked at the direction where the Tianling protection array was rising, looked at each other, and then headed towards that direction with firm steps.
And at some point, dozens of people had gathered around the two of them, all rushing towards the dazzling purple light. There are hundreds of teams in the city that are rushing towards the Tianling protection formation like Qin Tianming's team. Everyone is like a moth to a flame, rushing towards the ray of light in the darkness without hesitation. Chapter 35, Facing the Battlefield, Fireflies Gather. As the distance to the Tianling protection formation got closer, Qin Tianming could hear the roars and howls of spirit beasts coming from the battlefield. Just by hearing the sounds and the waves, one can imagine the cruelty of the battlefield. When they approached the city wall, a guard stopped Qin Tianming and his group. Stop. This is a strategic location for the city defense.
All warriors who come to help need to be managed together.
Someone will be there to take you there later. Qin Tianming understood this very well.
After all, the battlefield was not a game of house. If you were not careful, you would lose everything. It was never too careful. Soon, a soldier came and gathered them near the city wall. And here, there are thousands of people who have the same purpose as them.
Everyone listened to the noise outside and waited calmly.
Qin Tianming listened to the sounds outside and judged that the tide of spirit beasts should not have broken through the Tianling protection formation yet, otherwise the roars would not be so small. After everyone waited for a while, a group of soldiers came quickly, each holding a box in their hands. The soldiers stopped in front of them, placed the boxes on the ground, and the leader spoke, "Each of you will receive standard military equipment.
After receiving the equipment, you will be divided into different defense points on the city wall.
Our request is simple: do your best to survive on the battlefield.
Staying alive is victory."
After saying this, he looked at everyone deeply, and then continued, "I know you all came here voluntarily, but the battlefield is not a joke. You can still choose to withdraw now.
No one will stop you.
If you choose to withdraw now, take a step forward and you can leave directly when the time comes." After saying that, he waited there without saying anything else.
Everyone understood that this was giving them time to make a choice.
There was a commotion in the crowd, and after waiting for more than 10 seconds, a dozen people finally stepped forward and walked out. No one looked at them strangely, and no one laughed at them. When they chose to come here, they already deserved everyone's respect, even if they chose to give up in the end. The dozen or so people also lowered their heads and did not dare to look at the crowd. It was obvious that they felt very embarrassed. The crowd consciously separated from the middle, leaving a path that could accommodate one person. After all those people left, everyone looked at the soldiers with a determined look. Faced with such a scene, even the leading soldier could not help but be moved. This time the tide of spirit beasts came very suddenly, and the scale was the largest in history. The city defense army was also facing enormous pressure, and now was indeed a time when they were short of manpower. The leading soldier didn't say much. He had said everything he needed to say, and the rest had already made their choices. With a wave of his hand, he asked the soldiers to take out all the equipment from the boxes and hand them over to them. Regardless of their level of cultivation, everyone's equipment was the same, and all of it was brand new, obviously just taken out of the warehouse. Qin Tianming also received his own equipment, a second-level protective suit, a pair of combat boots, a long sword, a psychic storage device and a pair of combat gloves. After seeing Qin Tianming and everyone else put on their equipment, the leading soldier began to teach everyone how to use the equipment. He said first, pointing to the cylindrical psychic storage device. The psychic energy storage devices in your hands are all filled with psychic energy. The psychic energy inside can supply a second-level warrior with full power for 5 minutes. Then he pointed to the second-level protective clothing. A second-level protective suit can withstand 3 full-strength attacks from a second-level warrior. After 3 attacks, it will be severely damaged and its protective capabilities will be greatly reduced. Combat boots can provide a short-term speed bonus. They are equipped with a psychic battery and are used in conjunction with combat gloves. As he spoke, he took out his combat gloves and pointed his finger at a green button on the back of the gloves. The green button on the glove is the switch for the combat boot's speed accelerator. When turned on, it can instantly increase the speed of a second-level warrior by 30%, which can last for 1 minute. As for combat gloves, they are used to provide simple protection and can withstand temperatures of 2000 degrees for half a minute. As for the long sword, you can condense spiritual energy on it to make it even more powerful. A warrior of the first realm using this long sword, at full strength, can easily break the defense of a warrior of the late second realm. In just 2 minutes, he finished introducing the functions and usage of all the equipment. He stood there, looked at everyone solemnly, and saluted everyone together with other soldiers. That's all I have to say. I hope everyone will be safe and sound after the battle. On behalf of all the soldiers, I thank you for your dedication. Afterwards, he left with his soldiers and climbed onto the city wall, apparently to resist the tide of spirit beasts. Shortly after he left, several more groups of people came up and said to them, "We are from the City Defense Army. We will now start dividing into 3 teams and take you to 3 different locations to carry out defense missions. If you know each other, you can now form teams freely." Qin Tianming and Li Ming stood together in the front position, while the others also formed teams based on who knew each other. On the battlefield, teammates who are familiar with each other obviously cooperate better and are more reliable than strangers. After everyone formed their teams, the 3 teams of the city defense guards took the same people away. Qin Tianming and his team were assigned to a team of city defense guards. They were taken to the edge of the city wall. Obviously, the higher-ups had taken their safety into consideration and deliberately arranged them in a less dangerous place. Qin Tianming and Li Ming were assigned to a small team. The team consisted of 10 people, all young people, none of whom were under 30 years old. It was not until this moment that Qin Tianming truly understood the battlefield. Only after facing the battlefield did he realize how cruel and bloody it was. Corpses were everywhere, blood dyed the land red, minced meat mixed with the soil, and the smell of blood and the pungent smell of gunpowder filled the air all the time. The mixture of these smells makes one's nose sore and makes one want to vomit. Fortunately, Qin Tianming and Li Ming had seen similar on-site environments before when they were in school, and they quickly adapted to it. The teammates assigned to them began to briefly introduce themselves at this time. There are 7 men and 3 women, and 3 of the men have earth-attributed spiritual power at the second level of cultivation. The 2 women have water-attributed spiritual power and are in the middle stage of the second realm, while the other has wood-attributed spiritual power and is in the late stage of the second realm. There are 4 men left, 2 of whom have fire attribute psychic abilities and are in the late second realm, and 2 of whom have gold attribute psychic abilities and are in the early third realm. They are also the 2 captains of this team. After they finished their brief introductions, Qin Tianming and Li Ming also briefly introduced themselves, and then, under the leadership of the 2 team captains, began to prepare for defending the city. Just as Qin Tianming was preparing to defend the city, unusual movements began to occur deep within the spirit beast tide. Chapter 36: The Devil Arrives. Standing in front of the city wall, looking at Lin Chen in the depths of the spirit beast tide, he felt a palpitation for no reason, as if something terrifying appeared over there. It felt as if even a warrior at the 7th level like him felt a fatal threat. He looked up and saw that the blood-red rain was still falling, with no sign of stopping, as if the heavens were crying for it. Looking forward, the tide of spirit beasts was still attacking the formation. Even though the city defense forces inside the formation were constantly attacking, there was no sign of the tide of spirit beasts retreating, even though the losses were so heavy. It was as if something was forcing them from behind. At the same time, in a cave deep in the mountains, the formation carved by the man in green robe had changed from its original blood red to the current pure black. The various complex runes on the formation kept flashing with inky black light, which made people feel cold in their hearts. The light emitted by the crystal ball in the center of the array also changed from its original light yellow to blood red. Thousands of strands of red liquid floated out from the crystal sphere and were being continuously absorbed by the formation. This is the blood that the cult members have been collecting for nearly a decade, which was blood that flowed from people suffering extreme pain. As the blood stored in the crystal sphere was gradually absorbed, the black light emitted by the formation became increasingly darker, and then suddenly subsided. The man in green robe looked at the scene in front of him with a crazy look on his face, his hands open, grinning like a devil. "Come out, my greatest masterpiece." In the center of the formation, a pitch-black ring appeared. After a moment, a ferocious-looking horn slowly emerged from the ring. Just one look at it makes people feel decadent. This is the purest kind of evil. However, just as the green-robed man was looking at the abyss creature he had summoned with his own hands with a crazy look on his face, he suddenly sensed several huge auras coming straight towards him. He showed a sarcastic look on his face. It was too late for the law enforcement officials to arrive now. Soon those auras reached the location of the cave. It was the aura of light that he hated so much, and the smell was still so pure. The Enforcement Council has been really generous this time, sending 3 8-winged judges. What's going on? Are they going to put me on trial directly? Among the 3 8-winged angels of light, the leader spoke with a very indifferent expression. Aaron, the green-robed bishop of the spiritual god cult, has committed countless crimes. Today, our Inquisition is executing the orders of the Law Enforcement Council to arrest you. If you resist, you will be killed on the spot. Unexpectedly, Aaron burst into laughter after hearing the words of the 8-winged angel of light opposite him. Ha ha ha, your Inquisition is as hypocritical and useless as ever. Back then, your Inquisition's top brass killed my parents, and then you came to avenge me, but I ran away. Now that I have become the bishop of the spiritual god cult and have done everything well, your Inquisition is late again. Aaron's eyes were extremely cold and calm at this moment, completely different from his previous crazy look. I swore I would make your Inquisition regret this. Just wait for me to take the brains of that high-ranking official from your Inquisition. Facing Aaron's words, the eyes of the 3 8-winged angels of light remained unchanged, and the tone of the leading judge remained unchanged. Tribunal, begin the arrest. The 3 8-winged angels raised their hands at the same time, and the spiritual energy of light gathered in their hands. A series of light array patterns emerged from their left palms. In a flash, the 3 light array patterns had expanded to a person's height, surrounding Aaron from 3 directions. This is the Holy Spirit light binding array used by the Inquisition specifically to capture criminals. The 3 8-winged angels of light can suppress a warrior in the late 8th realm and prevent him from using spiritual energy. However, facing the encirclement of 3 light array patterns, Aaron did not seem panicked at all. I saw his hands moving quickly in the air, and blue rays of light flashed out of thin air. 3 blue rays of light shot directly towards the 3 light array patterns and merged into them in an instant. The light array pattern originally emitted a pure light yellow light, but after being integrated with Aaron's cyan spiritual energy, it directly turned into cyan. The 3 array patterns also changed color and broke away from the control of the 3 8-winged angels of light. The 3 array patterns moved with Aaron's fingers and flew towards the 3 8-winged angels of light. After doing all this, a space door appeared out of thin air beside Aaron, and he disappeared in an instant. Only a cold voice remained echoing in the cave. Dogs of the Inquisition, play with my pet first. Of course, if you don't want to play with it and want to chase me, I don't mind, ha ha ha. As the sound faded away, the 3 judges finally noticed the abyss demon that Aaron had been hiding behind him. Because Aaron had been deliberately blocking the view, the 3 of them did not notice the demon gradually emerging behind him. At this time, the abyss demon had already stuck half of its body out, and judging from its breath, it was the breath of the 9th realm. At this moment they faced 2 choices. First, ignore the demon in front of you and chase Aaron. This is the closest he has ever been to the bishop of the spirit god cult. Continuing to chase him has a certain chance of capturing or killing him. but doing so would be equivalent to disregarding all the people in the capital. With the strength of the demon in front of them, once it is fully summoned, no one in the capital will be able to stop it, and everyone will die without a burial place. The second is to stay here and do everything possible to delay the demon. Even if the three of them cannot kill the demon, it is still possible to delay him. But doing so would be equivalent to giving up this great opportunity. You must know that the tribunal paid an unknown price for this opportunity. The leading judge's eyes kept changing, but he finally chose to stay. He still couldn't sit idly by and watch everyone in the capital die in the sea of fire. Everyone, before this demon completely breaks out of the formation, do your best to seal it. After hearing this, the other two judges spoke immediately. But if that's the case, then Aaron. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. Shut up. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. I'm the captain, and now I'm saying seal the demon before me. Faced with the judge captain's persistence, the two men were finally defeated and began to prepare to seal the abyss demon in front of them. As the holy light spread, a war that shocked the world began. Chapter 37 Blood-Stained Wall. The three judges were located at three different positions of the demon, ready to work together to cast the holy light dragon locking formation. The abyss demon has not awakened yet at this time, and it is the best time to cast the seal. When facing a powerful being of the abyss demon's level, they must use their strongest moves. The holy light dragon locking array is the most powerful sealing array they possess, and it must be done at the cost of sacrificing part of their blood and half of their spiritual energy. The three of them stood on three sides of the demon, then cut their palms and blood began to flow out slowly. He stained his fingers with his own blood and began to carve in the air. The blood infused with spiritual energy floated in the air, and with the rapid sliding of the fingers, it formed complex patterns and emitted a light golden glow. After the last stroke was completed, the three of them worked together to slap the large array rune floating in the air onto the body of the abyss demon. The moment the rune touched the demon, a brilliant golden light burst out. At the same time, on the surface of the abyss demon's body, light golden lines appeared on its originally dark body, covering its entire body. The three judges then infused half of their own psychic energy into the rune. Gradually, a thin film began to appear on the surface of the abyss demon, wrapping its entire body. Finally, when the abyss demon was about to break out of the formation, it stopped at this moment. However, if you observe carefully, you will find that its body is still floating up, but the floating speed has become extremely slow. The captain of the judges looked extremely solemn at this moment. He found that he had made a wrong judgment. This abyss demon was not just a simple ninth realm, it had already reached the peak of the ninth realm. There are not many strong people of this level even in the whole world. Does that damn Aaron know what a terrifying existence he has released? For a strong man of this level, it is not an exaggeration to say that he can destroy an entire country by himself. They took advantage of the fact that the demon had not yet fully emerged and jointly imposed the strongest blockade, but it could only delay it for 2 hours. The situation here is no longer something they can resolve. They must immediately notify top officials back home to handle it, otherwise the entire world will be plunged into turmoil because of this demon. The wings of light behind the Inquisitor captain spread out, and he turned and left the cave, flying towards the Inquisition headquarters. Seeing this, the other two also realized the seriousness of the matter, and immediately followed the captain's pace, spreading their wings and flying away. At this moment, Jin Tianming, who was still on the city wall, only saw 3 spots of light flying one after another from the distant mountains, and in the blink of an eye they flew behind the city wall and disappeared. At this moment, the spirit beast seemed even more violent, and it charged towards the heavenly spirit protection formation regardless of anything. The formation, which could not hold out for long, began to become shaky at this moment. In the distance, a group of level 4 spiritual beasts appeared in the field of vision. It is a giant explosive bear with fire attribute. They were seen dodging the psychic energy rays that were shooting towards them. Their huge bodies seemed extremely flexible at this moment, and they were approaching the formation at an extremely fast speed. After approaching the dodging formation, he stood up directly, with a few wisps of flame appearing from time to time from his closed mouth, and the explosive flames in his mouth were already ready to explode. Then he opened his mouth and an enormous flame gushed out, hitting the protective light curtain of the formation, accompanied by extremely high temperature and explosive energy. The formation, which already had very little spiritual energy left, was like being crushed by the last straw after enduring this fierce attack, and it shattered into pieces. As the formation collapsed, the 6 purple beams shooting into the sky also dissipated. Long before the formation dissipated, everyone on the city wall had already prepared their equipment and immediately appeared on the top of the wall with their swords drawn and their horses ready for battle. After discovering that the formation had dissipated, numerous spirit beasts all rushed to the top of the city wall one after another, like a large group of ants climbing the wall, a pitch-black scene. Just as the first spirit beast climbed onto the top of the wall, a long sword pierced its throat directly. The man then pulled out the sword violently, and blood splattered everywhere. The hot and smelly blood soaked his armor. Just as he drew his sword, another spirit beast next to him had already climbed onto the city wall and pounced towards his side. Faced with this sudden attack, he was unable to dodge. Just as he was about to use his armor to withstand the blow, a long sword chopped off his head. The one who chopped off the head of the spiritual beast was Qin Tianming. Because he added spatial spiritual energy to the blade, it appeared extremely sharp. The spirit beast was originally only at the second level and could not withstand Qin Tianming's attack at all, so it was directly killed. Li Ming, who had been by Qin Tianming's side, immediately cast 2 shields, one for himself and one for Qin Tianming. This time he directly took out the treasure his grandmother gave him, a psychic treasure of earth attribute. This can compress the psychic energy that one can exert, making the shield more resilient.
It was specially customized for him by his grandmother in the Magic City.
Originally, he had planned to advance to the second realm after this mission was over. By then, with the power of his treasure, the shield he cast would even be able to withstand a full-strength attack from an early third realm cultivator.
Who knew he would encounter something like this?
However, even if he is only in the late stage of the first realm now, using the shield can completely withstand the attacks of the late stage of the second realm.
Qin Tianming and Li Ming always followed the team assigned to them.
They cooperated with each other very well, and anyone who was injured would be treated immediately. Soon their team killed more than a dozen spirit beasts, and the corpses of spirit beasts were scattered around them, of course, mixed in with the corpses of the city guards. As the few of them killed another mid-level third realm spirit beast, what followed were no longer isolated spirit beasts, because more and more spirit beasts began to land on the city wall, gradually filling up the space on the wall. The number also began to be equal to that of the city defense forces. The large number of spirit beasts also began to gradually gather together. For a time, the pressure on the city defense army suddenly increased. At this time, the city walls were filled with the roars and wails of spirit beasts, as well as the curses, screams and roars of the city defense soldiers. All kinds of sounds were swirling above the battlefield. Blood instantly dyed the entire city wall red, and every soldier was soaked in blood.
In such a situation, Qin Tianming's team is no longer facing a single weak spirit beast as before, but groups of spirit beasts of the second or even third realm.
After Qin Tianming's team worked together to kill 5 mid-level 2 giant-toothed boars that pounced on them, 7 poisonous giant wolves cooperated with each other and approached them. They confronted Qin Tianming's team, which formed a circle.
Chapter 38 System Upgrade. Qin Tianming was not unfamiliar with the poisonous giant wolf, this spiritual beast. After all, he had killed one when he was taking the warrior exam, but that one was not yet mature and was only at the second level, while these 7 were genuine third-level spiritual beasts. Facing the 7 giant poisonous firewolves, everyone felt a little uneasy, but they had no time to think about it. The 7 giant poisonous firewolves were also affected by some factors, and they rushed directly towards them without caring about any formation or coordination. Qin Tianming faced the giant poisonous wolf that was pouncing on him and used the long sword in his hand to block its sharp claws. Just as he was blocking it with the long sword, the giant poisonous wolf opened its mouth and a ball of dark green flame erupted directly, shooting towards Qin Tianming's face. Qin Tianming was shocked.
Obviously, due to his lack of combat experience, he did not expect that the opponent had this trick. But it was too late to dodge at this time. He directly used his spatial attribute spiritual power to form a transparent air wall in front of him to resist the poisonous flames. He then immediately took the opportunity to break away and summoned a spear from space. When Qin Tianming turned around, he had already held the spear in his hand. Then he threw it violently, and the spear cut through the sky and directly hit the forehead of the giant wolf that was about to pounce again. The luster in the poisonous giant wolf's eyes disappeared in an instant, and then it fell to the ground. After Qin Tianming had dealt with the giant wolf, he recalled his spear and turned to help the others in the team. Soon, the giant wolves, which were originally outnumbered by the team, were all killed with the help of Qin Tianming. Only 2 men with earth-attributed psychic powers were injured in the team, and they were fine after receiving timely treatment. After completely resolving the danger, everyone looked at Qin Tianming with gratitude. If it weren't for his help, the team would probably have been reduced in number. Before everyone could take a break,
a large number of spirit beasts surrounded them again.
The number of these spirit beasts seemed endless, and they could not be killed all, and it became more and more difficult to kill them. The same situation as that of Qin Tianming's team was happening all the time on the city wall. People were dying every moment, and every time a spirit beast was killed, a new one would fill the position. Lin Chen, the commander-in-chief of the city defense army, had a heavy look in his eyes. At this moment, he had already changed into a special combat suit, and what he had to deal with were the two 7th-level spirit beasts and the burning sky giant ape and the spirit beast tide. Lin Chen was standing next to the building of the psychic cannon at this time. He had to use the cannon to get rid of one first, otherwise he would be at a disadvantage when fighting one against two. With the full efforts of the city defense army, the energy of the psychic cannon was quickly filled, and a brilliant blue light burst out from the muzzle. Then a blue laser flew to the rear of the spirit beast tide, and the two burning sky giant apes were also at that position. In the back, the two giant apes were still commanding the spirit beasts to fight a siege, and then they suddenly found that there was a blue beam of light in the sky shooting towards them at an incredible speed. Immediately, the two giant apes felt a sense of crisis. Faced with this powerful attack, the two giant apes directly used their innate skills. Two fire dragons soared into the sky, merged into one in the sky, and directly collided with the rapidly approaching blue light. The blue light and the fire dragon collided violently, causing a violent explosion at a height of about 20 meters from the ground. The resulting shock wave directly knocked the surrounding spirit beasts to the ground, generating a large cloud of dust in that area. Waiting for the dust to settle, one giant ape stood tightly in front of the other, and then the giant ape facing the aftermath of the explosion slowly fell to the ground. From its slightly rising and falling abdomen, it could be seen that it was seriously injured and on the verge of death. At the same time, the city defense troops on the city wall all burst into loud roars. It was obvious that the heavy blow to the 7th-level spirit beast gave everyone great confidence. However, just as everyone was rejoicing and excited, the protected giant ape roared angrily to the sky, and then rushed towards Lin Chen on the city wall. Facing the challenge of the giant ape, the city defense army commander-in-chief Lin Chen certainly could not be afraid of fighting. He fought with it before it reached the city wall. If it was allowed to get close to the city wall, the damage it would cause would be immeasurable. When Lin Chen was fighting with the giant ape, Qin Tianming was watching the scene on the city wall. This was the first time he felt a high-level battle so intuitively. The power to destroy the world in every gesture made his heart surge.
System, is there any way for me to experience that high-level strength in advance?
Ding, host, as long as you have enough simulation points, everything will be fine. This system still has a lot of part-time jobs, with clear prices, no cheating. At this time, they had just dealt with the surrounding spirit beasts and it was a rare time for rest, so Qin Tianming curiously asked the system to show its part-time job.
7th Realm Advanced Experience Card, valid for 1 minute, priced at 10,000 simulation points.
8th Realm Advanced Experience Card, valid for 1 minute, priced at 15,000 simulation value. 9 Level Experience Card, valid for 1 minute, priced at 30,000 simulation value. Extreme Experience Card, valid for 1 minute, priced at 50,000 simulation value. Seeing this pile of experience cards, including Extreme Experience Cards, Qin Tianming felt that he didn't pretend to be cool enough, resulting in the simulation value he earned not being enough for him to spend. He could only look at such outrageous prices. As for buying it, that's impossible, he would never buy it even if you kill him, that's what he said. He has finally saved up more than 50,000 simulation points, so he has to spend them sparingly. Just as the screams were deafening on the city wall, several bright spots of light suddenly appeared from behind them.
Qin Tianming had seen this light spot before.
It was also this kind of light spot that he saw when he was walking through the deep mountains. The light spot came from far away and disappeared into the depths of the mountains in a blink of an eye. Qin Tianming could only roughly see the appearance of these people but could not see the details clearly. If he saw correctly, 3 of them were angels with 8 wings on their backs, and one was an angel with 9 wings on his back, and both wings emitted a bright luster, which should also be a kind of treasure. Qin Tianming didn't know what happened over there, which caused these people to not even bother to look at the 7th level spirit beast on the ground. However, he could feel that the cultivation level of each of these people was far above that of the commander-in-chief of the city defense army. Because the aura emitted by each of those people is far greater than that of a 7th level warrior.
System, do you know what level of cultivation those people have? This answer requires 10 simulation points. Aren't you a simulation system? How can you do something like reconnaissance?
Ding, since the host's simulation value has successfully exceeded the 50,000 mark, this system has just been upgraded. It has now been successfully upgraded and will provide more intelligent assistance to the host. Qin Tianming listened to the system's response and felt that it simply said, money equals solve the problem. Qin Tianming thought about it and directly deducted 10 simulation values from the balance.
He can still afford this amount of money. Each wing represents a realm, and 9 wings represent 9 realms of cultivation.
After hearing the system's answer, Qin Tianming exclaimed that it was outrageous and was also shocked.
Even people with this level of cultivation are so anxious. What kind of terrifying existence is there? Chapter 39 The Devil is Born. Just as several people from the tribunal cut through the sky and headed for the cave, no one noticed that the blood in the bodies of the spirit beasts and human warriors who had already died on the battlefield was slowly dissipating, turning into wisps of blood that floated deep into the mountains. 4 angels of the Inquisition quickly arrived at the place where the demon was sealed. They were sent by the Inquisition to deal with the demon of the abyss. 1 chief judge plus 3 judges was the strongest lineup that the Inquisition could send out at present.
It is no exaggeration to say that this lineup can easily destroy a small or medium-sized country.
This shows the importance that the top leaders of the Inquisition attached to this operation.
The presiding judge wore wings of light on his back, had a resolute face, and his eyes seemed to be shining with stars.
He had an astonishing aura and was majestic without being angry.
He was wearing a suit of light, which made him look extraordinary, like an immortal god. The light set is only worn by those who have reached the 9th level of cultivation in the Inquisition. It not only increases one's own defense by 50%, but also stores 80% of one's total spiritual energy. It can also continuously absorb spiritual energy from the surrounding air to replenish itself while forming a protective shield around itself. The materials used in this suit are extremely precious, and the entire Dragon Kingdom has no more than 50 pieces of armor. It is a legendary treasure. It is not only a precious armor set, but also a symbol of status. From this we can see how extraordinary the status of the visitor is. Several people quickly came into the cave. The chief judge casually emitted a holy light, but it could only illuminate the area around them, while other places were still shrouded in darkness. Even the holy light could not dispel this extreme darkness. Seeing this scene, the presiding judge's already heavy heart sank to the bottom and his face looked extremely ugly. From this, we can see how powerful this abyss demon is. The chief judge quickly came to the place where the demon was sealed, and was shocked to find that the body of the abyss demon was about to break out of the formation. Obviously, during this time of going back and forth, the seals of the 3 judges were unable to block it at all. The gap in strength was too great. Faced with such a situation, the chief judge did not care about much else and directly cut his palm, using his own light spiritual power to strengthen the seal. However, after he strengthened the seal, he discovered that it had no effect at all. The abyss demon's body was still breaking through the formation at its original speed, and its strength was actually slowly increasing. The chief judge immediately activated his most powerful light spell, wanting to see clearly what was going on. Only after the chief judge activated his spell could he clearly see the entire cave. He was horrified to discover that the abyss demon was surrounded by tiny threads of blood and energy connecting its body. The source of these threads was actually on the spirit beast-tied battlefield not far away. On the left side of the abyss demon, there is a dim crystal ball. It is obvious that something contained in it has been absorbed. At that moment, the chief judge understood that the so-called spirit beast tide was not intended to break through the capital's defenses, nor was it intended to cause slaughter. Its fundamental purpose was simply to provide blood and energy to the summoned abyss demon. It was precisely with the help of this blood and energy that the abyss demon's strength grew so slowly, and it even broke through the seal of the holy light dragon locking array. After making this judgment, the presiding judge immediately made a decision. Since it was no longer possible to seal the demon, he would strike first and take action before it completely broke through the formation. He didn't dare to be careless at this moment. Facing such a powerful enemy, he attacked with all his strength from the beginning. He raised the holy sword in his hand high, and in an instant, a beam of light shot straight into the sky and broke through the sky. The battlefield that was originally shrouded in dark clouds suddenly became bright at this moment. The dark clouds that originally covered the mountains and the dark sky were now dispersed, and a big hole was directly opened. Rays of light shone on the mountains, like a miracle. All the spirit beasts and city defense soldiers on the battlefield stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the scene before them. Qin Tianming and Li Ming also saw this sudden miracle at this time. In Qin Tianming's sight, the sky over there turned into a golden color, and a golden light shot up into the sky, connecting the earth and the sky. On the side of the light column, a man with 9 wings on his back slowly flew into the sky. Beside him were 3 angels with 8 wings on their backs. They were above the sky, and under the illumination of the golden light, they looked like gods descending to the earth. At this time, as the chief judge raised the holy sword in his hand, the others also raised their swords, and then shouted at the same time, mobilizing all their spiritual energy.
Holy Inquisition.
At this moment, Xin Tianming saw a scene that he would never forget. The dark clouds in the sky were completely dispersed by the spiritual energy, and a sword of judgment made of light attributed spiritual energy was suspended in the sky, with the tip of the sword pointing directly towards the depths of the mountains. Under the illumination of this sword of judgment, it seemed as if all the darkness was dispelled, and nothing could stop the power of this sword of judgment.
The presiding judge also looked a little pale at this time.
Obviously, this trick of changing the situation was a huge burden for him. As he slowly lowered the holy sword in his hand, the sword of judgment in the sky also began to slowly fall. The extreme light made it impossible for everyone on the battlefield to look directly at it. The entire battlefield was shrouded in this extreme light, and all this happened in just a few seconds. As the sword of judgment fell, the moment it touched the mountain, the whole world lost its color. There was no black, no red, only extreme white, and the world changed. When Qin Tianming opened his eyes again, the dust had already dispersed. He suddenly discovered that the mountain that had originally stood in the distance had actually disappeared. Instead, there was a bottomless pit, and the entire mountain range was wiped out at this moment. The members of the Inquisition who had used the holy judgment slowly descended from the air exhausted. It was obvious that this tactic was very exhausting. They stood beside the bottomless hole, which was still emitting endless heat. They stood there for a long time but did not notice any movement. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to turn around and leave to report, a shimmer of extreme darkness spread from the depths of the pit. The dark aura continued to swirl and move towards the sky. The sky, which had been covered with dark clouds, became dark again at this moment.
But the darkness this time was obviously different from before.
It was the purest and most extreme darkness.
At the same time, an extremely evil and terrifying voice appeared on the battlefield. Humble insects, wail. Scream. Please me to your heart's content, because I will bring the purest evil to this world.
Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. The faces of everyone in the courtroom changed drastically, looking extremely ugly.
The devil is born. Chapter 40 Blood breaks the sky. Ha 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 ha. The extremely evil voice kept echoing in the sky.
On the battlefield, except for a few people like Qin Tianming, everyone's eyes seemed to be distracted. They were like zombies, obviously unable to withstand this extreme pressure from the spiritual level. The numerous spirit beasts on the battlefield, regardless of their cultivation level, all prostrated themselves on the ground under this extremely terrifying pressure, not daring to move at all. Even the burning sky giant ape that was originally fighting with Lin Chen had now knelt on the ground. Several people from the Inquisition had already arrived at the top of the city wall. Seeing that all the city defense soldiers were mentally shocked, the chief judge snorted coldly, and then his own aura burst out. The power of purification of light swept over everyone present like an expanding circle, and everyone swept by this purifying power came to their senses.
At this moment, the presiding judge's cold and majestic voice sounded. Run, everyone, every one of you, run. Don't stay here any longer. The next battle is not something you can interfere with.
The city defense soldiers, who had come to their senses, looked at each other in confusion, obviously not yet fully understanding what was going on.
At this time, the commander-in-chief Lin Chen also spoke immediately. Damn it, didn't you hear it? If you don't want to die, run away.
Qin Tianming had already run away when he felt that something was wrong. After hearing the presiding judge's voice, he became more determined and ran quickly into the distance with his team.
What a joke! That's the battlefield of the powerful Ninth Realm Masters. It's not something a newbie like me can participate in. A little aftermath could make me dead. Why not just run there and wait to die?
Qin Tianming turned on the acceleration function of his combat boots while leading everyone to run, wishing he had more legs. Just as everyone was running towards the distance, a large amount of black air slowly dissipated in the sky, and a terrifying figure appeared in the sky. He had 2 ferocious tentacles and black fleshy wings growing behind him. His whole body exuded an evil black aura. He crossed his arms over his chest with cold eyes. As the wings behind him vibrated, the space actually made a shattering sound at this moment. However, at this moment, there was still a penetrating wound on the left side of his body. The granulation tissue in the wound kept wriggling, but was blocked by a ray of light energy, causing it to be unable to recover.
The power of light is really annoying. The abyss demon whispered in a deep voice. The judge stood on the wall, looking up at the demon in the sky. His eyes were solemn and filled with coldness. He said in a deep voice, "This is not the place for you." The demon didn't take it seriously after hearing this, and said calmly, "I didn't come here on my own. Wasn't it someone from your world who summoned me?" Then he looked towards the capital with greedy eyes. He smelled a lot of fresh flesh and blood there. The smell alone was so fascinating. Then he turned his attention to the battlefield. So much flesh and blood cannot be wasted. With a flash of his figure, the abyss demon arrived on the battlefield. As wisps of black air emanated, an air cyclone formed around him. The blood and energy on the battlefield continued to gather towards him, and his strength, which had fallen when he came to this world, was slowly recovering as the blood and energy entered his body. The presiding judge looked at this scene with a grim expression, and did not bother to continue replenishing his spiritual energy. He directly took action to interrupt him from continuing to absorb this blood energy. He raised his right hand, a golden light flashed, and he instantly appeared beside the demon, about to hit the black cyclone that the demon originally used to absorb blood energy. At this moment, the devil made his move. When the golden light was about to hit him, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed the golden light directly. The originally unstoppable golden light instantly touched his palm and exploded. When the smoke and dust cleared, the demon's palm was intact, without any damage at all. The presiding judge was not surprised to see this. If it could be solved so easily, this abyss demon would not be worthy of being a 9th-level cultivator. The chief judge led 3 judges directly towards the demon, standing in 4 directions of him, ready to surround him. Qin Tianming, who was running away, looked behind him. When he saw that the demon caught the judge's attack with his bare hands, he had a new understanding of the demon's strength. So he ran even harder. God knew how terrifying the aftermath of the battle would be. If he accidentally died in the aftermath of the boss's battle, he would be so sad that he would have no tears to cry. He still had his sweet and soft wife to hug enough. At this time, the angels surrounding the demons in the sky have begun to attack. They attacked from 4 directions simultaneously, all using their strongest strength. If they still held back at this time, they would die without knowing how. But the demon was not panicked at all. He turned around and turned into a puff of black smoke. When the attacks came, he ignored them. The attacks of several people did not cause him any damage at all. After the attack, the black smoke condensed again and turned back into the original appearance of the devil. Then he opened his hand, and a ball of extreme darkness condensed in his hand. He threw the ball of black air towards the direction of the presiding judge. In the blink of an eye, the black smoke that was originally the size of a palm became the size of a football field, and it was still getting bigger. Facing this attack, the chief appraiser did not know what the purpose of the black smoke was, but he did not dare to be careless at all and directly used the strongest defensive ability he possessed. Holy blessing! Golden light appeared around him, completely enveloping him. The light suit he was wearing was now fully operational, replenishing his body's spiritual energy while also enhancing his protection. When his holy barrier came into contact with the black air, he was surprised to find that the shield, which was originally shining with golden light, was gradually stained with a hint of black, and this black was still spreading on his shield. Obviously, his shield was being continuously eroded by darkness and was unable to resist. The presiding judge decisively gave up this area and took advantage of the opportunity when the black air was blocked by the shield to move directly to another location. Unexpectedly, just as he moved to another direction, the demon that was supposed to be in the sky appeared behind him with a strange smile on his face. It's been a long time since I killed an angel. As he raised his hand, the palm emitting strong black energy directly broke through the limitations of space. Although it was several meters away, it directly affected the body of the presiding judge. A dent instantly appeared on the presiding judge's armor, and then he was slammed directly into the ground. Everyone was looking at the battlefield in the sky. At that moment, they saw the devil knock the chief judge to the ground with one palm, and the sky was stained with blood. Suddenly, everyone felt a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. Chapter 41: Desperate Strength. The presiding judge fell from the sky, creating a crack nearly 100 meters long on the ground. He staggered to his feet and wiped the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. There was a large dent on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Even though the armor he was wearing was trying its best to repair his injuries, there was a large mass of dark matter blocking his wounds, making the repair effect minimal. Oh! You can actually block my palm strike. With your cultivation level of the middle stage of the 9th realm, you do have some strength, but that's all you can do.
As soon as the devil finished speaking, his figure disappeared, and the space where he was originally standing shattered. At the moment the demon disappeared, the judge standing on the ground felt an overwhelming dark aura coming towards him.
Space teleportation.
The judge's pupils suddenly contracted, and before he could react, dark chains forged from darkness in the void directly bound him up. He could clearly feel that his own spiritual energy was being madly absorbed by the chains, and his own strength was suppressed to the level of the early 8th realm. At this time, the devil slowly stepped out from the void with a leisurely expression. It was obvious that this level of battle was not stressful at all for him, even though he had not yet reached his peak strength. Looking at the judge bound by dark chains, the demon said with a playful expression, "Tell me, how desperate would those people be if they saw you in such a miserable state? After all, they now regard you as their savior."
I think there is nothing more despairing than seeing hope and then having it shattered, right? Ha 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 ha.
The demon's tone gradually changed from teasing to indifference, and then to something perverted. "I'm really looking forward to seeing the helpless and hopeless expressions of all living beings before death." Then he snapped his fingers, and the pitch-black chains completely wrapped up the presiding judge, forming an elliptical pitch-black sphere. He then swept his cold gaze over the remaining 3 judges. The remaining 3 had never expected that the top 10 strongest men in the tribunal would be defeated so easily, so quickly that they had not even had time to react. The original judge, who was in the middle stage of the 9th realm, could not withstand a few attacks from the devil, let alone the remaining 8 winged angels. The devil knocked down the 3 judges with just a few attacks, and then several chains stretched out and tied up the judges tightly. With 4 black spheres of the same size floating around him, the abyss demon raised his eyes and looked towards the city not far away. He could smell that there was endless blood food waiting for him there. At this moment, on a hillside far away from the scene, Adam was watching everything happening in front of him with a fanatical look, as if he was crazy.
Wonderful, truly wonderful. That's it, that's it. Killing, blood, disaster, violence. That's how it should be. Kill all those hypocrites and bring a little shock to this filthy world.
Aaron laughed wildly, tears came out of his eyes, his heart suddenly contracted, and then he covered his heart with his hands and continued to bend over and laugh wildly.
Kill, kill. My most outstanding work, keep killing. Only in this way can I complete the last link of my plan. Only in this way. I can purify this world filled with filth. Only by welcoming the coming of God can this world be reborn. Aaron's distorted face was laughing loudly towards the sky, looking at the falling blood rain, his hands open, as if he was undergoing some kind of the most noble purification ritual. Twisted, crazy, paranoid, yet there is extreme calmness in his eyes. At this time, the devil had already brought the sealed members of the Inquisition to the sky above the capital. He looked at the people below who were running around like ants, and the madness in his eyes became more and more undisguised. Qin Tianming was running forward when he suddenly felt something. He looked up at the sky and saw a black demon figure floating in the sky, surrounded by 4 black spheres. That exaggerated figure, coupled with the dark clouds and bloody rain in the sky, and the constantly flashing thunder, at this moment he looked like a god or demon descended to the earth. At this time, more and more people saw the devil figure in the sky, and gradually they couldn't help but stop and stare at the sky blankly. At this moment, a voice coming from deep within the heart resounded in everyone's heart. "Humble and insignificant human race, you refuse to kneel down and submit to me, and try your best to please me. This may just please me, and I may even spare your lives, ha ha ha." Then Qin Tianming saw the devil in the sky pointing his hand somewhere ahead. The space around the group of people running in the front at this time shattered directly. In the blink of an eye, the group of people all turned into blood mist and disappeared without a trace. Then the blood mist floated into the sky and was absorbed by the demon. Everyone was horrified by this scene. You know, there were some warriors at the 5th level among that group of people, and they died without even making a sound. You lowly ants are trying to escape. This is the price you pay. Why don't you just kneel down and submit? Are you waiting for your so-called angel to save you? The demon removed the dark chains that sealed the surroundings, revealing several people inside whose lives and deaths were unknown. Even the people from the tribunal were defeated. A man muttered to himself. You have to know that the Inquisition is one of the top 3 forces in the world. The scene before them is equivalent to causing 10,000 points of critical damage to everyone's hearts. Gradually, an atmosphere of despair filled the crowd, and a deathly silence filled the land, with only the sound of blood rain splashing on the ground. Gradually, some people began to kneel down on the ground and prostrate themselves at the feet of the devil. As one person knelt down, it was as if a switch was triggered, and more people knelt down one after another.
And one of them, as if unable to endure this humiliation, mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, and a fire dragon rose up and flew towards the devil. The devil just glanced at him indifferently, without even making any defense. He just snapped his fingers, and the person who dared to resist exploded directly and turned into the purest blood and energy. When the devil saw more and more people kneeling down, he lost interest in teasing them and activated his own dark energy, ready to kill them all with one blow. The devil's mouth curled up and his left hand was raised high. Destroy the world. In an instant, a huge hole seemed to appear in the sky, and the thick dark power corroded the world. At this moment, the sky seemed to collapse, and a dark sphere almost as big as the capital fell from the sky. At this moment, it was as if the sky was falling. The huge gap in strength made everyone present lose the thought of escaping. They just stared blankly at the dark energy balls falling from the sky. An atmosphere of despair enveloped everyone, and everyone now had only one thought in their mind.
Someone come? Save us. Chapter 42. Do you believe in light?
Just as the entire capital was plunged into endless darkness, the university students and state personnel who were outside the city and were on their way to support the capital all saw this scene. Simon was taking Si Huayan to the capital at this time. When they were about to fly into the city, Simon suddenly felt a terrifying pressure. Even with his cultivation level at the early 9th level, he could still feel the threat of death coming from the depths of his soul. Under Si Huayan's confused and anxious gaze, he stopped in the air.
Si Huayan's anxious voice came. Dad.
Why did you stop? The city is so dangerous now, and Tianming is still inside.
Simon's face looked extremely ugly.
When faced with his daughter Zhaoji's question, he did not immediately explain. Instead, he stood there thinking. Although he then slowly uttered a few words.
9th level peak. How could a person of this level appear here? Simon was not in the mood to think about it.
He just wanted to know which side this person was on. While Simon was thinking about how to bring Qin Tianming out safely, the sky collapsed, and then an extremely huge dark sphere appeared. The incomparable feeling of oppression frightened even a powerful warrior like him who was at the 9th level. He immediately took his daughter away from this place, regardless of what Si Huayan thought. At this moment, Si Huayan just stared blankly at the incredible scene in front of him.
Tianming, you're going to be okay, right?
At the same time, inside the city, Li Ming was also staring at the sky in amazement.
Li Ming is just a small first-level warrior.
Compared to such a powerful warrior at the peak of 9th level, he is nothing.
What qualifications does he have? Brother Qin, it seems we can't escape this time. I'll still be your brother in the next life.
However, he saw that there was not much panic on Qin Tianming's face at this moment, as if the scene in front of him was nothing special to him. At this time, Qin Tianming's thoughts had already drifted away, because he thought of a classic character in an anime he watched in his previous life.
Hey fatty, do you believe in light? What?
Li Ming heard Qin Tianming's voice and turned around to look at him, but found that Qin Tianming was no longer there. Li Ming looked confused.
What light? There is no light here now. It is pitch black.
At this time, Qin Tianming ran to a corner where no one could see him. Seeing that the big black ball was about to fall, he knew that if he didn't ask the system dad for help, he would probably be killed. Tonzi, hurry up, your host is about to die, quickly take out all your experience cards for me.
Host, don't panic. As the one chosen by this system, you will definitely be safe.
This system recommends that you directly choose the Extreme Realm experience card and show off your power in front of others. This will also gain a wave of shock value and restore some health. Qin Tianming adjusted the panel and looked at the Extreme Experience card with a bold red label, which was priced at 50,000 simulation value.
Then look at your balance. Remaining simulation value 52,121 points. Damn it, this guy is going to squeeze me dry.
I only have this little money, and it takes me 50,000 simulation points in 1 minute, which means 3,000 points in 1 second on average.
This is faster than robbery. System, have you calculated my wealth?
Host, please don't talk nonsense.
You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. This system is a conscientious system.
For some reason, Qin Tianming felt that the system was a little guilty when listening to its answer.
However, the current situation did not allow him to delay any longer. System, redeem the Extreme Experience card for me.
Ding, exchange successful.
System prompt, silently recite use trial card in your mind and you can use it immediately.
Qin Tianming felt pain in his heart when he saw the simulation value that was directly reduced by 50,000. Just when he was about to deal with the culprit of all this, he found that he was missing something.
Oh, yes, it was a mask.
It would be difficult if my identity was discovered by others. After all, I don't have much simulation value now.
I casually looked around and found a white mask with a question mark icon on it in a nearby store.
At this time, the crowd on the ground was in chaos, with all kinds of sounds of beating, scolding, crying, and noises constantly heard.
Some people were even frightened to the point of incontinence. Despair hung over everyone's heart.
At this moment, in the sky, the devil was admiring the various expressions of the creatures underground. When the dark sphere was only a dozen meters above the ground, people suddenly found that it had stopped and was suspended in the air.
Could it be that the devil has changed his mind? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but think so. Just when everyone was confused, someone exclaimed, "Look! There's a person there!"
The crowd looked in the direction the man pointed, and suddenly found that under the sphere, there was a person wearing a white mask with a question mark on it.
Everyone was extremely shocked.
After all, that person looked so small, but he was holding up such a big black ball. This extreme contrast made everyone unable to react. At this moment, Qin Tianming felt the surging power in his body and the almost endless spiritual energy, and he felt so happy.
Is this the power of the ultimate realm, above the ninth realm?
I feel like I can blow up the space here with one punch. Then he gently drew a line with his hand, and an extremely huge space crack appeared in the sky, and the void turbulence in the space continued to pass through. Qin Tianming pushed the ball in his hand directly into the space crack, and the ball slid into the space crack and was completely swallowed by the space crack in a moment. Qin Tianming put his hands together again, and the open space crack closed instantly, and there was no trace of crack in the air. The abyss demon in the sky, which had been calm and indifferent, was now looking around with a vigilant expression. Just now, he felt a powerful aura, an aura he had only felt from the Demon King.
It was the ultimate level. How could such a strong person appear in such a place?
The abyss demon clearly sensed that things were beginning to develop beyond his expectations. Just as he was looking around warily, trying to find the mysterious strong man, a lazy voice sounded in his ears.
"Hey kid, you're having a great time." The abyss demon's hair stood on end. He turned around suddenly and found a man with a question mark and a white mask standing beside him. Damn, when did he appear next to me?
The abyss demon's sense of crisis reached its peak at this moment. He attacked fiercely, and dark energy covered his left arm and went straight towards Qin Tianming's mask.
Qin Tianming didn't dodge or evade, just let him hit him.
The devil was still laughing in his heart at Qin Tianming for being so arrogant and not even trying to dodge, but he suddenly found that his fist seemed to be blocked by something and could not move forward at all, even though his fist was clearly 1 meter away from him. Qin Tianming grinned beneath his mask and said calmly, "It's rude not to reciprocate."
It's my turn next. Chapter 43. Anyone who offends the Dragon Kingdom will be punished no matter how far away they are.
The abyss demon clearly didn't see any expression from the masked man in front of him, but he realized that he was mocking and ridiculing him. For a moment, he actually felt like a clown, and everything he did was just to make the masked man in front of him happy. I never thought that as one of the 3 generals under the Demon King of Hell, someone would dare to treat me like this.
The abyss demon was furious.
Before the demon could completely retract his fist, Qin Tianming dodged and grabbed his neck with one hand. Then he casually used a few space sealing powers, and the manhwa diagram under his feet circulated, hitting the demon's body. The abyss demon saw that his cultivation was about to be completely sealed, and at that time he would be like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. So he used all the energy he could muster and activated his forbidden technique, Demon's Chaos. On the body of the abyss demon, magic patterns floated, covering his entire body, emitting a breathtaking red light. The demonic energy and blood in the demon's body were all compressed and released in a short period of time, turning into the purest energy, which expanded the demon's body. Feeling the explosive power in his body, the devil regained his confidence.
I want you."
Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Tianming's slap in the face.
Qin Tianming frowned slightly. "What are you yelling about? Be quiet." He held the demon's neck with one hand and slapped the demon's face repeatedly with the other hand. The damage was not great, but it was extremely insulting. Unfortunately, the devil had no way to resist. Under the absolute suppression of strength, he could only passively accept the slap in the face from Qin Tianming. In just a few seconds, Qin Tianming slapped him hundreds of times, and his entire face was swollen like a pig's head.
There was no trace of his former domineering demeanor. The scene that happened in the sky stunned the people watching on the ground and stimulated everyone's heart.
In just over 10 seconds, this extremely contrasting scene left everyone stunned. There was only one thought that kept asking, who is this masked man?
The demon in the sky finally came to his senses after being slapped hundreds of times.
Stop it. I'm one of the 3 generals under the Demon King. How can I be humiliated by you like this?
Although he was a pitch-black abyss demon, a strange red color appeared on his face. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianming said 2 very brief words in a very calm tone.
Noisy.
He immediately stopped holding back, activated the power of space in his palm, and slapped the demon. In an instant, the world changed, the space became wrinkled layer by layer, and finally collapsed. The demon was knocked down from the sky by this palm. As his body fell, the space around him cracked layer by layer, leaving irreparable wounds on his body.
Boom!
With a loud noise, the demon fell to the ground, and the entire ground collapsed, forming a giant pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters. Before the smoke and dust cleared, an endless pitch-black space black hole fell. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with space energy, and endless space black holes fell like raindrops, corroding everything around them and bombarding the deep pit where the devil was.
After a few seconds of being baptized by the space black hole, the cracks in the space have not yet been completely repaired. Qin Tianming didn't intend to give him any time to breathe.
Having been educated by anime in his previous life, he deeply realized the importance of finishing off the opponent. He drew out his long sword and swung it down directly. The space slash directly broke through the limitations of space and reached the place where the demon fell the moment it was released. The ground was split open to form a canyon several thousand meters long. After launching several attacks like this, Qin Tianming took out his spear and threw it towards the ground. The spear spun and flew towards the ground, and the spatial energy attached to the spear body cast a phantom on the entire spear. It was like a spear of divine punishment, falling from the sky with the power of annihilation. Wherever the spear passed, cracks in space appeared all around, and pitch-black space lightning kept jumping.
Boom!
The ground, which was already riddled with holes, was pierced through again by the spear, and there was no intact piece of land to be found in the entire land. Ding, system reminder, there are 15 seconds left before the experience card ends, and the shock value has been obtained 50W.
Please hurry up. Qin Tianming ignored the system prompt. 15 seconds was enough for him to do a lot of things. He immediately activated the teleportation technique and instantly appeared among the crowd on the ground. Ahem, this is my first time using teleportation over such a long distance, and I'm not used to it yet. He started again, and this time he appeared precisely next to the demon lying in the pit. The demon at this moment did not look very good, and his whole body was weak. The pair of flesh wings behind him were already in tatters, and the original black color was covered with blood. His body was covered with scars so deep that the bones were visible. There was granulation tissue constantly wriggling around the wounds, trying to repair his wounds. Unfortunately, due to the obstruction of the spatial force around the wound, there is no way to repair it. The demon, who was originally full of vigor and vitality, lay there with lifeless eyes, and a spear was stuck in the ground. He no longer had any strength to resist. At this moment, he was like the high-spirited man who had just graduated from college. After a few years of experience in society, he became decadent. Qin Tianming didn't care what the demon was thinking. He had little time left and had to solve the problem quickly. Qin Tianming took a step forward, picked up the spear, and directly picked up the abyss demon on the tip of the spear. Then he activated the spatial energy, cutting the entire ground into small cubes, and stacked them up to form a cross tens of meters high standing on the open ground. The spear is thrown and the demon carrying it is inserted into the middle of the cross. Then he created a space barrier, completely nailing the demon to it and sealing him inside. This spatial barrier was cast by a cultivator at the pinnacle of realms. It would be impossible to break it without cultivation at the pinnacle of realms. After doing all this, the experience time is almost here. Qin Tianming flicked his sleeves and flew away in a great manner, leaving only a voice behind, which echoed like a huge bell. The abyss demons are cruel and brutal, killing the people of our dragon kingdom. They take pleasure in killing them. In order to prevent the people of Dragon Nation from being slaughtered for no reason, I seal this demon here for future generations to witness. I hereby declare that no matter who they are or what race they are, anyone who offends the Dragon Nation will be punished, no matter how far away they are. As Qin Tianming's figure disappeared, the voice he left behind also gradually disappeared between heaven and earth.
Only the abyss demon still nailed to the cross and the broken eaves and walls on the ground are still silently telling the story of the great battle that took place here. At this moment, everyone on the ground came to their senses and was immediately overwhelmed by great joy. Seeing that the death crisis was resolved, everyone danced with joy. However, as this crisis subsides, the words Qin Tianming left today are destined to be known to everyone in the world. Chapter 44: A Little Shock. As the crisis was resolved, Qin Tianming quietly returned to Li Ming's side. At this time, Li Ming didn't notice that Qin Tianming had returned. He was still in shock, staring blankly at the devil on the cross. It is hard to imagine that 1 minute you are about to die, and the next minute the crisis is over, the instigator is hung up and beaten, and then nailed to the pillar of shame. After a long time, the crowd burst into loud cheers.
Who is that guy? He's so damn handsome. I declare that from today on, I am his #1 fan. Oh my god, if he doesn't mind, I can too.
The people upstairs should just go to bed.
If anyone pees yellow, give him a slap.
Li Ming was snapped out of his trance by the noise, and then excitedly said to Qin Tianming, Brother Qin, did you see that?
Oh my god, this is so damn handsome.
I declare that what he said will be my motto from now on. Qin Tianming didn't have the energy to pay attention to him at this time. His mind was full of the system's broadcast.
Gain 25,000 shock points.
Gain 10,000 shock points.
Gain 5,000 shock points. Get.
Ding, congratulations to the host, you have triggered the Great Shocking Gift Pack and received 200,000 points of shock value.
Current simulation value balance is 67,000 points.
He didn't expect that he was forced to use 50,000 simulation points to solve this abyss demon, but in the end he actually earned more than 10,000 simulation points.
This is simply a windfall.
Taking this opportunity, the system immediately began to promote his new product.
What good is money if you don't use it?
Only when it is circulated can it play its due value. This system is only to help the host play the role that the simulation value should play, and it is definitely not for money. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 60,000 simulation value mark. The system has launched the shopping mall mode.
There are many items in it for you to choose from. There is a 10% discount on purchases now.
Qin Tianming came back to his senses from the system prompt and heard what the system said. It was hard not to feel that the system was just keeping track of his simulation value. However, although he was very curious about what the mall looked like, he decided to go back and take a look. At this time, everyone on the field was cheering, and the thick dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate. Rays of sunlight came down, allowing everyone to feel the warmth of the sun after a long time. At this moment, everyone's eyes were drawn to the cross in the center of the venue. They saw that the demon who was so majestic before was now hanging miserably on it.
Immediately, someone in the crowd couldn't hold back his anger, raised his hand and launched a fireball at the devil.
However, before it could get close to the demon's body, it was stopped by an invisible barrier and the fireball dissipated on the spot. And at this moment, officials arrived. They first sent the 4 members of the Inquisition to the emergency center for help, and then looked at the cross.
An old man looked at this miraculous building in awe.
Perhaps there was nothing special about this cross, but the meaning it contained was truly extraordinary.
Pass on my order, send troops to garrison here immediately. No one is allowed to approach this building without permission.
The old man thought for a moment, then added, put all the information about that mysterious expert in a top-secret file.
No one is allowed to disclose it. The secretary beside him whispered to him, should we send someone to investigate this person?
We can also prepare some small gifts for him. The old man glared at his secretary.
Is Dafan on your mind? He doesn't even understand something so obvious.
Since he's wearing a mask, he definitely doesn't want us to disturb him.
Besides, would a strong man like him be short of money?
If Qin Tianming heard this, he would really want to cry out that he was wronged and vomit 3 liters of blood. Honestly, he's really short of money, hurry up and use the money to crush him.
I'm not as indifferent to fame and fortune as you think.
As for why he wore a mask when he appeared, it was of course because he had no simulation points after he exchanged the experience card.
If his true identity is discovered and he doesn't have the necessary strength, wouldn't he be in danger?
On the other side, Simon was also shocked when he saw the demon being solved.
There are so many heroes in the world.
Originally, he thought that his cultivation level at the early stage of the 9th realm could make him a big shot, but the series of events that happened today made him realize that he should keep a low profile. Then, unable to bear his daughter's pleading, he took Si Huayan to the vicinity of the battlefield to find his son-in-law. Soon, he saw the figure who deserved a beating. Before he could say anything, Si Huayan recognized him earlier than him and ran over. Qin Tianming was still thinking about what good things there were in the system mall when he suddenly smelled a fragrant breeze, followed by a warm and soft jade in his arms. Si Huayan hugged him tightly, refusing to let go. She hung on his body like an octopus, and said to him in a tearful voice, "I thought I would never see you again, Nut." Qin Tianming felt that somewhere in his heart suddenly softened. He reached out to hug Si Huayan and gently patted her back, while also comforting her verbally.
Isn't it all right now?
As the saying goes, good people don't live long, but evil deeds last for 1,000 years. Your husband, at least, will live for 100 or 80 years.
Si Huayan was immediately amused by his words and burst out laughing.
Then he raised his head and looked at him infatuatedly, as if he wanted to imprint his face deeply in his heart. Qin Tianming looked at his wife's tearful face and her big watery eyes filled with strong affection, and his heart felt warmer. I silently vowed in my heart to protect my wife for the rest of my life. Just when the two were being affectionate, Siming on the side said that he couldn't bear to watch it anymore. I don't know what kind of magic potion this guy gave his daughter, but she was so bewitched that the little cotton-padded jacket that originally belonged to him actually went to warm another man. He walked up to the two of them with a dark face and looked at Qin Tianming intently. Qin Tianming saw his father-in-law coming and immediately greeted him, "Dad.
Why are you here too?" Siming looked at his daughter and said unhappily, "I'm afraid you'll die. My daughter is a widow, so I have to come and help you. I'll see if there's any way I can take you away." Then Siming said again, "I just didn't expect you to be so lucky.
You've met two of the world's top masters in such a short time."
Masters of this level are something that many people never see until they die.
After hearing this, Qin Tianming just scratched his head slightly in embarrassment. He was afraid that even if he said that the person was himself, his father-in-law would not believe it. So he decided to leave it at that. At this time, Si Huayan finally got off Qin Tianming, calmed down his emotions, and then spoke.
"I believe in him. Sooner or later, he will become the strongest person in the world." Siming nodded without comment and said nothing.
While a few people were chatting about family matters, Li Ming, who was standing nearby, was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out an apartment with his toes. He secretly vowed to himself that he must find a girlfriend so that he would no longer have to be a light bulb next to Qin Tianming. But the turmoil caused by this battle is far from over.
Chapter 45. You dare to touch my woman? 100,000 words now. Thank you all for your support. Every time you ask me to update, it is a great encouragement to me. I am a new author.
If there are any shortcomings in my writing, I hope you can point them out.
I will be very grateful. No.
On the hillside, Aaron roared to the sky. The abyss demon he summoned just a few minutes ago was still killing everyone, but who would have thought that it would be solved so easily in such a short time? The tide of spirit beasts lost its threat after support arrived and entered the mopping up phase. The abyss demon killed enough people as he planned. Without this step, his subsequent plan would no longer be perfect. No matter who it is, no one can stop my plan. Aaron said in a grim tone, looking fiercely in the direction of the capital, then waved his robe and disappeared on the spot. The next day, Qin Tianming, Li Ming, and Si Huayan had already returned to school. After experiencing this crisis, Li Ming felt deeply weak. Not long after returning to school, he went to his grandmother's house to prepare to improve his cultivation. Qin Tianming was also extremely tired. After parting with Si Huayan, he slept for a whole day in his villa and did not get up until the next morning. After getting up, he opened the system interface and prepared to learn about the latest functions of the system. When I opened the panel, I saw 4 large golden characters "System Mall" printed on it. The system functions are divided into 3 sections.
System simulation. System deduction. System mall.
The trial card Qin Tianming bought before was from the system mall.
He clicked it out of curiosity, wanting to see what was inside.
Quantum armor, price simulation value 80,000. Dozhuan Xingyi Grand Formation, price simulation value 70,000. Time attribute psychic perception package, 10-year quota, price 40,000 simulation value.
Talent level upgrade, price 30,000 simulation value. Special physical implant, price 90,000 simulation value.
10-year training service, priced at 20,000 simulation value. Special short videos 188, HD pulse version, price 100 analog value.
Bedside knowledge, price, 200 simulation value.
There was such a dazzling array of things that he was dazzled for a moment, but it seemed like there was something strange mixed in.
After Qin Tianming took a closer look, he said to the system with disdain, "System, what do you mean? Am I such a vulgar person?"
While saying this, his hand unconsciously clicked the collection button on the side.
System. He now has more than 60,000 simulation values.
Although he can't afford a good one, a cheaper one is still fine. After thinking carefully for a while, I realized that no matter what external things are, they are not as important as one's own strength. 2 years of practice experience compressed package, priced at 20,000 simulation value.
Qin Tianming clicked buy without hesitation. Product purchased successfully, compressed package is being decompressed and used.
Qin Tianming gradually felt that the muscles and bones in his limbs became thicker, and the meridians in his body became tougher. The qi in the body that stores spiritual energy has expanded to more than twice its original size. After the system's compressed package was used, Qin Tianming's cultivation level was also improved from the initial stage of the third realm to the initial stage of the fourth realm.
Feeling the power filling his body, Qin Tianming couldn't help but sigh.
It's true that cheating is fun for a while, and it's even funnier if you keep cheating.
Without mentioning anything else, let me just ask this: besides system cheats, is there anything else that can improve one level in 1 minute? Tonzi, I love you so much.
After expressing his daily feelings, he prepared to pack up and go pick up Si Huayan. They had agreed yesterday to go home together today, bring Qin Tianming's parents to Shanghai, and let both sets of parents meet. It's just the right time for Si Huayan to get out of class, so it's the perfect time to pick him up. On the other side, Si Huayan had just left the house after class with her 2 best friends when she found a large group of people blocking the door. Some people held flowers in their hands, while others held banners with the words Lu Tian Support Association written in large letters. The area was already filled with students enjoying the melons. The moment Si Huayan saw it, his smiling face immediately turned cold. Her 2 best friends beside her immediately complained, "Huayan, Lu Tian is looking for you again.
This is the 4th time, right? He's really still thinking about it. Doesn't he know that you already have a boyfriend?"
At this time, Lu Tian walked forward step by step with flowers in his hands, pretending to be affectionate and confessing to Si Huayan.
"Huayan, promise me, be my girlfriend.
I swear, I will treat you well for the rest of my life." At this moment, the navy hired by Lu Tian also began to exert their strength, constantly making trouble around.
"Oh, this is so romantic, promise him. If a boy did that to me, I would definitely agree."
The onlookers on the side began to whisper.
"What's going on?
I thought he was confessing to the 2 girls next to Si Huayan.
Doesn't he know that Su Weian already has a boyfriend? Oh, you know this is the eldest son of the Lu family.
I heard that Si Huayan's boyfriend is from an ordinary family.
How could Lu Tian take him seriously? If you ask me, what Lu Tian did is really too much. If it weren't for the Lu family, who would he be?"
Just as everyone around was whispering, Si Huayan's cold voice came.
"Lu Tian, just give up on this idea. I already have a boyfriend. There's no way anything between us is possible."
Si Huayan showed sarcasm on his face and continued with a cold expression, "Besides, haven't there been enough girls harmed by you, Mr. Lu?"
After hearing this, Lu Tian was not angry at all.
Instead, he continued, "I didn't take those women seriously at all. What's more, when I met you, Huayan, I realized that you are my destined other half." After hearing this, Si Huayan's expression became even more mocking. "Forget it, I still can't afford Mr. Lu's blessing." Then they were about to leave through the crowd, but unexpectedly Lu Tian blocked the way for the 3 of them.
The originally enthusiastic tone also turned cold. "Just relying on that brat with no background and no strength? Who the hell is he? Can he even compare to a hair of mine? My Lu family can crush him with just a flick of a finger." After saying that, Lu Tian actually reached out to grab Si Huayanju. Si Huayan was quick-witted and quick-handed. He immediately took a few steps back and avoided Lu Tian's hand. Just as Lu Tian was about to make another move, a strong hand grabbed his arm. At the same time, an extremely cold voice came from his ear. "You dare to touch my woman? You're really looking for death." Lu Tian turned around and saw Qin Tianming, who had just rushed out of the dormitory.
At this moment, Qin Tianming was looking at him with extremely cold eyes.
Chapter 46 United Nations General Assembly. Qin Tianming's hand tightly grasped Lu Tian's arm, and his veins bulged. Lu Tian was stunned at first,
wondering who was so bold as to stop him, but he never thought that it was the real boss.
Ha, I was just wondering who it was. Turns out it's you, this young brat. Why, did I say something wrong? Aren't you just an ordinary person with no background, except for your good talent? Lu Tian kept mocking him, but what's the point of having talent? There are talented people every year, but don't talented people without backgrounds still just work honestly for our family? After saying that, Lu Tian put his head next to Qin Tianming's ear.
I originally thought you were some remarkable person, but after some investigation, I found out you're just from an ordinary background.
You've caused me.
Before he could finish his words, Qin Tianming grabbed Lu Tian's face and smashed his head to the ground. Lu Tian had no time to react to this sudden attack, and his face made direct contact with the ground.
Bang!
Lu Tian's head smashed the ground directly, creating a big hole.
I didn't want to talk to you, you idiot.
After all, you have an underdeveloped brain and a completely undeveloped cerebellum.
Talking to you is a complete insult to myself. But who told you to eat shit this morning? Your mouth stinks.
At this time, Lu Tian was still lying face down on the ground. Qin Tianming was beside him, leaning over to look at him and speaking in an indifferent tone.
You must not have a horse? Otherwise, why would no one teach you how to speak?
After hearing these words, Lu Tian, who had come to his senses on the ground, clenched his fists, stood up, stared at Qin Tianming, and directly used absolute zero.
I want you dead.
Snowflakes suddenly began to fall around him, and the temperature suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. Qin Tianming just looked at him indifferently in the face of his brutal attack.
Just a clown in the late third realm.
When he activated the time and space reversal, Lu Tian's every move was magnified countless times in his eyes. He pulled out the spear from the space, dodged Lu Tian's hateful attack, and flashed to his side. The spear was pulled out and hit Lu Tian's arm before he could react. In an instant, a crisp sound of bone breaking was heard, and Lu Tian's arm was directly broken. After Lu Tian's arm was hit, Qin Tianming kicked him in the chest again, using spatial spiritual energy. Lu Tianru was hit hard and his body flew straight to the wall, then fell down, spitting blood from his mouth and covered in blood.
Lu Tian felt as if his whole body was falling apart and he couldn't muster any strength. Lu Tian's younger brothers finally realized that their boss had been beaten. Just as they were about to go forward to help, they saw Qin Tianming looking at them with cold eyes. They immediately became timid and retreated one by one. Qin Tianming snorted coldly. You are such a loser. Hurry up and ask your father to find you a horse. Otherwise, you will be pitiful.
Then he left the crowd and walked outside holding Si Huayan's hand.
Si Huayan followed Qin Tianming obediently. After the two of them left, the crowd around them instantly exploded. Oh my god, this is too fierce. He took care of Lu Tian in no time. Qin Tianming has only been at the school for less than a month, right? And he's already beaten up Lu Tian, who's in the late third realm. Is this guy even human? He must be at the fourth realm of cultivation. The most powerful sophomore right now is only at the fourth realm.
It was obvious that Qin Tianming's strength had given the students of Magic City Martial Arts University a great shock. At this moment, when Si Huayan was being pulled out by Qin Tianming, his eyes were fixed on Qin Tianming. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Si Huayan shook his head slightly, then said with a smile of admiration, Husband, you were so handsome just now when you were so domineering and protecting your wife. Qin Tianming blushed when he heard his wife's straightforward words. He immediately responded angrily. Who told that bastard to cause trouble for you? Of course you have to feel sorry for your own wife. This sentence made Si Huayan laugh so hard that she was shaking with joy. She was already very pretty, and today she was wearing a pink fairy dress, which made her even more beautiful when she smiled. Qin Tianming looked at his wife laughing so happily and also laughed foolishly. Si Huayan laughed for a while, then said to him with a faint smile. Since you performed so well today, I decided to give you a reward. Qin Tianming responded tactfully. What reward? Si Huayan, come here, come closer. How can I give you the reward from such a distance? Qin Tianming stopped walking forward and then moved closer to Si Huayan. Si Huayan walked forward skillfully, put her hands around Qin Tianming's waist, then stood on tiptoe, tilted her head back and pressed her red lips against the corner of Qin Tianming's mouth. Qin Tianming was stunned for a moment, and then he subconsciously stuck out his tongue. The two of them hugged and kissed beside a lake in a park as if no one was around. After a long time, their lips parted. How about it,
Are you satisfied with this reward from your wife? Qin Tianming was still savoring the sweet taste at this moment. When he heard Si Huayan's words, he nodded affirmatively. Of course I'm satisfied. Please make sure to give me more rewards like this in the future. Well, that depends on your performance. If you perform well, I'll give you more rewards. After hearing this, Qin Tianming couldn't help but start to imagine.
Ding, the host interacted well with his wife and gained 2W interaction points. Qin Tianming ignored the system prompt at this time. Instead, he opened the mall, consumed 300 simulation points, and bought the items he had collected in the morning. I plan to find some time to observe and learn carefully.
The system expressed contempt for Qin Tianming's hypocritical behavior.
Just when Qin Tianming was taking Si Huayan back to his hometown, Yucheng
World United Nations Conference.
Representatives from the beautiful country questioned the Dragon Country.
I think the Dragon Nation representative needs to explain to all of us here why there is a person with extreme cultivation in your country. The Dragon Nation representative calmly responded to this idiotic question. Before answering this question, would the beautiful nation representative please explain to us why there are still 3 unreported 9th realm cultivators in your country?
The representative of the beautiful country was speechless for a moment, but the representative of the Sakura country, as the number 1 little brother of the beautiful country, immediately jumped out to lick and refute.
You're making a specious argument. How can the 9th realm and the ultimate realm be the same?
I have reason to suspect that the Dragon Nation is trying to start a world war. The spokesperson for the Dragon State representative is obviously very experienced in dealing with such a clown. Then, according to what the Sakura country representative said, there were rumors a while ago that someone with the peak level of the 9th realm had appeared in Sakura country.
Is this because they are already preparing for a direct world war?
This sentence made the representative of the Sakura country shut up again. Seeing the number 1 younger brother fall down and the other younger brothers of the beautiful country coming out to lick him, the representative of the Dragon country continued to speak. If anyone still wants to continue to pin these false accusations on us, we, the Dragon Nation, are not afraid of war. They can't even take care of the mess in their own country, yet they're still trying to meddle in the affairs of other countries. If you have this much time, you might as well think about how to deal with the evil cult organizations within your own country. Seeing that their big brother was so good at talking and making the other side unable to raise their heads, the younger brothers of Longhua also joined the battlefield.
Both sides held their own opinions and attacked each other. The entire United Nations General Assembly suddenly became as noisy as a vegetable market.
As the instigator of this, Qin Tianming is still enjoying the tenderness from his beautiful wife.
Chapter 47 International Youth Competition.
In the United Nations General Assembly, the two sides engaged in a heated debate, with spit flying everywhere. You attack our country's security problems, and I retaliate by attacking your country's financial problems. You point out our country's military problems with ulterior motives, and I retaliate by pointing out the public support of your country and the instability of its regime. Both sides held their own opinions, talked a lot, and constantly showed their best verbal offensive power to their boss. The leaders of both sides sat back and did not say a word, allowing their subordinates to do whatever they wanted. Slowly, the expression of the representative of the beautiful country began to become ugly. Because the younger brothers in his camp began to gradually fall into a disadvantage, the offensive power of their words was obviously not as strong as that of the other side. Seeing that his ancestors were about to be warmly greeted, the representative of the United States could no longer sit still and knocked lightly on the table a few times, trying to interrupt this farce. After the table of the representative of the beautiful country made a slight noise, the younger brothers led by the Sakura country immediately stopped talking and stopped arguing. However, Longgua's younger brother still didn't care and continued to attack the other party with sharp words. After all, the one who spoke was the big brother on the opposite side, not his own big brother.
If your big brother doesn't give the order, then don't stop. If you can't even understand this, then there's no need to follow your big brother anymore.
Seeing that the face of the representative of the beautiful country was getting darker and darker, the representative of the Dragon country waved his hand.
Immediately, the entire venue fell silent. The entire venue was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. The representative of the beautiful country took out the microphone. Okay, let's end this matter here. Next, let's discuss the issue of resource allocation. Speaking of this, everyone present is no longer sleepy. After all, resource allocation is a major event that happens every 3 years around the world. In addition to the spiritual beasts on land, this world also has sea beasts in the sea.
In addition to the sea beasts within their own country's maritime borders, there is a large part of the ocean that is unowned, and there are countless sea beasts in these oceans. Sea beasts can produce a variety of rare materials and treasures, which can be used not only to create equipment, but also for scientific research. The ownership and use rights of these unowned oceans are jointly discussed by the United Nations Conference and redistributed every 3 years. It just so happens that this year is the time to decide on the ownership and use rights. As for how to negotiate, in the past, each country would send a team to participate in the competition around the world, and the ownership of the sea area would be determined by ranking. The first place occupies 50% of the sea area, the second place occupies 30%, the third place occupies 10%, the fourth and fifth place share the remaining 10%, and as for the remaining other countries, of course they have nothing. In previous years, the top 2 spots were either the Dragon Country or the Beautiful Country. There is no doubt that the 2 countries are the 2 big brothers and mortal enemies of this world. As the big brothers, they certainly cannot completely ignore their younger brothers after receiving the resource allocation, so they will take out a small part of the obtained sea area to share with their younger brothers. Therefore, both big brothers have gathered a group of hungry younger brothers under their command. Only when their big brothers get more resources can they get more resources. Therefore, every battle for resource allocation is extremely brutal. In the previous resource allocation battle, the Beautiful Country won the first place. Therefore, the Dragon Country and its younger brothers were all very angry. The representative of the United States took the microphone and slowly spoke. In the past, we have used teams from 7 different realms to compete. However, we must remember that young people are the future of a country. Therefore, this time, our country recommends that teams be formed from young people under the age of 21 to compete. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of representatives from every country in the audience lit up. There is no other reason. After all, their country cannot compare with the 2 big brothers in terms of martial artists of high level. So the teenagers will not be abused anymore, right? Therefore, they wholeheartedly support this proposal. As for the Long Kingdom, it is certainly impossible to back down in the face of such a proposal. If it does not agree, it means that it does not have the confidence to defeat the other party and is weaker in momentum. This result is absolutely unacceptable to the Long Kingdom. Therefore, they agreed to it very straightforwardly. Since the big brother Longwei agreed, it was certainly impossible for many smaller countries to object, not to mention that this proposal was beneficial to them. As for the representative from the United States who made this suggestion, he showed a mocking look when he saw the happy expressions of the representatives from these countries. Do you really think that their beautiful country has a change of heart and is providing welfare to these countries? This was all because their country had seen the emergence of several monstrous geniuses this year. One of them was a monstrous genius, unprecedented and unrivaled, which was why he had come up with this idea. The only country they need to be a little careful of is their old rival, the Dragon Country. As for other countries, they are nothing but small fry. The representatives of the Dragon Country, of course, knew that the Beautiful Country must have some bad ideas, but they were not afraid of the Dragon Country's own strength. Thus, a worldwide youth competition to determine the 3-year exploitation of marine resources was decided. The time is set for half a month later, and this half month is for each country to select suitable candidates. The next day, just as Qin Tianming brought Si Huaiyan back to his hometown and met his parents, and was about to take them to Shanghai, a bombshell news shocked the whole country. The national news broadcast officially announced it to everyone in the country. The National Youth Selection Competition has begun. The finalists will represent the country in the world competition. This competition will select 10 official members and 5 alternate members. Registration closes at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Registration is limited to warriors under 21 years old and at a level no lower than level 2. It can be said that the explosion of this news is no less than the previous news of the mysterious powerful man appearing in the capital, and it is even more popular than this news. After all, no matter who that mysterious strong man is, it has little to do with them, but this youth competition is closely related to them. Therefore, the moment this news came out, it topped the hot search lists. In a short period of time, the related search volume reached nearly 1 billion, and the number of registrations in various cities also increased sharply. When Qin Tianming received the news, he was already at Si Huaiyan's home, and the father and daughter were officially preparing to meet. Qin Tianming first contacted Li Ming. It happened that Li Ming had been successfully promoted and met the registration requirements. Then Qin Tianming and Si Huaiyan also signed up for the competition together. Coincidentally, Si Huaiyan's parents also went out to greet them at this time. Chapter 48 Selection begins. The occasion was not as serious as imagined.
Both parents talked with smiles on their faces. Shin's father and Si Huayan's father were talking excitedly in the room.
It was obvious that no matter how much Si Huayan's father was reluctant to part with his daughter, he still had to accept his son-in-law. After the father and daughter of both sides entered the house, Shin Tianming and Si Huayan were rushed to the kitchen to cook.
At this moment, Shin Tianming was cooking on the stove. As an authentic native of Yucheng, knowing how to cook can be considered basic.
Si Huayan was responsible for washing the vegetables and helping Shin Tianming clean them. In a small kitchen, Shin Tianming unexpectedly felt that time was peaceful and quiet. I sighed that this is how life should be, instead of working like a slave like in the previous life, and still thinking about survival every day. I wrote a novel, writing thousands of words every day, and saw that the royalties were 250. Then heat the oil, pour the chopped meat into the pan and stir fry. Just as Shin Tianming was concentrating on cooking, he suddenly felt something soft against his back, and a pair of nimble little hands hugged him around his waist.
Shin Tianming's cooking movements froze. Huayan, stop making trouble, I'm still cooking.
Si Huayan's face, which was pressed against Shin Tianming's back, relaxed slightly, her tone soft.
No, I just want to hug you.
She herself didn't know why, but whenever she was alone with Shin Tianming, she couldn't help but want to stick close to him and smell the unique scent on him. It felt like smoking opium and was very addictive. Shin Tianming was helpless about this, and then he started cooking by himself, letting his wife do whatever she wanted.
But obviously Si Huayan will not be satisfied with this.
She rubbed Shin Tianming's back with her face, and her hands gradually moved upwards from Shin Tianming's waist. She gently stood on tiptoe and placed her sexy red lips next to Shin Tianming's ear. Slurp. Si Huayan's small lilac tongue brushed across Shin Tianming's earlobe, and a weak but slightly excited voice came out.
I want a kiss. Shin Tianming felt Si Huayan's restless little hands constantly caressing his abdomen.
The cool yet warm touch, as well as the warm and moist feeling from his earlobe, constantly challenged his physical limits. Shin Tianming only wanted to do one thing at this moment, and that was to execute the law on the spot. Take a few deep breaths and silently recite the Mahayana Buddhist teachings a few times to slowly calm your inner throbbing.
Amitba, benefactor, you are obsessed with appearances.
Then he let go of the pot handle, turned around suddenly, and gave Si Huayan a quick and deep kiss on the lips.
After 2 seconds, they quickly separated.
He turned around again and started stir-frying with full concentration.
Amitba, if I don't go to hell, who will?
At this moment, Shin Tianming felt his face burning.
He felt a little shy, but also a little exciting.
Si Huayan covered her mouth and laughed behind his back, then stopped teasing him and started washing the vegetables with peace of mind. The kitchen fell into silence again for a moment, as if nothing had happened. Outside the door, Siming, who was drinking with Shin's father, had his face turn blue and red, then red to purple, and then back to normal.
He then kept pouring wine into Shin's father's glass. His enthusiastic attitude was too much for Shin's father to bear. At dinner time, everyone was happily chatting while eating. As they talked, the topic changed from what Shin Tianming was like as a child to when the wedding banquet would be held, and then to when he would have his grandson and what he would look like. After saying this, the four of them turned to look at Si Huayan and Shin Tianming, who were eating. After dinner, Shin Tianming and his family were of course allowed to stay overnight, and Shin Tianming went to sleep in Si Huayan's room. At this time in the room, Si Huayan had already finished taking a shower and was lying quietly on the bed, covering his head with the quilt, not knowing what he was thinking about. Shin Tianming was in the bathroom, desperately washing himself and pouring cold water on himself in an attempt to cool down. Tonzi, what should I do? Ding, I recommend you to watch the sex tips I bought before. Watch it carefully and you will definitely gain something. Shin Tianming's face froze. That's not what I'm talking about.
This series also includes 1000 rules for relationships between couples, interactions between lovers, how to satisfy your lover, how partners cooperate, etc. Large quantity, good quality and low price, practical and affordable. By now, each copy only costs 200 simulation points. Shin Tianming was speechless, and then he bought the 4 books recommended by the system. To be honest, these books are still very valuable for learning. He bought them with a serious attitude of learning, and definitely not for any other reason.
Soon, Shin Tianming took a shower while studying and went to the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel.
The light in the room was dim, and there were a few dolls placed on the bedside. Si Huayan slept on one side of the bed with his head covered, leaving a large space for Shin Tianming.
Gurgle. He swallowed, tiptoed to the bed, lifted the quilt, and lay down.
Then the whole room fell into dead silence.
After a while, Qin Tianming felt that something was wrong. He had clearly read the books recommended by the system before, and even memorized all the books, so why was he so cowardly now? What's more, it seems that it was his wife who took the initiative last time. As a man, how can he be passive? Qin Tianming first slowly moved his hand towards the direction where Si Huaiyan was, groping, but suddenly found that there was no obstruction at all. As his hand slowly approached, Qin Tianming touched a soft place, and the warm feeling made him want to sink into it. Then a pair of slightly cold hands grabbed his arms, and suddenly warmth completely wrapped around his arms. Qin Tianming's mind suddenly went blank and he knew nothing. Then suddenly he turned over. Get 30,000 interaction points. The next day, Qin Tianming got up early and prepared breakfast first. At his father-in-law and mother-in-law's house, these things must be done well. Then he returned to Si Huaiyan's room after a while. Looking at his wife's beautiful sleeping face, Qin Tianming smiled with relief, slowly stroked her hair, feeling the unique warmth of this moment. Hubby, I want a hug. After the two of them were affectionate for a while, they got up, had breakfast, and prepared to leave. Because today is the beginning of the National Youth Selection Competition, they are going to participate in the competition together. Chapter 49 Simulate Again, I Become the Villain? Since they both chose Shanghai as the location for online registration, Qin Tianming and Si Huaiyan were both selected in Shanghai. The selection model for this time is to first select the top 10 in each city, and then these selected people will be selected again in the country, and finally the top 15 will be selected to represent Longwei to participate in world-class competitions. Although this selection was very popular, due to age and realm restrictions, the number of participants was not as large as expected. Basically, the participants were freshmen and sophomores from various universities. As for the juniors and seniors, although they have reached the realm, most of them are older than that. The selection venue for Magic City is located in the largest stadium in the city. Qin Tianming brought Si Huaiyan to the Magic City Stadium. At this time, the stadium was already crowded with people, many of whom were ordinary people who came here to watch the game. After all, they are not warriors, so it is nice to pay some ticket money to come here and watch the fights between warriors. After verifying their identities, Qin Tianming and Si Huaiyan were separated by the staff. Their selection venues were different, in two different areas. Qin Tianming was assigned to venue number 3, where he saw an old acquaintance, Lu Chuan, Lu Tian's younger brother. At this time, Lu Chuan happened to see Qin Tianming coming over, and his face turned pale. Didn't you check the almanac before going out? How come so many people have encountered this plague god? Even boss Lu Tian is no match for him. Isn't a little Karami like me just looking for death? Watching Qin Tianming getting closer and closer to him, Lu Chuan even thought for a moment about how he should lie down before leaving. As a result, Qin Tianming didn't even look at him, just passed by him and sat down in his own seat. It was as if Lu Chuan was just an insignificant passerby to him. Seeing this, Lu Chuan was relieved. He did not feel any aversion to Qin Tianming's contempt. Instead, he felt that this was how it should be. After Qin Tianming arrived and sat down in his seat, the selection began quickly. The first one to appear was in the middle stage of the second realm, and the other was in the early stage of the second realm. Unsurprisingly, the person in the middle stage of the second realm quickly defeated the other. After all, those who could come to participate in this selection have already proved their outstanding talents, and now it is just a matter of selecting the best from the best. Each qualifying match was resolved quickly, and there was no close match. A big reason for this is that most of the people who sign up are at the early stage of the second realm, and are just entering the threshold. So this selection is in a sense more like an hourglass, filtering out those who are on the passing line. Soon, it was Qin Tianming's turn, and coincidentally, his opponent was Lu Chuan. Is this destiny? Lu Chuan walked slowly to the selection venue with a bitter face. Just as the referee shouted start and had not yet left the stage, another voice rang out. I surrender. The referee paused, looked at Lu Chuan with a strange expression, and then declared Qin Tianming the winner. The audience who originally didn't pay much attention to venue number 3 suddenly all looked towards this place. This was the first surrender since the start of the selection competition. Lu Chuan covered his face, walked quickly off the stage, and disappeared into the waiting area in the blink of an eye. Qin Tianming quietly returned to his original position and closed his eyes to rest. To outsiders, it seems that Qin Tianming is resting with his eyes closed, but in fact, Qin Tianming is shopping in the mall and adding anything he likes to his collection. After these days of fighting, he found that the skills he mastered were too rare. Every time he fought, he only used the same few moves, which kept changing.
So this time he planned to choose a new martial art that suits him. System, call up a space-related technique for me. Ding, space-based skills have been called up, with a total of 10,000 options available.
System prompt, buy 3 get 1 free. Qin Tian Ming. The system really wants to increase performance all the time.
Ignoring the system's discounts, he began to search the system panel and selected a few techniques that satisfied him.
Space transfer price 30,000 simulation value.
Introduction, a red grade technique. When practiced to the great perfection realm, with sufficient spiritual energy, one can instantly move to a distance of 1,000 miles away.
Exile price 31,000 simulation value. Description, a red grade technique.
After practicing, you can break through space and banish the target into the void.
Note, unable to recall. Space cutting price 30,000 simulation value. Introduction, a red grade skill.
After mastering it, one can freely unleash the blade of space and cut down everything in the world.
Black hole annihilation price 100,000 simulation value.
Introduction, a golden grade technique. Just as its name suggests, after being cultivated to perfection, it summons a black hole, in which all things in the world are annihilated.
To be honest, it's a bit expensive.
You know, one high-level simulation only consumes 50,000 simulation points, and the last high-level simulation also allowed him to get 2 gold-level items, and the worst one is also red level. The more Qin Tianming thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He felt like he had really lost money by buying these things.
Just select Advanced Simulation on the system panel. Simulation, start. This is an advanced simulation. You can choose 3 entries to include.
Villain's luck, Qin, in this world, you are the biggest villain. However, although you are a villain, you also possess the strongest luck except for the Son of Luck. Villain background, Hong, you, who have a villain background, were born into the world's top family and enjoy the best training conditions in the family. The path of the villain, Red, you who have the path of the villain are destined to have smooth sailing and good fortune before the final battle with the protagonist, and a smooth journey.
Fated villain, Jean, you may be a villain, but who says villains can't have destiny? You are a different kind of firework. With this entry, you can plunder the fortune of the child of destiny. Stepping stone for the protagonist, hey, you who possess this entry are destined to become the stepping stone for the protagonist. This is your destiny. Qin Tianming looked at the options in front of him and his eyes went dark. No matter what he chose, he would become a big villain, right? This simulation is destined to make you a villain. And what's with that black? Isn't the lowest level white? How did you get a black one now? Qin Tianming would never choose this entry.
Looking at the options in front of him, he thought for a moment and chose these 3.
Villain's luck. Destined villain. Villain background. By choosing these, you can ensure that you don't have to worry about resources for cultivation, and you can also snatch the luck of the Son of Luck and become the son of the plane as a villain. Ding, you have made your selection. Simulation begins. Chapter 50, the strongest villain in history. You were born into the most prestigious family on the Xuanqi continent, the Yang family.
When you were born, the heavens and the earth erupted in strange phenomena. 100 phantom saints came to worship you, the Buddhas in the heavens chanted sutras for you, and the voices of countless demons echoed at this moment. All the major families were alarmed by the strange phenomenon you caused. The 18th ancestor of the family awakened from his slumber and personally used his great supernatural powers to block the secrets of heaven. After the 18th ancestor drives away the surrounding villains, he personally examines your physical condition. I discovered that you possess the second physique from the ancient times, the divine demonic body. The divine and demonic holy body, a single thought can turn a god into a devil, invulnerable to all attacks, and immune to all karma. It is one of the 10 greatest physiques of all time. The 18th ancestor was overjoyed and called you the family's most precious child, and immediately made you the family's holy son. You will enjoy all the family's cultivation resources. You were born knowing everything about the world, and practicing Xian-level techniques is easy for you. However, you've been mischievous since childhood, enjoying watching other girls in the family bathe and playing pranks on other children. Everyone in the family calls you the devil of the world. Perhaps it's because of the influence of your destiny as a villain. At only 2 years old, you had already reached the golden elixir great perfection realm, far surpassing your peers. And because of your precocity, right after reaching the golden elixir great perfection, you announced that you wanted to marry a girl 5 years older than you. Your elders and parents think you are just being childish, but only you know you are serious. That girl is the most beautiful in your family, and you often peek at her while she's taking a bath, so she hates you very much.
At the age of 3, you successfully entered the late nascent soul stage. No one in the younger generation of your family could match you, except for your chosen wife, because you often gave up in battle. At the age of 4, you have already broken through to the nascent soul stage. During this period, you have been staying at home and have never been outside, so you want to go out and gain experience. Because of your strong request, the family members are helpless and allow you to go out for training, but secretly send a few ancestors to protect you. After 6 months away from home, you witnessed the rise and fall of many families and learned lessons from them. Congratulations! You've successfully grasped the essence of annihilating an entire family. It's better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. The family elder is very pleased with your performance and says this is the true dignity of a family saint. The family's majesty cannot be challenged. As a villain with bad luck, you have many adventures along the way. Everything goes smoothly. All kinds of natural treasures are delivered to your feet. Various rare and precious animals express their submission to you and are willing to serve as your mount. An old Taoist priest observed your fortune and declared you the supreme being of heaven and earth. Few rivals exist in the world. However, a calamity is destined to befall you, but due to your divine and demonic body, it's impossible to predict what that calamity will be. You were very disdainful of this statement, and bluntly stated that you were born supreme, destined to reach the top of the world. When you were 5 years old, you met your lifelong enemy while traveling. He was also your best friend, Li Changkong. When you first met, you and Li Changkong fought over a magical herb. You thought this enemy would be easily defeated by you like before. Unexpectedly, you and Li Changkong were evenly matched. You two fought for a whole day and night, but there was still no winner. In the end, you had no choice but to shake hands and make peace. From this point on, Li Changkong became one of your few major enemies. At the same time, you were also close friends who could talk about anything. This year, you were both 5 years old. Over the next year, the two of you shared every conversation, becoming incredibly close. You weren't brothers, but you were more than brothers. You endured hardships together, faced difficulties together. The two of you were hailed as the peerless duo. You learned that your best brother's family is one of the 3 most powerful imperial clans in the world, and is only a hair's breadth away from being the strongest family in your own. You were overjoyed and declared that the 2 brothers would dominate the world in the future. At the age of 8, you returned to the Young family. By then, you had already reached the fusion stage and became the young patriarch of the Young family. The family was thriving. You and your good brother usually exchange messages with each other. At the age of 10, you achieved a breakthrough to the Mahayana stage at an unprecedented speed. In the same year, your childhood sweetheart married you, and Li Changkong also married a woman from your family, thus establishing your 2 families as relatives. At the age of 12, the Xuanqi continent was struck by a sudden change. The demon race invaded the human race. For a time, the world was in chaos. You and Li Changkong cooperated with each other, and in the demon tribe, you killed gods and Buddhas who stood in your way. Countless demons died at your hands, until you met the son of destiny of this world, the young leader of the demon tribe. Faced with the combined efforts of the two of you, the demon clan's young leader remained calm and composed, handling the situation with ease. You find this unbelievable, unable to believe that there are people in the world with greater talent than the two of you. At this point, the two of you are already the strongest force of the human race, but you still can't hide your weakness when facing the young leader of the demon race. The lack of top-tier combat power made it impossible for the human race to resist the demon race. In 2 years, half of the human race's territory had been swallowed up. Just when you were feeling hopeless, news arrived that completely broke your defenses. Li Changkong had betrayed the human race, joined the demon race, and abducted your wife. Your heart aches. You can't believe your best brother would betray you. Your heart aches. You turn gray overnight at only 14 years old. One thought is God, one thought is devil. This blow did not knock you down, but instead made you fall completely into the devil's way, and take on the responsibility of supporting the human race alone. 1 year later, most of the human race had fallen, but you still refused to give up. That night, your former good brother Li Changkong came to your room. Your eyes widened in anger as you drew your sword and slashed at Li Changkong. Your sword pierced through his body. As he stared in disbelief, you pulled out a sky blue, glowing crystal from your chest. I know you hate me, but the human race shouldn't fail like this. I brought your wife back intact. Tell my family that I'm not a traitor. It turns out that Li Changkong possesses the 9 transformation mysterious heavenly immortal body,
one of the 10 ancient physiques. In addition to possessing unparalleled talent, this physique can also help others break through realm limitations and ascend to the immortal realm. If you want to achieve this effect, you must use the immortal spiritual material Heavenly Immortal Spirit Grass. This medicinal material is only found in the demon clan. If you want to help you break through, you must sacrifice yourself. Therefore, regardless of whether you take action or not, Li Changkong will inevitably die.
After you understand what happened, you will become like a madman. Afterwards, with the help of the 9 transformation mysterious heavenly immortal body, you successfully broke through to the peak of the Mahayana realm and became the only immortal in this world. Under your leadership, the human race turned defeat into victory. You killed all the demons in the world, established the Demon Suppression Palace, and vowed to make the demons disappear from this continent forever. You are heartbroken and search for all the treasures in the world in order to revive Li Changkong, but this is ultimately just wishful thinking. Countless years from now, when future generations mention you, they won't dare to call you by your name, but can only refer to you as him. A saying has been passed down from the profound sky continent: those who chant my true name will gain eternal life in the cycle of reincarnation. Simulation ends. System commentary: what is good? What is evil? To the human race, you are undoubtedly the light of humanity. To the demon race, you are the biggest villain. You will receive the following items as rewards. Please choose 3 as your rewards for this simulation. Chapter 51, Instant Kill. Advancement. You can choose 3 rewards from the following. Li Changkong's wishes, red, a blessing from a good brother. This item can only be given to others. After wearing it, he will inherit Li Changkong's understanding and talent. Alien Killer, Hong, against aliens, the power of your attacks will increase by 300%. Cut the grass at its roots, blue, the enlightenment from another world. When facing the enemy, you always kill them all. Wearing this attribute, you will become cold-blooded and ruthless towards the enemy. I'm not a villain, red, when facing the child of luck, you will be immune to the aura of intelligence reduction and can compete for his luck. Family fortune, gold. Your family will develop smoothly from now on and will not suffer from the crisis of destruction, except in special circumstances. Qin Tianming looked at the 5 options provided by the system in front of him, none of which was what he needed most. It seems that shopping malls and simulations each have their own advantages. You can buy what you need in the mall, although it is a bit expensive. However, the randomness of simulation is too great, and you may not get what you want. Qin Tianming looked at it carefully and finally decided to choose, I am not a villain. Alien Killer. Li Changkong's wishes. These 3 rewards. Wishes can be used to improve Huayan's talents. Knowing that the Son of Destiny was powerful, he had no resistance to the phrase, I'm not a villain. And the Alien Killer can be used to fight against spiritual beasts. Okay, the rewards have been selected, and now we are back to the previous question. I still have to choose a method that suits me. Besides, I only have a little over 10,000 simulation value left, so I can only choose a cheaper one. System, retrieve the space skills that are priced around 10,000 yuan. Ding, opened. Space backpack price 1W simulation value. Introduction, expand the internal space and after cultivation, it can accommodate 100 cubic meters of items. Space transfer castrated version is priced at 11,000 simulation value. Introduction, as described in the technique, this is just a castrated version, and the maximum moving distance does not exceed 100 meters. Space/Youth Edition price, 10,000 simulation value. Introduction, Youth Edition, 2 versions lower than the standard version. Space Shield price 0.9W simulation value. Introduction, you have an attack, I have a shield. When practicing this technique, a layer of space shield will be added around the body, which can withstand an attack that does not exceed the level of the body cooling time 60 seconds. Space Energy Storage, Super Castrated version is priced at 12,000 simulation value. Introduction, able to store spatial energy, with a maximum storage capacity not exceeding 80% of all one's spiritual energy. There are a lot of them, but Qin Tianming doesn't like the rest, not just because they are super castrated versions. It's also because I can't use those things myself, and the only things I can use are those in front of me. But system, can you explain why the effect is so different with just a difference of 20,000 simulation values? Ding, you get what you pay for. You want to spend less and get good quality. You've already taken advantage of the bargains, right? Qin Tianming. Well, he also felt that what the system said made some sense. Qin Tianming made his choice quickly. Space/Youth Edition.
Deduct 1W simulation value, the remaining simulation value is 0.4W. After making the choice, Qin Tianming didn't have time to practice this technique, as he didn't know when it would take, so he just requested a one-stop service.
System, start intermediate deduction.
Ding, deduction begins. Due to the influence of your great emperor's talent, your talent and understanding are both extremely astonishing. You have mastered the space/skill to the entry level in just 1 day. On the 3rd day, you have mastered the space/technique. After 2 weeks, your space/ will have reached perfection. A month later, on a sunny afternoon, you unexpectedly discovered falling leaves, and from them you understood the true meaning of space/. Congratulations, you have reached perfection in space/. Ding, target deduction completed, deduction ended. The moment the system prompt disappeared, Qin Tianming felt the power of space rushing towards him from every limb of his body. He felt that he could release a spatial slash about 1 meter long with just a casual strike.
Qin Tianming couldn't wait to try it.
It's not for anything else, he just wants to show off and collect shot points.
He is too poor now.
Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long and it was soon his turn to play again.
This time he was fighting against someone in the late 2nd realm. Qin Tianming silently mourned for him for a few seconds in his heart.
After the referee announced the start, the Realm 2 warrior was about to rush forward when his hair stood on end and he felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Then he raised his arm, and at this time a pitch-black space/ was already in front of him. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if he was cut by a sharp blade. Then, while Qin Tianming was blocking the space/, he rushed directly in front of him. In his desperate eyes, he used his elbow to make a single sheep push and knocked him out more than 10 meters away. The game had just started for a second and the referee hadn't even gotten out of the car yet, but it was over again.
The referee was stunned and didn't react for a while.
Ding, get shock value 50,000. Ding, gain shock value 40,000.
Bite.
Qin Tianming listened to the constant dinging sounds beside his ears and felt extremely refreshed. He had never felt the beauty of such a sound so much before.
It was simply art. The referee came to his senses at this moment and then ruled, Qin Tianming wins. You only need to participate in 2 games of this selection competition, and the selection will start again tomorrow. So Qin Tianming went to Si Huayan and prepared to go home with Si Huayan. Coincidentally, when Qin Tianming just arrived at the ring, Si Huayan had already finished the match. Si Huayan ran towards him quickly, and then pounced on him. Hubby. I'm done, let's go.
Qin Tianming opened his arms and hugged Si Huayan tightly, and left calmly amid the envious and jealous eyes of others around him.
Road A, what's going on? Didn't I come here to participate in the selection? Why did I eat dog food for no reason? Passerby D, hey, it smells so good. What brand of dog food is this? Si Huayan was obediently led out by Qin Tianming.
After leaving the stadium, Qin Tianming used the entry he had just obtained today on his wife. You choose to use Li Changkong's blessing on Si Huayan.
Si Huayan's comprehension, talent, and physique will be improved. Ding, finished using, welcome to visit us next time. Chapter 52, Si Huayan S past 1. Honey, how was the game today?
Come on, your wife is now a powerful warrior in the late 3rd realm.
How can these little karamis compete with me? O to the power of O.
As she spoke, she raised her little head, looking very proud.
Qin Tianming couldn't help but laugh at her arrogant look, and he went over to scratch her nose.
He spoke softly in a doting tone, you're right, my wife is the best. The 2 of them walked towards home in the afterglow of the setting sun, and their days were peaceful and quiet. Si Huayan walked quietly behind Qin Tianming, looking at the strong arms in front of him and the warmth coming from his wrist. Until now, she couldn't believe that this scene was real and was afraid that she was just dreaming. Seeing the afterglow of the setting sun shining on Qin Tianming, his thoughts gradually drifted away. Before she was reborn, she saw Qin Tianming die in front of her. She looked at Qin Tianming's cheek with trembling body, feeling his breathing gradually calming down, but she was powerless to do anything. At that time, she regretted deeply why she couldn't save him. She was originally the eldest daughter of the Medusi family. She came from a wealthy family and was doted on by her parents. Everyone in the family treated her as their precious child and a treasure. She has lived in a loving family since she was born. She has been an excellent student since she was young, always ranking among the top, and is the pride of her parents.
Until she was admitted to university, she was still able to get into the world's top university, Magic City Martial Arts University, thanks to her outstanding martial arts talent. And he became a celebrity at the Magic City Martial Arts University in one fell swoop. During the process of completing a mission, because he needed to form a team, he unexpectedly met Qin Tianming, who also needed to complete a mission. At this time, she had already reached the middle stage of the third realm, while Qin Tianming was only in the middle stage of the second realm and had just stepped over the enrollment threshold. There is a huge difference between the two of them. After the completion of this mission, they were originally not expected to have any more interactions. However, it seemed as if God deliberately wanted to bring them together. During this mission, they accidentally discovered the gathering place of the cult and were discovered by the cult members. Soon, she was surrounded, and the others on the mission with her were forced to flee. Just when the spiritual energy in her body was almost exhausted and she was slowly feeling despair, a crack suddenly appeared in the crowd, and a figure ran towards her quickly. Qin Tianming himself has only reached the second level of cultivation, and even with the help of a special technique, he can only share some of the pressure with you. But this was enough. She was a favored girl, and with this momentary flaw, she broke out of the siege and began to escape with Qin Tianming. On the road to escape, the two supported and helped each other and finally escaped successfully. Because of this mission, the two of them began to contact each other more frequently. Well, it's a very cliched hero saves the beauty plot, but it's very effective. When Si Huaiyan thought of this, she couldn't help but smile knowingly. She still remembered clearly that Qin Tianming's appearance at that time was such a salvation for her who was desperate. Si Huaiyan continued to recall the past. After the mission was completed, the two of them became increasingly close. She found that Qin Tianming had many attractive qualities. He was not only smart, brave, but also had a strong sense of justice. He is also very strong and hardworking. Even though he is not very talented, his inner self deeply attracted her. The more she got to know him, the deeper she fell in love with him. Gradually, she fell in love with him. When they first got together, many people did not support them, thinking that they were sticking a beautiful flower in cow dung. Even her parents, who had always supported her, did not agree. But with her persistence and Qin Tianming's efforts, he finally agreed. On campus, there were also many of her suitors who were dissatisfied and put various obstacles on Qin Tianming, but they were all solved one by Qin Tianming. And Qin Tianming's talent was gradually improved with the help of Sijia. Just like that, everything started to move in a good direction. This period of time is her happiest time. The two of them team up and study together. They are not husband and wife, but they are better than husband and wife. But neither of them has yet to break through that final window, and no one has proposed to get married. She knew clearly what Qin Tianming was thinking. The family gap between the two was too big, which inevitably made Qin Tianming feel disappointed. So she knew that Qin Tianming wanted to wait until he was strong enough to make a living on his own before giving her a future. And she is willing to wait. Gradually, the two began to have intersections from their freshman year to their graduation from their senior year. At that time, Qin Tianming had already reached the late fifth realm. And she is also at the early stage of the sixth realm, so the gap between them is not that big. At the graduation ceremony, Qin Tianming was in high spirits and full of confidence in his future. His prospects were bright. Si Huaiyan stood quietly beside him, looking at him with a sweet smile. After graduating from university, the two continued to complete the tasks assigned by the state together. Although warriors in this society enjoy privileges that ordinary people cannot enjoy, they must also fulfill corresponding responsibilities and obligations. After you graduate from college, you can either join the army and become an officer to go to the Spirit Beast battlefield, or join a civilian team and complete the tasks assigned by the country. Or you can join an official agency, become a national civil servant, and complete specific assigned tasks. Between the three, the two of them chose the more free-spirited civilian team. And because he was worried about the members of other teams, he chose to form his own team, and the name of the team was called Qinin Team. I have to say that the name of this team is really old-fashioned, and it also exudes the sour smell of love. Thinking of this, Si Huaiyan couldn't help but burst out laughing, which made Qin Tianming, who was leading the group in front, scratch his head and feel confused. What's wrong, honey? Is there something behind me? Si Huaiyan looked at the dreamy face in front of him and was stunned for a moment. Then, when Qin Tianming looked at a loss, he gave him another gentle kiss. It's okay, I just remembered some things. Qin Tianming scratched his head blushingly, then turned around and took Si Huaiyan's hand and walked away.
Si Huayan still followed quietly, his thoughts flying again. Qin team not only represents the relationship between the two, but also expresses the hope that both of them can be safe and sound. Even though the Si family is a famous and large family in Demon City, they still have to accept the call up to the national team. This is a fate that no warrior can escape, not even her father Siming. Si team continued to complete tasks, its reputation gradually grew, and more people began to join it, and the ranking of Si team became higher and higher. After several years of development, Qin Tianming has become a late 7th realm expert. In the country, he is also considered a well-known master. And she had already reached the early stage of the 8th realm at this time. The two of them were the captain and vice-captain of the team respectively. Just when everything was going to develop so beautifully, the accident happened as expected. Chapter 53, Si Huayan's Past 2. 3,000 words, inspiration bursts. I have been wanting to write this foreshadowing for a long time, and I am so tired of holding it back. This time I will satisfy everyone. I hope that all readers can support me by urging me to update more. Of course, it would be even better if there are free gifts. Thank you all. The two were called the Condor Heroes by the members of the CN team, which was a unique name for them. One day, the team received a mission as usual. The danger level of this mission is only A. This level of danger is not a threat to the CN team. Unexpectedly, the danger level of A was actually fake. The danger level of this task actually reached SS level, but the task target had been tampered with, which led to the error in task judgment. For an SS level mission, not to mention that an S level team like CN team is unable to complete it, even if there is another one, it will be of no use. You need 5 S level teams to complete this mission. In this way, their team headed to the mission target location. This time, their mission target is the Beast King located deep in the Spirit Beast Mountain. According to intelligence, this Beast King originally had the strength of the 9th realm. After being attacked by a strong human, his strength declined greatly and he only had 1/3 of his usual strength. The task force is required to kill the Beast King and eliminate this problem. Logically speaking, this kind of simple task should be easy to complete, and their team has no idea how many such tasks they have completed. However, this time it was completely different. This was just a trap set by the Blue Cardinal of the cult. The evil cult took advantage of the news that the Beast King was injured and secretly set up an ambush, just to lure out the human team and complete the hunt. What is the cult's purpose in doing this? To exterminate humanity, they are willing to cooperate with spirit beasts in order to exterminate the human race. The Beast King was indeed injured and his strength was greatly damaged, but under the treatment of the cult's Blue Cardinal, he quickly recovered from his injuries and his strength returned to 80% of its original value. This is already the strength of the late 8th realm, not to mention that there is a Blue Cardinal of the evil cult watching closely. The Blue Cardinal is a standard wood attribute psychic with very powerful healing abilities. The two are in cahoots and cooperate with each other. The CN team was unaware of all this, and by the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. Faced with the double attack, the team members were quickly injured. Even with the healing power, it was only a drop in the bucket. It would take at least half an hour for rescue to arrive after they sent out the distress signal. For a moment, the team was in the most dangerous moment. The two captains, Si Huayan and Qin Tianming, naturally dealt with the most difficult Beast King, while the others dealt with the cult's Blue Cardinal. However, the gap in strength was too great, and soon she revealed a flaw, which was seized by the Beast King and she was seriously injured. Seeing this, Qin Tianming rushed forward without hesitation and fought fiercely with the Beast King. Qin Tianming was originally not as strong as the Beast King, and he had to distract himself to protect her, so he would soon be unable to hold on. However, only 10 minutes have passed since the rescue signal was sent, and it will take another 20 minutes to get rescued. The other members of the team were also under siege and gradually became unable to hold on. Faced with this situation, Qin Tianming did not hesitate to activate the forbidden technique Spiritual Forbidden Deathgate that he had learned. This kind of kung fu can obtain a temporary increase in strength at the cost of burning spiritual energy, but if the spiritual energy is consumed and the forbidden technique is not lifted, it will burn the caster's life force. With the blessing of forbidden techniques, Qin Tianming's strength was explosively improved. When they faced the Beast King again, they were no longer at a disadvantage, and even suppressed the Beast King and the cult's Blue Cardinal. As time passed, Qin Tianming's spiritual energy was gradually exhausted, but rescue still did not arrive. Faced with this situation, Qin Tianming did not release the forbidden technique, but paid a heavy price, which was his life. Si Huayan was unaware of all this, because she had no idea of the price Qin Tianming paid for using this technique. She thought it only consumed spiritual energy and blood. It was not until she noticed that Qin Tianming's originally black hair gradually turned gray and his upright figure became hunched that she realized something was wrong. But at this time, it was too late. 30 minutes had passed and his vitality had been consumed by the forbidden technique until only a little was left. Seeing that things were not going well, the Beast King and the cult's Blue Cardinal teamed up to launch a killing attack at her, then turned and fled. Qin Tianming risked his life to save her, but was hit by this fatal move, and his already dwindling vitality was completely consumed. When the support finally arrived, the target of the mission was no longer at the scene. Only Si Huaiyan was left holding Qin Tianming's broken body in pain, constantly stroking the white hair on his face, wanting to remember his face clearly. Qin Tianming stared at her blankly, and slowly stroked Si Huaiyan's cheek with his bloody palm.
Don't cry, it doesn't look good anymore.
Si Huaiyan quickly wiped his face with his hands, forced a smile, and said in panic.
I'm not crying, look, I'm still smiling, I'm not crying, woo-woo.
Qin Tianming, who was lying in her arms, held her with his other hand.
I'm sorry, I broke my promise. I promised to marry you after completing this mission. I didn't fulfill my promise. Woo-woo, no, you didn't break your promise. I am already your wife. In my heart, you are my husband. Really? It's a pity that I can't see you in your wedding dress. I believe you must be very beautiful then. As he spoke, Qin Tianming's breathing gradually began to weaken. Don't blame me, Huaiyan. I really want to be with you forever, grow old together. It's a pity that God doesn't seem to give me this opportunity. Huaiyan. Si Huaiyan answered quickly in a tearful tone, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. I'm here, Tianming. I'm always here. I'm always by your side. Huaiyan, if there is a next life, we will still be together, okay? If there is a next life, I will definitely marry you sooner, so that I can see you in your wedding dress. If there is a next life, I will definitely marry you sooner.
Before she could finish her words, Qin Tianming's hand, which was originally caressing her, slowly dropped down, and his body began to grow cold.
Si Huaiyan hugged his cold body tightly and burst into tears. Don't die. Please, don't die. You haven't even seen me in my wedding dress. Whoa, please, Tianming, don't leave me. Then, holding Qin Tianming's body, he turned around and shouted at the rescue team, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and save him. He can still be saved, right? Tell me.
The rescuer looked at her with a sad expression, but in the end he couldn't bear to lie to her and shook his head slowly.
My condolences, by the way. Si Huaiyan stood there in a daze, veins bulging on his palms. It's fake, it's all a lie, right? Ah. It's all a lie. Ah.
After everyone was driven away, everyone could hear continuous and uninterrupted howls of grief coming from there.
Just as she was feeling desperate and crying while holding Qin Tianming's cold body, a cold mechanical voice sounded.
Ding, the host has been detected to have lost their lover, the most powerful assistance system is activated.
System binding in progress, binding successful. Si Huaiyan stared blankly at the system in front of him, which he didn't know what it was, and for a moment he didn't know what was going on. System?
Ding, host, this system is the most powerful auxiliary system that can help you realize any wish. Si Huaiyan's eyes lit up, and a ray of hope burst out from his originally desperate eyes.
Any wish? Then can you revive him? As long as you can revive him, I am willing to pay any price. The system is silent.
After a long time, just when Si Huaiyan began to feel desperate, the system spoke.
This system is the strongest auxiliary system. If you want to revive him, this system will be unbound from you and automatically bound to him. Are you sure? Sure.
Si Huaiyan said this decisively without any hesitation. Ding, the host has made a decision.
The most powerful auxiliary system begins to change the timeline. Timeline is being generated, changed successfully. Beginning of the time travel, 1 month before the 2019 military exam.
After a dizzying moment, Si Huaiyan successfully returned to that point in time. She first looked at her environment and made sure of it. He immediately accepted the task from the school and headed towards Yucheng. She had heard Qin Tianming say before that his talent was not good and his spiritual energy value was only a pitiful few points at the beginning. He didn't even have the qualifications to register for the martial arts exam, and it was only thanks to the low-level spiritual pills he bought at the spiritual pill trading market that he was able to successfully enter university. And now is the time when he is ready to go to the elixir trading market. Si Huayan came to Yucheng, and after a tense search, he finally found the familiar figure in the vast crowd. Even at this moment, he was still a little thin, not so domineering, and had no confidence. But she almost cried when she saw the figure that had been haunting her dreams again, fearing that all this was just a dream. Then there was the noise of the crowd around him, the look in the figure's eyes, and the realism of the surroundings. All of this proves that all of this is true. She really traveled back in time. Si Huayan quickly wiped away her tears. She remembered what he said, that he would marry her earlier in the next life. Amid the surprised looks of the people around him and Qin Tianming's astonishment, he spoke firmly and playfully. Hey! Let's get married. At the same time, the system's voice also sounded in Qin Tianming's mind. Bite. Chapter 54 Promotion. Huayan, what are you thinking about? Just standing there in a daze. Qin Tianming's doting voice brought Si Huayan's wandering thoughts back. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she smiled sweetly at Qin Tianming, then took his hand and shook it gently, saying coquettishly, "Oh, I was just thinking about some things in the past, let's go." Going back to the starting point, this time, we can definitely avoid tragedy. Even though the development of events in this life has changed due to some system issue, many things are no longer the same as what she experienced in her previous life. Immediately, she stopped thinking about it and just followed Qin Tianming, slowly walking towards home. At the same time, unlike Qin Tianming's happy moment, Li Ming was participating in the selection competition in Yucheng. Since Li Ming's talent level is not very high, he has only now reached the middle stage of the second realm, and this is with the help of his grandmother's family in the Magic City. After all, his grandmother only had this one grandson, so she loved him very much and used the family's resources to improve his talent to a higher level. Then he was given many defensive treasures that were more in line with his psychic attributes. As long as he is given some time, he is confident that he can break through to the late stage of the second realm, or even the third realm in a short period of time. But the trials were about to begin, and he had no choice but to sign up for the Yucheng competition. He deeply understood that there were many hidden talents in the Magic City, and with his cultivation level at the middle stage of the second realm, he could only be a bystander. He only had a chance in Yucheng. As long as he survives this short period of time and is not eliminated, he will have the hope of making a breakthrough during this period, so that he can truly qualify for the national selection. This is representing the country in a world-class competition. If we win, the country will definitely not be stingy with rewards. And the whole process will definitely be broadcast live, and I can also appear nationwide, which will also shut up those people in my grandmother's family. He has fame, respect and money, and maybe some young girl will be attracted by the rich soul beneath his handsome appearance. This way he even has a girlfriend. Thinking of this, Li Ming, who was walking towards the competition stage, couldn't help but smile like a pervert. This made his opponent feel sick. After all, in this city, cases of men being raped and men being forced upon men happen from time to time, and Li Ming had that fat body and that perverted smile on his face. The buffs were already fully stacked, instantly causing his opponents to classify him into an indescribable group. Give up, there's no chance between us. Li Ming had just walked onto the stage, with not enough time to stop smiling, when he heard these words and instantly froze in place. What the hell, just give up. Did you misunderstand something? Who gave you such mysterious confidence, Koan? Li Ming immediately decided not to hold back. As the signal for the start of the game was given, Li Ming first cast an Earth attribute shield to avoid being injured due to his inability to react in time. Then he used his latest high-level Earth attributed skill, Shield of Thorns. An evil smile appeared at the corner of Li Ming's mouth. He was really disgusted when he saw his grandmother performing this technique. Now it's time for his opponent to feel it. Shield of Thorns, defense is increased by 200%. When attacked without breaking through defense, the damage received is 50% of the attack. He originally had the strongest defensive Earth attribute psychic power, and with this effect, his defense could only be described as terrifying. Facing the golden attack from his opponent, Passerby, he didn't even think about dodging and just took it head-on. A silver-white iron light instantly hit the khaki round shield, then shattered directly, and reflected a silver-white light, flying towards Passerby. Bite. Your attack did not penetrate the enemy's armor. Not only did Passerby fail to break Li Ming's defense, he was even injured by the reflected attack because he couldn't dodge in time. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with horror,
and he couldn't help muttering, "What the hell is this?" Facing Li Ming's relentless pressure, he tried to launch an attack again.
As expected, a counterattack came at him with lightning speed, leaving him no time to dodge, and he suffered another wound.
He instantly understood what was going on.
Facing Li Ming's gradual approach, he had no means to resist him at all. He was like a kitten trembling with fear at the sight of a tiger. Although he was at the same level as Li Ming, he was completely unable to break Li Ming's defense. Soon, Li Ming forced him into a dead end. At this moment, Passerby A's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a piece of shit. He couldn't fight, and he couldn't run away. Although the opponent's attack power is very weak, he has a large number of troops. After Passerby A was hit again, Li Ming used his weight advantage to force him off the field. At the end of the game, Li Ming successfully won the selection without any injury.
Passersby, TSK, this technique is really disgusting, I hope I won't encounter it.
Passerby Spectator B, to be honest, this is a warrior who plays purely defensively.
It's completely disgusting.
Spectator Ding, if anyone were his teammate, the sense of security would be off the charts. After the game, Li Ming quickly returned to the hotel and opened the package he brought from Shanghai. It was full of high-level psychic stones, and I took out one at random. He sat cross-legged on the bed, absorbing the earth-attributed spiritual energy from the spiritual energy stone. As he eliminated the last trace of fire-attributed impurity energy from his body, he absorbed the earth-attributed spiritual energy in the spirit stone. He successfully broke through from the middle stage of the second realm to the late stage. This way at least I can ensure I won't be eliminated from the tryouts. As for the rest, that's when all the major cities will compete with each other.
I still have time.
Li Ming felt that the content of his earth-attributed spiritual energy had reached about 31%, and the defensive power of the defensive skills he used was even more amazing.
TSK, why do I feel like I'm getting further and further away from the path of defense? I wonder how Brother Qin is doing. Why should I worry about him?
He must be enjoying the company of the school beauties right now, so he should just mind his own business.
Qin Tianming, who was showing affection with the campus beauty of C University, wrinkled his nose and sneezed. What's wrong? Do you have a cold?
No, I guess it's some idiot who's teasing me behind my back again.
Never mind. Let's go home. Chapter 55, New Moves by Lingshan Cult, Another Disaster?
Tick-tock. Inside a standard Gabita church, drops of bright red blood fell from the dome above into the pool of blood below. There are 8 seats around the blood pool, each seat has a different color, corresponding to the 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple.
The seat at the head is white. However, the white seat was already covered with cobwebs. Obviously, it hasn't been cleaned for a long time.
A woman in red was sitting upright, holding a goblet in her hand. She squinted her eyes and slowly savored the blood wine in it. Her figure is not very good, but it is particularly charming. Even though her face is covered with a veil, her almond-shaped eyes can still be seen faintly through the veil, which makes her even more charming.
Tramp, tramp, tramp.
The sound of footsteps was heard. The person who came was obviously wearing a pair of black leather shoes and a black cloak. His entire face was also covered by the cloak, so it was difficult to see clearly. He walked right past the woman in red, sat in his own seat, and then tore off his blood-stained cloak. The woman in red finally spoke, her voice full of intelligence and sexiness, making people want to explore it seriously.
Xingyi, you really messed up this time.
The plan you prepared for so long just failed like this.
TSK, I really feel sorry for you, ha ha ha. Shut up. You damn bitch.
Aaron yelled out in anger, and it was obvious that the words of the man in red had deeply pierced his heart.
Oh, I'm so scared. Xingyi, you don't want to kill me, do you?
The woman in red gently covered her mouth with her white jade-like hands, and her nails were painted bright red.
Humph. My plan hasn't completely failed. I still haven't made the last move.
Aaron calmed down his anger in an instant, as if the furious look just now was not caused by him, and he became cold again. Hongyi seemed very calm about his change. She had long been accustomed to Qingyi's mood swings.
Oh? What other plans do you have? Could it be that you've been taken over by a mysterious and powerful person who appeared out of nowhere again? If that's the case, I'd really regret it, ha ha ha.
Aaron's originally calm expression turned cold again after hearing what the man in red said.
You don't deserve to know.
Then he became crazy again.
A mysterious and powerful being? What a nobody. As long as I complete my great plan, this world will sink under my feet. Then I'll be able to purify this filthy world.
Aaron opened his arms like a madman, as if welcoming God's embrace, and laughed loudly. Then he suddenly restrained his expression and looked at the woman in red with a cold look.
Tell me, you didn't come here just to get rid of me, did you? If you do, I'm afraid I really won't be able to control myself and will kill you directly.
As he spoke, a space crack suddenly appeared beside Aaron, aiming directly at the woman in red, as if he was about to take action next.
The woman in red was not surprised at all and didn't even move.
She slowly took a sip of the blood wine and then slowly put down the glass.
Tisk, you're still so grumpy, Chingy. But I did call you here for something important. Do you know about the upcoming World Youth Games?
Aaron retracted his spiritual power and was not surprised at all when faced with the question from the red-clothed man.
What? You want to take action against these people? Don't dream. These are the top talents in the world. How could they give you the opportunity to take advantage of them?
The woman in red chuckled, her fingers slowly brushing across the blood in the pool, and she slowly spoke, "Of course I don't have that ability, but this is just the leader's way of contacting me." Aaron's hips shrank slightly, obviously shocked by these words. You have to know that the leader of their Lingshan sect has not appeared for more than 10 years, and there has been no information received at ordinary times. How can they not be shocked when they suddenly heard the leader contacting them today? Aaron quickly calmed himself down and spoke in a calm tone.
Just the two of us? Even with the leader, we probably won't be able to do it.
Our spiritual god cult isn't strong enough to take on the entire world. The corners of the red-dressed woman's mouth curled up slightly under the tool.
Of course not us too, this is the leader's plan, we two are just doing odd jobs. Aaron nodded slightly. What about the others? Don't we need to inform them? Why notify them? They don't even have enough time to do their own things.
Then the red-dressed woman's hand passed over the blood pool, and a blood-red circular magic circle was activated.
2 parchment scrolls gradually emerged from the blood-red magic circle. The woman in red gently threw one of them to Aaron.
After he caught it, the woman in red disappeared, and the remaining scroll disappeared with her.
Chingy, this time it's the leader who has spoken personally. Don't act on your own and ruin the good thing.
As the voice of the woman in red gradually faded away, the church fell into deathly silence again. Aaron opened the scroll and looked at the patterns on it and the line of small words below. Even he couldn't help showing a look of shock, and then put the scroll into his personal space.
Hey, that's quite a big deal, even taking out the ancient forbidden scroll. Looks like we're in for a good show this time.
As the words fell, Aaron's figure disappeared, and the church was empty again and fell into silence. At this time, Jin Tianming and his parents, who were far away on the other side of the continent, were discussing with Si Huayan's parents when to hold the wedding.
Well, in-laws, I think it would be better to wait until Huayan and the others graduate from college. That way, we'll have enough time to prepare.
When Siming on the other side heard this, he became unhappy on the spot.
What's the matter? Your son and my daughter have already got a marriage certificate. Do we still need to wait until they graduate from college? In my opinion, the sooner the better.
Faced with Siming's firm attitude, Shin's father and mother had to think about it seriously again. At this time, Si Huayan beside him said softly, "Dad, in my opinion, we should wait until this competition is over before we decide. We still have competitions to participate in later. If everything goes well, we can also participate in world-class competitions.
We can't be distracted at this critical moment." Qin Tianming on the other side actually didn't care when to get married.
In his opinion, he was now his wife's man in life and his wife's ghost in death. But a wedding is a symbol after all, so of course he wants it to be as grand as possible. When he was still a poor boy, Si Huayan chose him without hesitation, so of course he wanted to give his wife the best wedding.
After hearing this, Siming relaxed a little. Okay.
That's it, after these two little guys finish their competition, we'll start preparing for the wedding.
Our family will pay for it all.
Shin's father and mother also nodded in agreement, but still said that they would give the family heirloom to Si Huayan.
This matter has been decided. Chapter 56 Primary Simulation, I am Conan? Late at night, Qin Tianming fell into sage time.
Feeling the warmth emanating from the delicate body in his arms, he looked at Si Huayan with her little head buried in his chest. He slowly raised his hand, used his broad palm to smooth away the loose hair on Si Huayan's forehead, and then gave Si Huayan a light kiss on the forehead. With a quick glance, he could still see the shocking style and the snow-white arc, but now he had no interest in it at all. Looking at the 10,000 simulation point balance on his system panel, a mask of pain appeared on his face.
This is the result after interacting with my wife for a full 2 hours. Now I am really completely drained and only have this little wealth.
Oh, these simulation points are still not enough.
I can't even get one high-level simulation.
I only have enough for one intermediate simulation and my wallet is already drained.
But at my current level, I can at least perform 10 elementary simulations. Even if I don't produce anything good, at least my strength can be improved a little, right? I am about to participate in the competition. To be on the safe side, I'd better simulate a shot to test the waters first. System, I want to start the primary simulation. Simulation, start.
1,000 simulation points have been automatically deducted. Qin Tianming didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the system's voice had a hint of gloating. On the first day, UNC Huaiyan participated in the Magic City selection competition together, and UNC Huaiyan were successfully shortlisted. The next day, UNC Huaiyan successfully broke through the siege and were successfully selected. On the third day, UNC Huaiyan will participate in the elimination rounds between cities. On the fourth day, UNC Huaiyan were successfully selected as official players for the World Championship, while the elimination rounds continued. On the sixth day, the elimination rounds concluded, and the players who would participate in the World Championship were confirmed. Li Ming became a reserve player for the World Championship. In the remaining 8 days, the country will provide unlimited resources for your cultivation. With the blessing of these resources, you have successfully broken through to the middle stage of the fourth realm. At the end of 8 days, you and the other contestants will board a military aircraft provided by the country and head to the world competition venue. On the 17th day, after a day of flying, you successfully arrived at the competition venue. Here, you witnessed the vastness of the world. Among the contestants, there are even those who have reached the late fourth realm. On the 18th day, the competition officially begins. Your first match is against an opponent from an unknown small country, and you win easily. On the 20th day, you and all the other contestants made it to the top 16, which was completely within your expectations. On the 25th day, the team battle started, and you and your teammates successfully advanced. On the 26th day, you met the Sakura country team. You recalled some bad memories from your past life, and you and your teammates beat them up, venting your anger. On the 30th day, you successfully made it to the top 3 and began vying for first place. Just as your competition was at its most intense, the ocean erupted in turmoil, and countless sea beasts madly rushed towards you. At the same time, a huge ancient magic circle appeared in the sky, trapping you within a massive barrier. This barrier is extremely powerful. Even the world's top masters cannot break it in a short time. This barrier completely separates you from the powerful outsiders, but also traps you next to the ocean, with countless sea beasts rushing towards you. In order to resist the sea beasts, you and other teams worked together, but in the end, you were exhausted and bitten to death by countless sea beasts. Simulation end. You can choose to receive the following rewards. Obtained cultivation level, mid-level of the fourth realm. Achievement, untimely death, black. Introduction, wearing this entry, you can suffer an unexpected death at a very young age and be reincarnated quickly. Achievement, being focused, blue. Description, forces the enemy to attack you for 2 seconds. Qin Tianming stared blankly at the system panel in front of him. He didn't expect that his life would be so full of disasters. This reminded him of an anime where people died wherever the characters went. But he would never wear the title of died young even if he was beaten to death. However, you can consider using being focused, which can produce good results at critical moments. Also, what was the situation with this final sea monster attack? Qin Tianming is a little speechless now. What's going on? Such a crucial competition, which brings together the most elite people from various countries, and you tell me that we will be attacked? The security measures in this foreign country are worrying. If it were in Dragon Country, I guarantee that not even a fly would be able to fly in. Damn it! I don't dare go there anymore. Whoever goes there will be in trouble. Qin Tianming scratched his head in distress. But if I don't go, I won't get any resources. Relying solely on system simulation to improve only gives me talent, but without resources, I won't be able to move forward. If I tell the government, without any evidence, and just say it's just my guess, no one will believe me. What should I do? Just as Qin Tianming was thinking hard, Si Huaiyan in his arms seemed to feel his distress. She opened her eyes and looked at Qin Tianming's distressed expression. She first raised her head and gently kissed Qin Tianming on the side of his face, then stretched out her hands and wrapped them around his neck. She didn't care at all about the view that was revealed when she stood up and looked at Qin Tianming with a smile.
Husband? What's wrong with you? You look so sad.
Qin Tianming first helped her wrap the quilt to cover her exposed scenery, otherwise he was afraid that he would not be able to bear it and his old waist would suffer.
Nothing, honey, just some worries. I can handle it myself. Si Huayan did not force him to tell her what was going on.
She understood that if Qin Tianming didn't want to tell her, it would be useless to ask, and it would only cause him more trouble. Si Huayan lay quietly on Qin Tianming's chest. She no longer had the goddess demeanor she had in school. She was just an annoying little goblin, almost making Qin Tianming charge again. Looking at Si Huayan's big watery eyes and feeling her fingers drawing small circles on his chest, Qin Tianming really couldn't help it.
Why bother about what will happen in 30 days? There are more important things to do now, and I have my own system. Everything will work out when the time comes. Epsilon equals Omicron. Alas, there is really nothing I can do about you. Qin Tianming immediately hugged the pitiful person in his arms.
Then he threw her to his side, like a tiger pouncing on its prey.
He rushed over to Si Huayan's panicked yet excited? Or was it excitement?
Voice. The night passed quietly, and the full moon in the sky seemed to blush at this scene, pulling a white cloud over to cover its body.
Chapter 57 The Power of Taunting Aura. The night passed quickly and Qin Tianming got up early. He thought about it all night yesterday and decided to participate in the competition. In addition to obtaining resources, Si Huayan would also participate, and he couldn't just sit back and watch.
After breakfast, Qin Tianming took Si Huayan away under the murderous gaze of his father-in-law, holding his waist as he walked. Si Huayan, who was standing next to him, covered his mouth and laughed.
You're still laughing. Qin Tianming looked at her with resentment. Oh, all right. After this competition, I'll get you some supplements to replenish your energy, okay? Well, that's not necessary. What a joke. As a young man, how can you say that you need to take supplements in front of your wife? What's more, I have my own system, so it must be sold in the system mall. The two of them walked towards the competition venue while playing and joking. But there was a hint of unrelieved worry in Si Huayan's eyes. Because in her memory, in the future, a major case that will shock the world will occur in this game. The red-robed archbishop of the cult brought another cult member to snipe the contestants. Although they were later stopped by the protection personnel of the World Championship, many contestants still died. This time, when she returned to the original time, a butterfly effect occurred. Things around her had already changed, and she didn't know how the competition would develop. But if there is danger, she will definitely stand firmly by his side. The two of them, each with their own ulterior motives, strolled to the selection venue. Due to yesterday's selection, many goalkeepers were eliminated, so this selection was much more intense and the viewing experience was obviously much better than before. Soon it was Qin Tianming's turn.
In order to gain more shock points, Qin Tianming had no choice but to wear an entry he had obtained before. Although this entry made him feel very humiliated, it was the only one that could have happened in this situation.
System, give me, taunt. System. Ding, taunt successfully worn. Effect, you will always be inexplicably hostile to others, and the enemy will mock you mindlessly optional.
In an instant, Qin Tianming felt that the gazes around him became sharp.
His opponents and even the audience were staring at him intently.
At this time, his opponent spoke first.
Where did you come from, you little jerk? Are you still breastfeeding? Ha ha ha, do you want me to give you a hand?
At this time, passerby number one's mouth moved unconsciously, and he started to attack Qin Tianming crazily without stopping. At this time, the audience became lively and began to point fingers at Qin Tianming.
Audience A, what's going on? What kind of people dare to participate in this competition?
Audience member B, that's right, this guy named Qin Tianming's participation in the competition has completely lowered the quality of this competition. He has no self-awareness at all.
Audience C, to be honest, I think just being able to participate in this competition has taken all his courage, right?
Audience member Ding, this piece of trash dares to come to the competition.
I think I can do it too. I'll just sit back and watch him get the shit beat out of him. Otherwise, I'll do a handstand live on the air. The audience around were all shocked to see this kid who boasted that he wanted to broadcast live. Someone took out his cell phone and took a picture of the audience. Saved.
I hope you won't regret it when the time comes.
I'll come and give you gifts. +1, +1, +1.
Qin Tianming, who was standing on the competition field at this time, twitched his mouth. He didn't expect that the taunting terms produced by the system were so powerful, and everyone was pointing at him. Looking at the opponent who was still outputting crazily without stopping, he silently prayed for the other party in his heart.
Brother, I'm sorry, life is stressful. Just bear with it, it will be fine soon.
After saying that, Qin Tianming went towards his opponent who was still attacking crazily. Just raise your hand and you can perform a series of smooth little combos that your opponent will be unable to defend against. However, even so, his mouth kept moving.
What's wrong? Didn't you eat? You don't even have enough energy to tickle your grandpa, and you're still here for the competition? I think you should stop being a warrior and find a job in a factory. At least you'll have enough strength to drive screws, ha ha ha.
Faced with the opponent's constant ridicule, Qin Tianming was not affected at all. Another black light flashed and hit the opponent's chest directly. The man flew backwards and landed outside the venue, announcing the end. However, even so, he still refused to let Qin Tianming go and kept nagging him. At this time, the referee next to him saw that the game was over and also spoke up to prepare for the end of the selection.
What the fuck is going on?
The referee suddenly covered his mouth, unable to believe what he had just said.
What's going on? I obviously have good professional qualities, how could I mock others in such an occasion?
At this time, the audience on the stage was in an uproar, mocking and shocked at the same time.
Passerby number 1, what happened? How could this loser win? Passerby number 2, unbelievable. Someone in the late second realm can't beat someone in the middle fourth realm. What's going on? Isn't it normal to lose? Why should I mock? Passerby number 3, really, sir, you can't even beat him? Isn't it enough to have hands? You actually let this idiot in the middle stage of the fourth realm beat him in seconds.
I, a late stage of the first realm, really can't accept it.
Ha? What am I saying?
Congratulations to the host, you have gained 10,000 shock points. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 10,000 shock points. Congratulations to the host. At this time, Qin Tianming was secretly happy as he watched his simulation value rising rapidly. He felt like he had opened a new door to using system entries, and a lot of simulation values were waving at him. As the simulation value indicated by the system gradually began to decrease, Qin Tianming knew that his simulation value had reached its limit. He couldn't stand being pointed at and ridiculed by others, and he felt like he was about to get angry.
System, quickly remove the taunt entry for me. Ding, the taunt has been removed.
The moment the system removed the taunting entry, the people who were pointing fingers at Qin Tianming suddenly quieted down.
The entire scene fell into an eerie silence. After Qin Tianming's figure gradually disappeared, the scene immediately exploded. What's going on? I was under a halo of intelligence reduction just now, mocking him crazily. Me too.
I clearly wanted to cheer, but the moment I opened my mouth I just started mocking him, and he didn't stop.
Damn it, I don't know what's going on. I actually disliked him just now and wanted to use my first level of cultivation to deal with him. By the way, where's that guy who was doing a handstand and pooping?
Everyone turned to look at the person who had spoken so arrogantly, but that person had already disappeared.
This is too weird. I must find a master to perform a ritual on me when I get home. I think I've been bewitched. +1. +1. +1. Qin Tianming looked at the newly received simulation value happily and slipped away. System, the blue quality of your taunt entry is still too low. I think it should at least be red quality. System. Chapter 58. The title is too difficult to come up with.
Sorry, I worked overtime until very late yesterday and really didn't have the energy to write a book, so I took a day off.
System, how many simulation values do I have now?
Ding, the host's remaining simulation value is 2.5 W. Wow, I earned nearly 15,000 simulation value in just a short time.
This is really fast money making.
Qin Tianming felt like he had opened the door to a new world.
If you want others to be shocked, doesn't that mean you have to make them feel surprised? And if I want to surprise others, I am really good at it.
Returning to his seat, Qin Tianming opened the system mall.
System, retrieve all the entries for me.
Ding, a total of 1,234,500 entries have been searched.
Qin Tianming directly excluded the gold and red entries.
You don't even need to look to know that with the nature of the system, you can't afford this level of simulation value at all, so just ignore it. Can't help, white, price 2000 simulation value.
When someone needs your help, you will say you can't help to the best of your ability.
Pointing, white, price 2500 simulation value. You always like to point fingers at others, criticize them, and attract hatred.
Tiger body shock, green, price 4000 simulation value.
The tiger's body shakes, increasing defense by 30% and attack power by 10%, lasting for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes.
Talk therapy blue, price 8000 simulation value. Your words can always inspire people. When you talk to villains, there is a certain chance that you will cause them to fall into confusion. The greater the level gap, the weaker the effect. What the hell is this? Few of them are usable. Qin Tianming flipped through several pages but didn't see any that had any practical effect. Tonzi, can you give me some practical advice? This is automatically selected by this system based on the host's wallet balance. It is absolutely good value for money. If the host wants better entries, set the price range between 10,000 and 15,000. Qin Tianming started to operate on the system panel. With good entries, he doesn't have to worry about not earning simulation value. Then he looked at the system panel again, and it was indeed completely different from the previous ones. Everyone's eyes are on this, yearning to catch up, blue, priced at 15,000 simulated value. Your every move attracts people's attention. After wearing this entry, shouting "Everyone, look at me" will force you to attract the attention of people around you. The duration is 2 minutes and the cooldown is half an hour. One more look and you'll explode, blue, priced at 15,000 simulation value. When you look at someone, just 2 glances will blow him away. The explosion will cause damage equal to 80% of his own attack power, consume 2% of his own psychic energy, and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Don't kill me, I'm the anchor, blue, selling price 15,000 simulation value. When you encounter a fatal attack, shout "Don't kill me, I'm the anchor," and the attack will not hit you. The cooldown time is 5 minutes. Special entry, Turtle Spirit, green, price 15,000 simulation value can be given to others to wear. The person who possesses this entry will have his or her defense increased by 20% on the original basis. There are actually entries for other people to wear. If I remember correctly, his good brother Li Ming seems to have Earth-attributed psychic power, so this entry is very suitable for him. Qin Tianming decisively saved this entry and planned to buy it for Li Ming when he had money. As for now, of course he has to prepare well to earn simulation value. I saw him click on the entry "Everyone, look at me." Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully consuming 15,000 simulation points. Qin Tianming took a deep breath. In a while, it would be his turn again. He couldn't imagine how socially embarrassing it would be if he shouted like that in front of everyone. But for the sake of simulation value, he tried his best. Making money is not shameful. As time passed, people came and went in the competition field, and soon a large number of people were eliminated. Next, let's invite Qin Tianming, a freshman from Magic City Martial Arts University, to face Ai Kuan, a sophomore from Magic City University. After hearing him being called to go on stage, Qin Tianming first prepared himself mentally, then stood up and walked towards the stage. When the people in the audience saw that it was Qin Tianming, they immediately started making a noise. Tear. It's actually him. This guy is so terrifying. Could you please explain in detail? I'm new here. TSK, this player is incredible. When he came on stage, the taunts were at their peak, and everyone was madly complaining about him. Exactly, absolutely. I was there at the time. I don't know why, but I couldn't help but vent when I saw him. Yes, now that I see him on the court again, I feel my mouth wanting to move. The originally quiet stadium immediately became lively, and people around began to point and talk at Qin Tianming. System, did you secretly help me put on the taunting aura? Why are all the people pointing at me? Host, please don't slander me. I am a principled and good ruler. It's clearly your own fault. Not long after Qin Tianming walked onto the stage, a young man wearing overalls and with a middle-parted hair walked onto the stage. Looking at his outfit, Qin Tianming thought of a famous figure in his previous life, a national idol. Ai Kuan, do you like singing, dancing, and playing basketball? Ai Kuan on the opposite side was confused by Qin Tianming's sudden question, and then looked at him in surprise. How did you know that? Did you investigate me? Qin Tianming thought to himself that it was indeed so.
Then he shook his head, said no more, activated his own spiritual power, and got ready.
On the other side, although AI Kuan was puzzled by Qin Tianming's sudden words, he still made preparations.
With the referee's voice, the game officially begins. In the second half of the selection round, basically all the weak contestants were eliminated. The rest all have a certain level of strength. As a sophomore at Magic City University, AI Kuan ranks among the top 10 sophomores in the school. With his cultivation in the late third realm, he is quite powerful. The moment the game started, Ikuan began to activate his own ice attribute spiritual energy, gathering it into a sphere that looked like a large basketball from a distance. The temperature of the entire stadium dropped by more than 10 degrees because of this sphere. The ice ball continued to spin in AI Kuan's hand, and finally pushed forward towards Qin Tianming.
AI Kuan used all his strength from the beginning. This move is his famous skill.
The faster the rotation speed, the stronger the power. If he had come to stop me at the beginning, my move would not have been so powerful. As a result, he just watched and mastered the move at the speed he could reach. Even though he was facing someone with the cultivation level of the middle fourth realm, he was confident that the other party would not be able to easily take on his move. Qin Tianming watched the puck approaching his position and kept tapping the ground with his toes. Finally, amid the system's laughter of G, he shouted out the words that made him an internet celebrity.
Everyone, look at me. Chapter 59, just give it a title. Everyone, look at me.
As Qin Tianming finished speaking, the entire arena became quiet and everyone looked at him. Some look confused, some look weird, some look calm, and some look as if they are looking at a clown.
Silence, dead silence. Qin Tianming felt as if his back was pricked by needles, as if there were thorns in his back.
But he didn't have time to care about those eyes now. He had to deal with the big spinning ice ball in front of him first. Qin Tianming raised his hand nonchalantly, and just when everyone thought he would catch it with his palm, he just stretched out a finger and pointed it at the big ice ball. The continuously spinning ice ball stopped spinning 1 meter away from Qin Tianming's finger, unable to move forward at all. The seemingly powerful blow was taken by Qin Tianming with ease. Tear.
This scene made the audience present drop their jaws.
Even though they knew that Qin Tianming could definitely take this move, no one expected that he could take it so easily.
So you were shouting loudly to follow you just to show us this scene?
It's really murderous and heartbreaking. Everyone who saw this scene thought so. The host demonstrated his powerful cheat power in public, shocking everyone and gaining a shock value of 100,000. AI Kuan was shocked to see that the move he was proud of was easily blocked.
He didn't expect the gap between him and Qin Tianming would be so big.
At this time, after taking the attack, Qin Tianming threw the big ice ball aside, and then covered the soles of his feet with the force of space to increase his speed. AI Kuan only saw a glimpse of a shadow, and then he found that Qin Tianming's figure was very close. Without giving it much thought, he summoned an ice shield in front of him, attempting to use it to block the incoming attack. Click, click. After hearing a few cracking sounds, he discovered that the ice shield he had summoned had cracks on it, and a ray of dark spiritual energy squeezed in from the cracks. His face changed drastically and he quickly used his skills to try to create some distance. At this moment, the ice shield in front of him seemed to have suffered a huge blow, and it suddenly shattered and turned into ice crystals and disappeared. And a dark figure caught up with him at an incredible speed. Just as he was about to attach ice armor to his body, a pitch-black slash came towards him. He had no choice but to use his arms covered with ice armor to block the attack. At this time, he was full of loopholes and was easily seized by Qin Tianming, and then he was knocked out of the competition venue.
The game is over. The entire process was smooth and flowing, without any unnecessary steps.
It took less than half a minute to defeat a master in the early stage of the third realm.
This was simply unbelievable to all the audience present.
You know, for other stadiums that started the competition at the same time as him, the battle has just begun. Under such a comparison, Qin Tianming's strength is even more evident. At this time, there was still 1 minute before the effect of all eyes looking up disappeared, so this scene was seen by everyone.
After a brief silence, there was a burst of enthusiastic noise. Wow! So handsome! I want to give birth to a baby for you. Oh my god, is this the strength of a person in the middle stage of the fourth realm?
Those who know him are in the middle stage of the fourth realm, while those who don't would think he is already in the fifth realm.
I feel like this kid doesn't need to compete anymore. Just report directly. Isn't coming here a dimensionality reduction attack? TSK, a hero emerges from youth.
If the information is correct, he seems to have been in school for no more than 2 months. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around fell silent.
Less than 2 months? You told me this is a new student?
He must have been practicing this since he was in his mother's womb, so fierce. As the audience began to discuss collectively, the voice in Qin Tianming's mind never stopped.
In just 2 minutes, the simulation value rose to 11,000. TSK, this is still the fastest way to make money.
Qin Tianming walked out of the venue while looking at his soaring simulation value. When the other players around saw him coming towards them, they automatically separated to make way for him. He walked like this and came to Si Weiyan's competition venue. After seeing an empty seat, I sat there and waited. At this time, there was a girl sitting next to him. Judging from her appearance, she should also be a college student.
Hey! Didn't you see I put something in this empty space?
Qin Tianming turned to look at him and answered in confusion.
So? Didn't I already return that thing to you? The girl got furious when she heard this. How can you be like this?
I've already put something here, which means I've already taken this spot. And you're still trying to grab it.
It's no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Qin Tianming obviously couldn't understand her train of thought. Is anyone here? No. Will you sit here? If you don't want to sit, then what? Can't I put my things there?
Then you are calling your horse here. Qin Tianming obviously didn't tolerate her and started to scold her directly.
You don't want to sit down, and you don't let others sit down. Is your brain used to store shit? Or were you born with 2 buttocks, so you have to take up 2 places?
The girl obviously didn't expect Qin Tianming to scold her so suddenly. She became furious on the spot and even started to grab Qin Tianming's face.
What did you say? Are you still a man? What's wrong with giving me a seat? That's how you say that to me.
When the other people around heard the sound, they all looked over here. When they saw that it was this girl, they all showed a look of disgust. It seems that everyone around her has been disgusted by this girl. Qin Tianming didn't move, and only spoke when the girl's hand just touched his face.
Everyone saw it.
She was the first to attack me.
I fought back in self-defense.
Then he directly used the power of time and space to stop time for a short time, then swung his palm and slapped her in the face.
Bang!
A crisp slap sounded, and the girl was spun 360 degrees by Qin Tianming, and one side of her face swelled up. After she came to her senses, she looked at Qin Tianming with disbelief.
How dare you hit me? No one in my family has ever hit me.
Then she ignored everything and ran towards Qin Tianming again, wanting to take revenge. Just as her hand was about to touch Qin Tianming's body, Qin Tianming was about to attack again. A snow-white hand grabbed her.
Then a cold voice came. What do you want to do with my husband? Chapter 60. This chapter is difficult to name. What do you want to do with my husband?
A cold voice reached everyone's ears. Originally, everyone around was just waiting to watch the show. After all, in today's society, this kind of thing is normal. I didn't expect that another woman would appear.
That would make things interesting.
When everyone looked over, they saw a peerless beauty at first sight, as beautiful as an angel fallen to earth, and a pretty face that looked as if it had been meticulously carved by a painter, not something that could be possessed by a mortal.
Everyone around was stunned. My dear wife, when did you come?
Amid the shocked gazes of the others, he said this very naturally, then took Si Huayan's hand. Gained 10,000 shock points. The girl whose hand was grabbed by Si Huayan looked at the scene in front of her with shock. Just now she said that Qin Tianming had no partner. But now a wife suddenly appears, and she is so beautiful, and he gets slapped in the face. She broke free with a look of shame and anger on her face and tried to turn around and leave.
Hey! You want to leave like this? You won't even apologize before you leave? Si Huayan is very protective of her husband.
She herself can't bear to hit her husband, but today she was almost beaten by someone else.
How could she not be angry?
She was not going to let this woman off so easily. Moreover, judging from the reactions of the people around her, it must have been this woman who made a mistake, otherwise someone would have come to stop her long ago.
What? You still want me to apologize? Why should I apologize?
She seemed very righteous. He was the one who took my spot first. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone who was watching the show nearby felt that this was completely unreasonable.
A humble woman, really humble. Si Huayan was not angry at all.
She knew that it was useless to just talk to such an unreasonable person. Only by beating her with fists would she listen to reason. Everyone only saw a flash of light, and then saw Si Huayan, who was originally a few meters away, disappear, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of the girl.
Bang! Another loud slap.
The girl did a 360-degree Thomas spiral spin and fell heavily to the ground, with both sides of her face becoming symmetrical.
The girl was just a small warrior of the first realm.
Seeing Si Huayan being so strong, she knew that she would not reason with her like others. So he quickly spoke out to stop him and wanted to reason with Si Huayan.
I know I was wrong, I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Speak louder. If someone doesn't know, they might think I'm abusing you. My husband is so far away, how can he hear you?
The woman was slightly stunned, and when she saw Si Huayan's hands start to move again, she immediately spoke.
Sorry.
This time the sound was so loud that it could be heard throughout the entire stadium.
Si Huayan nodded slightly and then spoke to her. If you're not satisfied, go to the Public Security Bureau and sue us.
Then his eyes turned cold.
But I don't know if it will be of any use.
At most you'll be detained for a few days, but I can guarantee that after you graduate, no one will dare to hire you.
I say.
The woman's steps as she was walking back suddenly froze, and then she fled the scene. The scene where Si Huayan was domineering and protecting her husband shocked everyone. They didn't expect that this girl was not only beautiful, but also so domineering. She was simply the perfect dream lover. It's a pity that she already has a husband.
I wonder if her husband did something to save the galaxy in his previous life to be able to marry such a wife?
After Si Huayan saw the girl walk away, he thought he would not dare to complain. Then he put away his cold look, his whole face became smiling, and he rushed towards Qin Tianming without paying attention to the gazes of the people around him.
Hubby, do you miss me?
Si Huayan hooked Qin Tianming's neck with his hands and hung himself on him. The ability to change into two different faces in an instant can only be described as talent.
Qin Tianming felt like his neck was about to break. Yes, of course I do. How could my smart and lovely wife not think about it?
When the people around saw these two people showing off their affection in public, they all quietly stepped away.
You too, have you ever considered our feelings? Hey! I haven't even eaten yet, but I'm already stuffed.
Qin Tianming put Suyan down, took her arm, and left this place of trouble. On the way back, Qin Tianming was still thinking about Si Huayan's domineering side, and was amazed.
What are you thinking about, smiling so obscenely?
Si Huayan looked at Qin Tianming's face, which was full of uncontrollable smile, and asked curiously.
Ahem, it's nothing.
It's just that it's rare to see your domineering side, and it feels very novel.
Unexpectedly, Si Huayan became excited. Novelty? Do you like this kind of style? You prefer something more domineering. Well, honey, I like you no matter what you look like, huh? Qin Tianming laughed it off, trying to evade the question.
Si Huayan, however, made an expression of sudden enlightenment, as if he had discovered some new world.
Oh. I see, honey, you like uniforms, right? The queen-like ones, the boss-like ones? Or the policewoman-like ones?
The more Qin Tianming listened, the more he felt something was wrong. He didn't know what kind of plot his wife had imagined, so he interrupted her immediately.
Stop talking. Let's talk about it when we get back.
It would be terrible if someone heard us here.
TSK, man, are you just afraid of being heard by others? That's just because you like it.
Then he saw Si Huayan walk quickly to his side and whisper in his ear. Sir, I haven't been able to sleep these past few days.
I'm afraid of the dark. Could you please keep me company?
If you come to accompany me, I will let you wear black stockings, and you can also wear a queen's suit. Qin Tianming felt the orchid-like breath beside his ears, and his heart was slightly moved.
Are you using this to test cadres? Which cadre can withstand such a test?
He immediately grabbed her hand and walked quickly towards the mall. Today he would realize his dream and punish this evil woman who was bringing disaster to the country and the people. It would be best to have some white silk, black silk, flesh silk, etc. Oh, by the way, you also need to buy some wolfberries to avoid being insufficient in fighting strength when the time comes. Under Si Huayan's cunning gaze, she let Qin Tianming hold her hand and walk towards the mall.
High-end hunters often appear in the form of prey.